Nobody shows me any consideration. These people like share my DMs. If I say something kind of naughty that I'm saying to people who are friends, that's only meant for their ears, it doesn't matter. It gets out. So we're going to do that to YellowFlash, see how he likes it. And we're just going to go through the DMs. Now, not all of this is bad, but you're going to get a feeling of who he is. And then also it's going to be an interesting kind of tour of what Comicsgate was. It's going to be a history lesson of how things went down from 2018 to present. So I hope you enjoy it. And listen, it's going to be, I can't promise it's going to be entertaining. I'm not promising that. I'm going to read these super chats. This is part one. I'll be careful to kind of scrub out any information that, by the way, I don't think there is any information in here that could be sort of considered doxing. I don't think there is anything like that in here. Let me see. Acadian, because he never shared it. Like, he didn't say, hey, by the way, this is my name. Here's my family. Nothing like that. He was always just like an anonymous spurg. Like, okay, so let's move on. Let's do let's introduce this. So it's 2018. And I know meet this internet individual by the name of YellowFlash. Let me blow this up a little bit here. And this was right when I was being canceled. YellowFlash showed up, and it was cool. He just made a video. He said, video made and published. This was January 28th of 2018. And I said, thanks, YellowFlash, because basically Marvel and DC pros were swarming me and trying to get me canceled. Here's Asher Elbine. Says, I've been watching the Ethan Van Sciver harassment of Daryleo over the weekend and hearing stuff about him for a lot longer. I'd like to write about it for The Atlantic, so I'm putting out a call. If you've been harassed by him or his trolls, DM and emails are open. Here's Aubrey Sitterson, who says waves. So he was sitting there like, I've been harassed by Ethan. How did I harass Aubrey Sitterson? I think that was, and look at this. Like, he's like, okay, just a heads up. YellowFlash warned me. YellowFlash was always like watching the internet and sort of warning me about shit. Yeah, we're going all the way back, guys. All the way back to the beginning of Comicsgate here. So you're going to get to see YellowFlash. You're going to get to see like how weird his betrayal is. I said, dude, that's what we're talking about now. Get on Twitter. He says, lol, I spend the majority of my Twitter time watching these jerks on my alternate account. I'll check the thread. He warns me there's a fake account impersonating me as a Nazi. I said, yeah, it's a parody account. I'm pretty beaten down. February 6th, I was fired from DC Comics on February 2nd. So we didn't talk about that. There's no interaction between us then. But by February 6th, I was low. I was in a low spot, pretty much like contemplating my future. Falls more under harassment. I have people reporting it. I'm like, thanks, bro. Sorry all this is happening to you. It's such bullshit. I'm getting sick of it. I've never seen such disgusting behavior until I got involved in all of this. They really make me sick. So this is where like YellowFlash kind of shows up in my world, right when I'm being canceled, right when I'm being, like seriously canceled, like not just like JDA's version of canceled, losing my job, having magazines, The Atlantic, planning on writing an article calling me somebody who harasses black people, which was a goddamn lie. And then just basically everybody in the world turning against me, my friends turning against me, people just kind of turning state's evidence against me, as it were. And here comes this guy, YellowFlash, who I didn't know, who he was. He was just a guy in Richard C. Meyer's chat. Hey, I'm not going to do any more lists. Oh, this is oh, man. YellowFlash did a blacklist for Comicsgate way back when. This is when people started to think YellowFlash was stupid, because in the midst of SJWs making blacklists, saying these people are conservatives, like these are people who who shouldn't get work and who should be harassed every single day. Like, we were holding that up as an example of evil. Like, this is what SJWs are doing right now. This is what these folks are doing. And YellowFlash makes his own list. He goes, this is a list of people who we are going to blacklist, which was absurd. We had zero power at all. But what they did was they grabbed that and they said, they basically Darvoed us and said that we were the ones blacklisting them. And of course, you know, SJWs thrive on victimhood. So like we kind of said to him, like, hey, Flash, don't do stuff like that. Like, don't, like, you just gave them victim points. So he's sitting here saying to me, I'm not going to do any more lists. The people trying to get you fired really pissed me off. Being called a Nazi pissed me off. And being called a racist when I have an Arabic wife that half my family stopped talking to me over, oh, that's interesting, also set me off. So I just wanted to let you know that if any of this is blown back on you, I'm sorry, Ethan. Hey, now relax first. You're doing great work, and I love your channel. He says, thanks, man. I said, this is a culture war. Winning it means winning hearts and minds, right? I'm like 10 days from having lost my entire livelihood, and I'm comforting this asshole. Like, I'm sitting there contemplating necking myself, and I got to sit here and say nice things to YellowFlash. Absolutely stunning. I sent a DM to Richard also. You guys get a lot of shit. That's Richard C. Meyer, you boys hack. So if you guys get heat over it, I don't want that to happen. I said, well, we did, but mistakes get made. You still with us? For sure, man. Okay, follow our lead. In other words, stop doing things like making blacklists, like, and sending them to the fucking media. The effort is to help comics, not defeat these SJWs. Hashtag, look at how naive. Hashtag move the needle is incredibly effective because it encourages positivity in comics by telling people to openly support creators who we praise. He says, you're right. I just got fed up. What they did to you just set me off because you have a family, and I just couldn't understand how someone could do that without thinking about your kids. The other side of that is not to spend money on these SJW dickheads, but we don't say that. It's done. Don't worry about me that way. I'm just one guy, and I'm not going to take shots like anyone. Present a unified positive front that is beyond their criticism. Definitely criticize them in videos, but don't give them ammo again, okay, brother? Your channel's doing great. You're fun to listen to, and I'm glad you got my back. Why am I comforting everybody? Yeah, this is 2018, man. It was something else. Oh, goddamn. All right, where am I here? Thanks, Ethan. I just wanted to reach out and try to be a little more rational in the future. I said, you're fine. Don't beat yourself up. Thanks, man. Slot has quit Twitter. Dan Slot left Twitter. Haha, I saw. He will be back. He can't help himself. He should honestly quit, though. He does himself no good being on social media. I think he's hilarious on Twitter. Yeah, he's an endless source of memes and videos for sure. I will miss him. Ethan, your YouTube banner has pictures of your Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon links, but doesn't actually have any links. See, this is people trying to help me stop being a boomer. Go into your about section of your creator studio and put those links in your banner. Also, you should be able to put them into your upload section, upload preferences, so that you have the same description every time you upload a video. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And here he is just saying, here, let me help you be a YouTuber. I was new to YouTube. I'd only been a YouTuber since, I think, November of 2017. So now, like, I've been a YouTuber for about 4 months at this point. So he's teaching me a thing or two. Let me see. Dude, I respect you, and I'm not here to tell you what to do, but think twice about making another list of gatekeepers. He did it again. He did it again. He said he wasn't going to do it. He had forgot about this. You have to understand. They consider that a badge of honor. They brag about it and simultaneously condemn us for it. He said, damn, what are you doing up at 3 a.m.? Lol, all right, I won't. I'll keep off of it. Was drinking some cocktails in the stream, and it can get me fired up. Just sick of these assholes. So he's drinking and doing the same shit. Like, oh, fuck. Dude, that stream kicked ass. Thanks for watching. I watched the whole thing. You guys make a good team. I don't know who he's teaming up with. Maybe Umbrella Guy. Yeah, it went well. I'd like to have him on again soon. Sad that IDW will probably lose its comics line because they hire people that are gender studies managers, but they're doing it to themselves. Things will change. Dynamite hired all of IDW's good admin talent away. Oh, the James Bond publisher. We've been meaning to check that book out there just to make sure they're writing it properly. I said, their office is in my town. Good company. Dude, I got to stream with you. You're killing me. My wife was dying laughing at your tweets. Which tweets? Bemis related. Max Bemis. You guys remember Max Bemis, who was sitting there telling conservatives to eat his whole asshole? Oh, my God. This is something else. Okay. We can stream for sure. It's hard to find time during the school year. That's why the school year. What does that mean? His kids. That's why I haven't done many. But next week I can do some. I'm in school. Okay. Yeah. Max Bemis, Mr. Eat My Ass. But yeah, we can stream next week sometime. Just let me know what you want to do. And then he says, I have audio of Tim Seeley trashing the fuck out of you. Video will be up tomorrow. I said, what the fuck? Where'd you get it? It was sent to me. Details, please. I'm still listening to it. But if you didn't know, he doesn't like you. I'm always getting these messages from him. It's like, YellowFlash, come on. Number one, who sent it? Number two, where was it recorded and when? Number three, what is he saying? And four, why did someone send it to you? He's just putting you as a Comicsgate leader and agreeing with people who are calling you a Nazi. It doesn't answer my what people? Bunch of nobodies that are CG, are anti-CG at a convention. It's a video with audio. I'll send you the raw audio when I'm done. I have to edit out all the garbage. Please do so. This is important. I will for sure. Then he comes back at me. The guy I thought was Seeley was somebody else who was in there. Thank you so much. So you got me thinking this guy who I'm kind of like friendly with is like talking shit about me behind my back, but it wasn't Tim. So thanks very much for this. That's interesting. I'm trying to figure out who's who. Seeley was the only one who actually said you're not a Nazi, so you can rest easy. That's what I was doing before. So this is why I haven't released a video yet. I'm trying to be a little more careful with this stuff and vet it before public release. I said, I'm talking to Tim now. He didn't say much about you, more so me and Richard. Yeah, that's what he said. So he called YellowFlash a fucking Nazi. Haha, what were you doing to Tim Doyle? Is he still going off? I haven't checked in on him since I trolled him. I just kept calling him a thief and a shitty person for laughing at that woman who got shot. Then I applied the same crap he was doing to you, and he didn't like that. Him and the Sandwich King don't like having things turned around on them. Sandwich King, of course, is Kieran Shiach, who was a guy who actually was a vicious SJW, somebody who was very much into cancel culture. And he famously had to crowdfund a sandwich. Like he GoFundMe'd lunch because he and his wife were like stuck in London and broke or something like that. It was the gayest thing in the world. Him and the Sandwich King. So they were like friends. I think they were both working for Comics Alliance before that website blew up. I said, you're doing God's work. My wife is like, listen, Andrea laughing at this stuff was like a good thing. Like we were going through absolute hell at this time, absolute hell. And like having people who were allies on our side who were kind of clowning on the folks that were trying to completely destroy our lives and make us homeless was really nice. So, you know, it's like, yeah, like we would both sit there at the end of the day and we would just sort of like look at an iPad in bed together and laugh at like what was going on YouTube. Like we have friends, we have some allies here. It's really tough, dark times, man. I know it's hard to imagine now. Comicsgate is kind of loose and kind of fun, but it's like at the time, it was terrifying all the time. It's just terrifying. Thanks. Glad she enjoys it. And he most certainly deserves it. I'm hearing he may be stealing some of his prints. I'm sure Umbrella Guy is digging in on that, trying to work out a podcast thing with him. I said, all right, here we go. Here's how I see YellowFlash. You're our loose cannon, bro. Do your thing. So in other words, like YellowFlash, you're somebody who constantly kind of goes wild and does shit that nobody said you could do or nobody wants you to do. You're a loose cannon. If you're gonna, sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not so good. So, but you know, if you're gonna dig into Tim Doyle and whether or not he was a criminal, yeah, good, do it. So I listened to the podcast again, and if it wasn't for that Mike guy and the one guy who wants to punch everybody, it would have been a good bridge for the two sides to talk together. Tim actually comes off as a sensible guy for the most part. Tim Seeley. Okay, so he's talking about the Tim Seeley thing. 2 days ago, he said Tim Seeley was talking shit. Tim Seeley is a good dude. Who are the other guys? And then here we have listen to YVS 24 Comicscape Part 1 by Yeah, But Still via this. Mike Barton or something. Can't remember it offhand. Yeah, I don't know who any of those are. So not that interesting to me. Yo, Tim Doyle threatened a school teacher or something. Do you have that screenshot? I did, but I had to. So if I find out that there's some drama or something that we can make videos about. Like, yeah, that's what back rooms are really for. Do you have screenshots? Do you have this? Do you have this info? Because I'd like to make a video of it. And YellowFlash always had his ear to the ground about this like dark shit. So you'd go to YellowFlash and you'd ask him. He says, I did, but I had to delete a lot of my shit because Kiwi Farms is watching and they don't like me. Well, let me go look for them on my Discard. That was back when Kiwi Farms was good. Wait, so YellowFlash worked for Comics Alliance? No. No, Kieran Shiach and Tim Doyle did. Not YellowFlash. We don't know anything about YellowFlash. But yeah, like look at this. Like Kiwi Farms hated YellowFlash, and I liked Kiwi Farms back then. I used to go and use them for like a source a lot of times. Because they were on our side. Look how that flipped around. That's funny. Let me see. Pop Culture Rock says he was mining you from the get-go. Blast Radius says Flash acts like a scorned ex-girlfriend. I lost it after he said I dumped him. Lol. Wow, what a baby. Yeah, that's insane. Let's see. Do you have that screenshot? I did, but I had to delete a lot of my shit because Kiwi Farms. I said DNC wants it. So Richard C. Myers was wanted that screenshot. He says, I'll look for it and send the DM to both of you. Let me look in my spots. And here it is. He found it. This is Joe Itcore, says Tim Doyle. This was like, Tim Doyle was up there with Renfamous as like public enemy #1 for, actually he saw Comicsgate as public enemy #1, but he was a real problem for us because he was very good at getting traction and creating tweets that would go viral against us. And so he was a problem, even though he was a nobody in comics. It didn't matter. Like these guys, the SJW Underground, it didn't matter like what you had done. Like it didn't matter if you had created great comics or anything like that. For some reason, it was like an underground cult of personality rather than like accomplishment. So Tim was a real problem. He defeated himself. Like poor Tim, like his wife left him and everything. And he's a fucking mess. One of the most hateful people I've ever met. This is Joe Itcore. He's a school teacher. He's calling his DACA students criminals that should be deported. He's entrusted with their safety and well-being, and yet he teaches at Watchung Hills Regional in New Jersey. Please report him to the school HR. Contact info pictured. So this guy's like MAGA, and Tim Doyle is going to get him fired from his job. So this is like the heart of cancel culture right here. Amazing. President threatens criminals here with this is absolutely the same thing that's going on now, except it was going on then back in 2018, and SJW's had some power back then. Thanks, brother. Hey, in dealing with Doyle, here's a tip. Leave me out of it. He's proud that he may have hurt me. Minimize him as a loser and a pussy and a swindler in his retarded art business. Good job. So I sent those to Rich as well. And yeah, I'm not going to spurg out on Twitter much anymore. He acknowledges that he's a spurg. Was having a tough couple of days with the Doyle stuff went down. As I go on YouTube, the amount of trolling increased by like 100%. And I was only focusing on those comments, not used to so much attention and the hate that comes with it. But I'm good now. Yeah, you good now? I said, you're doing good, dude. Fight with your head, though, not with your anger. Figure out who these people are. I'm working on it. I'm fucking like, why am I fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi to this guy? Like trying to teach him how to like fight on fight on Twitter against SJWs. Oh, it's great. This is fun, man. I love Comicsgate. He said that Loot Crate video was hilarious. Oh, so one of my earliest bits of video was I subscribed to Loot Crate and I would open them with anger, you know, and throw things out or something like that. That's how I got into making my toy videos. I laughed hard quite a bit. That dice roll for how many years you're going to be getting that crate was absolute gold. The fan comment video with Rose Tico toy hugged up on you was also genius. Thanks, brother. What is this here? He's circling something here where Parkland kids are being victim blamed by gun supporters and artists on DC comic books like Ethan Van Sciver pursue racist harassment campaigns on Twitter against black critics. The online world of Ready Player One, blah, blah, blah. So apparently Alex DeCampi wrote an article and then wrote this fucking defamation of me into it. I didn't even know who Alex DeCampi was at the time, but she was always there, like cheerleading this shit. I said, no response. She wants attention. I'm speaking to my lawyer now. Just buried, man, under defamation. She slid your name in there out of nowhere. Real dirty shit. I said, human garbage. I know you'll get a kick out of this. And he found Kiwi Farms had opened up a thread on Kieran Shiach, Sandwich Boy. I seen that earlier. What a piece of shit. I'm so broke. YellowFlash. YellowFlash lets me know. This might be why it was a problem. I didn't understand this. He says, I'm so broke. Can't wait for my first check. I'm going to buy a Switch. So, you're YellowFlash. he's like, wait, you're married, you have kids, you're broke, you're gonna get a check and you're gonna buy a fucking video game console. That is genius thinking right there. Good work. Oh my god. He means a Glock. No, I don't think so. I think he means a Nintendo Switch. Yeah. Enjoy. I don't know what this is. Here's Tim Doyle's business card and a thread on Tim Doyle. So Kiwi Farms at the time was doing like pretty good stuff. Like they were doing lolcow threads on some of our enemies, which I appreciated. The thing about it is that some like enemies become friends and vice versa so often in Comicsgate. I said, look at now, bro, doxed. Thought you would enjoy that. So they doxed Tim Doyle and all his information, his home. I just said, fuck that dude. I said, I agree. Him and Sandwich Boy are trash. They deserve all the blowback they're getting. I love that he's training to punch an NRA member. There were all these pictures of Tim Doyle like punching a bag and everything, like training himself to be able to punch somebody who was like an NRA. Said, dude, please go assault an armed person who's well educated in his self-defense rights. That would have solved a bunch of problems. Tim can train all day, but when push comes to shove, he would run. He's a coward. I guarantee you he isn't training. Here is Tim Doyle here. He's a midget too. The guy's like 5'2". So YellowFlash is showing me pictures of him. Here's another one of him. These were the guys who like, look at this guy. These were our enemies back then. Soy boys. Absolute soy boys. And they were despicable because they were like, the Vespis, like the idea of the way the Vespis speak, the enemies in Cyberfrog, the bad guys in Cyberfrog, all came from these guys where they're super effeminate, but like evil, like in their victimhood and stuff. It's hard to explain, like, but it's a new way to sort of depict evil, the way these SJWs were. I said, dude, did he report you? Of course he did. So it looks like him and that bum that begs for food money should try Tide Pods. The world would be a better place. So YellowFlash got reported on Twitter for look at this. We've temporarily Twitter used to be like, if you say eat Tide Pods, you'd get like banned for a little while. So Tim Doyle kind of got him temporarily banned. This is the dumbest fucking president ever. The Iran deal was working, and he has now just made our children's lives, incredibly dangerous. The sooner he's removed by any means available, the better the world will be. So Tim is sitting there saying he wanted the president assassinated. YellowFlash says, I tweeted this to the Secret Service. Very concerned for the president's safety. Definitely. So here's the first time you can see him sending me a link to his show. So it's like, he's doing a hangout. Google Hangouts is what we used to use back then. And he's telling me to come on his show. He says, I was on the Ralph Retort and talked about your channel. I bet you should get on. I could get you on the Kumite maybe from that door. They were real cool. You're on the Eat the Ralph show? You want me to get on there? Could get on. Here's Bleeding Cool. John is coming on at 9 if you want to come on also. I guess that's John Malin. Here you go. Him sitting there asking me to come on his show. And I did not come on his show. I didn't respond to him. So that's twice in a row. He's asking me to join his show. And I'm just kind of like, Hope you don't mind that I used your soy load thing for a thumb. I just needed to make a video for that day, and I found a good article. Don't worry, I'm not moving on to Star Wars, lol. If it's a big deal, I'll change the thumb. Just let me know. So the other thing about YellowFlash is he's stealing. He's borrowing. It's like, okay, so I've got a funny little gimmick where I'm calling the new Solo movie Soylo, and I had somebody make up the logo so that it looked like the movie logo, and he's borrowing it. I hope you don't mind. No, why should I mind if you're copying me? You're copying Zach. Why wouldn't Copy me too. Here's that dirtbag's Instagram. I don't know who he's talking about. Al Castillo. Kiwi Farms has a new thread on Tess Fowler. Gross. Ew. What are you eating? She looks horrible for her age. Karma is smacking her sideways. Okay. Congrats on the channel also. You're blowing up, man. Looking forward to your future silver play button unboxing video. I never asked for my silver play button. I would never unbox it on video. I'm sure you will hit 100K by at least August. I'm sure all those shitbags who are gunning for you aren't happy. Okay. I hate him so much. I don't know who that is. Me too, bro. Me too. Gamcoms. I don't know who that is. Shembo. Here's Jay Ishiro. What is this? Attention comic fans. I'm currently writing an article on the lack and need for professionalism among comic pros. They're a place where I can find a collection of the most inflammatory tweets made by pros, or if possible, could you post them here? Thanks. This guy, Corey Strode, says, look up Ethan Van Scriber and go from there. He was trying to dox me and stirring crap in 2012. And from what I read, he's just moved on to other targets. Jay Ishiro. Remember Jay Ishiro? Where should I look? Twitter, or do you have any screenshots or back and forth from this? What happened exactly? I will see if I still have his Facebook messages from back then. He started posting constant political stuff and insults on my Facebook page. And when I blocked him, he created new accounts asking, why can't we be pals and the likes? He's kind of well known for doing it now. Thanks. You still have my email, right? So here's another attack. I don't know who that guy is. Easily a journalist. This guy has been hounding me in DMs and other people. Man, he's just hitting me up all the time. Did you know that Richard Pace guy seems buddy-buddy with Tim Doyle and even alluded to you being a bigot? I've come to this timeline all the way back to April for a video and got 6 Tim Doyle endorsements via retweet and 2 where he doesn't name you and can call you a bigot. One was a Tim Doyle retweet. Why are the people in the community cool with this piece of shit? What people? They aren't. Only losers are. And there's Richard Pace. He's mad because... Oh, should I read this? He's mad because his wife wouldn't let him eat her out. True story. She didn't want his mouth on her. So they divorced and he bragged to me about licking hookers. Richard Pace. Richard Pace, suck my dick, dude. And that is a true story. That is fantastic. Hold on a second here. Alluded, Flash, you tard. Alluded. His wife didn't want her. I don't want your mouth on me. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Richard told me that like right before he turned on me. And I was like, why are you telling me that, dude? That's gross. Almost positive he has herpes of the mouth then. Lol. I said, I don't know. Ben said he's dropping him from Ravage over this. Oh, Ben. Remember Ben, who wore a big cowboy hat? Hold on a second here. What was Ben's last name? Ben used to be Comicsgate, but he was kind of like Tizame. And what was Ben's name? He had his own company, Ben Henderson. Yeah, Ben Hennessy, or eventually he got called Henny Cuck. Henderson. Yeah. I missed that guy. This early Comicsgate. I only went back to April on his timeline. I'll bet he's been riding Doyle's ass for a while now. What a scumbag. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Lol. What really blows my mind is that I was told after the fact that he's Canadian. If you're from Canada, why are you tripping all day, every day over American politics? These people, man, I hate them. So now, by the way, it's June 26, 2018. I think, it's funny that like we haven't mentioned Cyberfrog, because I'm pretty sure Cyberfrog was launched at this point. He was doing the Jungle Comics, says Dark on Zero. Yeah, I think I've stumbled over one of his comics just today, in fact, that I had. Here's Kieran Shiach. Establishment politicians harassing conservatives is only going to bolster their base. Me, I'm a single issue voter, and that issue is guillotines. That's what liberals were saying back then. Like bragging over the French Revolution and fantasizing about conservatives getting decapitated. And I got to say, like, it's 2025, and I feel you, dude, but the other way around. Let me see. If you were ever looking to get him violated on Twitter, this is it. I reported it twice. There's a lot of e-begging out the door if he loses that account. And here I go. Dude, come on a live stream with me. So I invite YellowFlash. He says, I would, but I haven't been feeling well this week. I haven't live streamed at all this week. Thanks for asking, though. What's going on? Why are CG Pro creators starting to infight now? Ooh. I don't know, but I'll bet it's your fault. He goes, it always seems to be. I say, I'm going live tonight. You want in? I have to work my side job until 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're on when I get home, I'll jump in. Son of a whore. I mean, okay. Yeah, that should be fine. That won't ruin my plans at all. I usually work Saturday nights. I'm part-time with the count. Whoops. Dude, that's awesome. Are you saying you're pro gatekeeping? What's going on, man? I mean, I get that the SJW should be kept out, but they will fuck up on their own. I'm just going to stay out of this one. I said, of course I'm pro gatekeeping. What do you think? What do you do to vampires? Talk them out of draining your blood? Richard Pace is a good example of a vampire who wants to sit at the Comicsgate table now. Richard Pace is? But he gets called out for being a turd by everyone. He won't have to be any type of, he won't be able to have any Indiegogo that is successful. That kind of sorts themselves out. I kind of get what you're saying, though. Woo! There are a lot of revelations in this. Holy shit. That's not what SJWs do. We're going to have to go over this tomorrow night. You guys think they're normal people competing on a level playing ground? You're wrong and should know better by now. Says, I'm working tomorrow night, but I'll be able to listen. Said, God damn, I work a lot trying to retire young. Well, then why are you so broke that you can't afford a Nintendo? I just want to come and say I'm not in this outrage shit. I don't have a problem with you. Gee, thanks. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think some of this shade being thrown your way for sure is unfair, especially this duty to promote stuff. You're not anyone's damn billboard. I think that's bullshit. Even back then, same fucking complaints. Same shit. Damn. Says, you should be able to promote who you want. It's your channel. YellowFlash, man. More like red and blue Flash. How come nobody remembered that about him? Oh, shit. Woo, 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 woo. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. That's got to be my new, I got to make a new video opener about that. Holy fuck, man. Absence-minded said, I remembered. Yeah, like a lot of YellowFlash info that like we used to know before it mattered, but damn, dude. He got that job through his wife, says Absence-minded. Fuck, dude. Whoop, whoop. All right. I think that's bullshit. You should be able to promote who you want. It's your channel. So I mean, even back then, like one of the things that was becoming clear to everyone was people were giving me a hard time. I'm still trying to get over YellowFlash being a cop. Oh, God. Here we go. I mean, what side am I part of besides being a comic creator who's tired of being harassed and seeing others harassed? As B. Clay Moore, I certainly don't fit into any SJW box. If I find out YellowFlash's personal info, I won't make it public, but I will contact him directly. Simple. Says he blocked me and my DMs are open to anyone. He's been defending his pro-doxing stance for 2 days now. How'd he find you? This is all because I've been making memes on him, which sent his 18-year-old online girlfriend, Hot Pink, into a frenzy. Hot Pink! Remember Hot Pink? Holy shit! Oh, man. White Guy McGee says, man, this is all in 2018. Dude, it just keeps going. I told you guys, like, this was going to be a big history lesson here. I mean, holy fuck. Saw that part of the stream with Tug with the Pace post. Really scummy shit. YellowFlash and that Umbrella Guy. I mean, their involvement in Comicsgate was absolutely insane. Really scummy shit. How did you survive so long in comics? What scummy people? I said, he was always unemployed. Lol.
People like Pace and Moore will ruin this movement if they fire up a campaign and don't deliver. I'm going to put something out next year. I don't want them messing everything up. Look at this, guys. I want to put something out next year. It's now August of 2018. YellowFlash is already working on his comic book. Already working on his comic book there. Amazing. I want to put something out next year. Oh, yeah? Oh, God. Didn't turn out that way. If you want to make a video on Mundane Matt, I'll bet it would be big. Jim's video drops tomorrow, and I guarantee you yours would pop up in his recommended videos while it plays. You have the reach. Axe needs to be dropped on that bitch. I said, I just made a quick one. Yeah, I didn't really care about Mundane Matt. Lol, as long as it has Mundane Matt, Liar, False Flagger in some variation of the title, it should do well. Okay. Jack Irons and Sporkman Studios are shit-talking Comicsgate and DMs. So right now you're starting to see, like, hey, by the way, people are talking shit. Like, these are like Comicsgate or like indie creators. You probably don't know them, but just an FYI. So is that Rags guy still. I said, yeah, they're part of that faction that thinks that they were in line for big indie bucks, but CG cut ahead of them. They're retards. Burning bridges. So back then it was them burning bridges. Like me, like just being like, you know what, guys, beat it. That was, that was those guys burning. Now that's me burning bridges, by the way. Kumite, bro, let's go. I was on the Kumite. What a great show. Honored, but I need some sleep. Yo, Ethan. Oh, shit. I have something you should check out. This guy pitched a cool-looking book that was rejected by Image, yet they approved that dog shit Perez book. He is going to crowdfund. He's Spanish-American and seems down with Comicsgate. Donald knows him also. Donald DeLay. I think he would be a good artist to bring on some of your streams. Yeah, do you? It's Andrew Huerta. YellowFlash brought Andrew Huerta into Comicsgate. Wow, thanks, Flash. I really appreciate that. That is fantastic. Thank you for bringing Andrew Huerta into Comicsgate. I wondered where he came from. This is a guy who did not finish his book. I think he raised about $75,000. Huerta. And then ran away. So that's great. That style is something that would appeal to video game anime people, expanding your market. Here he is on Twitter. I said, cool, bro. Bring him on. Always good for us to be able to counter their bullshit Nazi trash by showing we are the ones with the real mirror outside the hood. So Andrew Huerta is like a brown guy. So we Andrew Huerta's brown, so we should be supporting Andrew Huerta because of the color of his skin. That's great. I never bought into any of that shit. I was always kind of like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to build a diverse crowd here. It's like we're a meritocracy. If we were all white, if Comicsgate was uniformly white, I wouldn't care as long as we were good. That was it. KillStream is talking about the Vox stuff. I'm working, but they invited you. Ian, you're still great. This is Ian Miles Cheong. Go on KillStream and fill them in on the Vox garbage. I'm working. I can't. You're in their Discord. Wrong chat. What is all this? Ethan, privately, I'm going to give you my advice. Oh, thanks, YellowFlash. You have to go on KillStream and debate him now. Me versus Vox Day. You'll have the respect of all the Bloodsports crowd. Kumite, KillStream. If you back down, it'll be similar to what Mundane Matt did. Your fans will stick with you, but that community will probably come down on you. That's a potential market. You're very charismatic and have a sharp wit and tongue. Go make him look like a punk. Look at this shit. Like, YellowFlash is retarded. Like, go on Kumite, KillStream. Go join Tonkasaw and Ethan Ralph to go debate Vox Day. Yeah, that's really important to me that I do that. It's really important that I have the respect of Ethan Ralph and Tonkasaw, dude. It's a potential market, guys. Holy shit. I'm just like, Vox Day ain't shit. Your crowd will flood KillStream's chat. All you have to do is win the crowd. I'll have your back if you go or not. But after all that drama, going back and forth with each other, you got to go and do it. Dude, I'm doing it. I wasn't sure what was going on from the chat, so I was already invited to do this. I wasn't sure what was going on from the chat with everyone spamming not to do it. It's well-intended advice, but YouTube drama is a strong beast and an industry itself. They're giving bad advice, lol. You're the image of a... Oh my God! Oh, I just cringed inside. Your image is one of a high tea badass. That's how everyone sees you. Is that right, Flash? My oh my oh my God, dude. Oh shit. This is when I was making videos that sounded like this. Hey everybody, it's Comic Artist Pro Secrets. High tea badass. That's YellowFlash. Oh my God, dude. That's how everyone sees you. In other words, that's how YellowFlash sees me. Officer YellowFlash. Oh my God, dude. I hope I'm not coming off as disrespectful. I just wanted to give you my advice. Holy shit. I hear you. You're all good. This is my way of saying shut up. Oh no, we're getting into JDA stuff. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know if I could get over that cringe, dude. Oh, that was unreal. Ethan, high tea badass fan Skyver. By the way, that's how everybody sees me. I don't want you guys to make YellowFlash into a liar. So I see you as a high C badass, high C drink box badass. Okay, here we go. It's okay. We're all cringing with you, says Stuck at Home. Yeah, okay. I want to go be a high tea badass on Tonka Saw's stream. Senior Zorro, more like Senior Zero, Jon Del Arroz. Almost every creator knows what I'm saying is true. I've talked with a lot of people. They are afraid of the harassment of this mob. It's very real. It's going to get ugly. Please pray for my family. Nobody but this nut thinks the Ethnostate is true. Lol, you think you will go full radical now? So this is YellowFlash talking about Jon Del Arroz back then. And calling JDA an Ethnostate guy. Who knows? He's a bitch-made faggot, I said. There you go. Added Tug to the chat. So that's my assessment. It was in 2018, my assessment of JDA. Bitch-made faggot. And by the way, I'm a high tea badass, so I'm cool to say that. Just FYI. Added Tug to the chat. Didn't think you would mind. He just had issues with Vox dick riders. I said, yeah. John Del Nazi trying to cozy up to Ren and them. Lol. Imagine getting this gay op shit all day long. And YellowFlash was just one. There were 25 people like him that were like every day getting like gay ops updates from the front. You know what I mean? Like heading to me like, look, this is going on. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing that. Like contradictory shit. This is what being me in Comicsgate was like in 2018 through 2020, where it's just like, hey man, just a word. That guy is crazy and a snake. So just so you know that, Jon Del Arroz. Ha ha ha. Dude, I love the Joe Quesada knows who I am. Do you think they watch my videos now at Marvel? Maybe a few of them. That's awesome. Lol, I am infamous. Here we go. Oh man, Doug Ernst is being such a woman. This is on September 11th, day that will live in infamy. Ethan, never talk about finding info in an open thread like that. Never trust anyone. Jealousy can give people the green eye. And if they wanted to slate you, imagine what the SJWs would do with that. Even if it is easy to find. They spin me cutting comics into killing women. Be careful. Oh yeah, good looking out. I have no idea what he was talking about. You're the high tea badass top man. You're the top man. Oh, you're at the top, man. People are always going to be slithering around you, even people you think you know. Wow, thanks, YellowFlash. This is really good advice. Oh my God. This is good advice. People are always going to be slithering around me, even people that I think I know. Fantastic. Mitch left the chat along with Rags. So Mitch Breitweiser, Rags, I guess. This guy Rags. I don't know if that was his name or the name of his book, but he was one of these guys who insisted on being a part of the scene, even though like nobody knew who he was. Grand. Let me just left the chat along with Rags. Grand. What does that mean? Good. Why did Mitch bounce? He said he needs a break. I said, understandable. It's culture war, bro. We've already won though, at least in comics. It's culture war, bro. Okay, lol. I didn't know people were mad about the Joe Q trans pic. More just bullshit you got to put up with. I didn't make it. I just posted it to fuck with Nassar. Sorry, bro. I'll keep the risque. You're so stupid. I'll keep the risque memes out. Oh my god, dude. Here comes the Nassar war. What do you guys think of this? Are you enjoying this? Give me a 1 if you're enjoying this. Give me a 2 if this is boring the piss out of you. Give me a 1. Give me a 1 if you're loving the revelations of the Comicsgate, the mind of YellowFlash and early Comicsgate. All right, we got a lot of 1s. That's good. Oh my god. Hilarious. Okay. You suspicious about this Ben thing at all? He hasn't provided any evidence of death threats. This will look bad if he is dipping. Whatever, I have no opinion. See, it's just constant gay ops. Constantly, this guy's doing this. What do you think of this? And I don't know. Whatever. I can't even get a hold of him on Facebook now. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. I said, I'm sick of a handful of CGers. Mike Miller can't keep his mouth shut for a split second. So this is early on, like Smiller causing trouble, and I'm starting to get sick of him. He was still in Comicsgate at this time. Just shut the fuck up, Mike. Yeah, he says a lot of crazy stuff sometimes. You try talking to him? This is me talking to Mike. Just be more careful of your words in the future. Remember, you're a reflection of a larger movement of people who also have bills to pay and families to feed. Keep that in mind before you make jokes like the Nigerian prince not knowing his father. You can hurt other CGers. It's a funny joke. He has his pride, doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to be reined in. And the Nigerian prince doesn't know his father. That's actually funny. Sagittarius A says, hey, do you have a pro artist that is not going to charge a huge rate per page? I want to make a book. It's The Flash, but retarded. Yeah, Dillard. He wants Dillard to do it. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, he shoots from the hip a little. I remember when he first came on the scene, man. I had so many people DMing me mad about him, giving me a hard time because I was trying to stay neutral with everyone. It gets stressful. I can't even imagine being in your position with your platform and the stress from that. Thanks for adding to it. I said, we only have a few retards, but they do make trouble. Everyone should stay on message, but people think they're mavericks, meaning you, Flash. Ha ha ha. I've done some retarded stuff also, but I've been trying to mellow out a bit. Oh, God, this is giving me agita even reading this now. Oh, my God. Here we go. I think your platform gives you some significant sway, though. Dropping the right, carefully worded message could get your followers to rope someone in line for you. Oh, that's great, YellowFlash. Here's Kieran Shiach. Hey, we have somewhat of a pressing emergency that could see us with nowhere to live in a month's time. If you have absolutely anything you can donate to help us through it, we'd be eternally in your debt. These guys go homeless. Kieran Shiach and his awful wife. Look at this guy. Fucking Spotty Zero. Help us, please. They were always begging about shit. We're in a bit of a pickle due to a mistake on our part of our letting agency. They haven't been receiving our rent for the past 3 months. Yeah, that's right. I like that excuse. There's been a mistake and our landlord hasn't been receiving our rent for 3 months. That's weird. Imagine that. Well, where'd the money go? I don't know. It just disappeared. So they're about to be homeless. And meanwhile, these guys are trying to make me homeless. And then everybody should donate to them, Retarded. Karma, he says, please let him die in a gutter. Frank, it's a little prayer. He's scum, man. I'll bet all this bullshit and he wants money. The guy e-begs. All this is bullshit. He wants money. The guy e-begs every few months. He already has 500 of the 3,000. So, the thing that was so disheartening about this is that,
people knew he was a scumbag that was sitting there, you know, eternally trying to get people canceled and destroyed. And they still gave him money. Like, it's just like 500. Who gave him $500? Probably like his fellow Comics Alliance folks, you know. Yeah. I know I hate this dude so much. Here's JDA. I started Comicsgate with Megan Fox writer. I do my own thing. Vox happens to support me because he likes my writing, because it's very good. I don't give a crap about your other fake topic. I've made it clear I stand with Israel. And its right to exist. Do you oppose Israel? Wow, dude. Well, this guy says you are, in fact, a bit player in Comicsgate. No group usurped the hashtag. You are now making shit up to cover for the fact that you are Vox Day's lapdog. Vox has made it unclear. Okay, I don't know what the rest of that says. I mean, I don't know what's up with JDA, dude, but man. Yeah. Okay. This guy has to have marbles rolling around in his head or something. Lol. Rolling Stone article is still coming. So Rolling Stone, this was a scary thing. Rolling Stone had a writer writing a hit piece on Comicsgate. And we thought for a while that it was going to fade away. The woman who was going to write it showed up at the event that I had, that I was signing at to interview me. And I basically just said, fuck off, man. I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to do comics. What's the matter with you? But we thought she had disappeared. We fucked with her a little bit. We were sending her to weird places. We asked her to take a picture of herself wearing a MAGA hat. But at this time, he's telling me that like the Rolling Stone article is still coming. It would have been devastating, man, to have Rolling Stone magazine, which was still a magazine at that time, publish an article against us. You don't need to save your streams. In fact, you should always delete them because they're off the cuff. The better idea is to make an archive channel and re-upload them. There, it's a win-win. Just make sure the second channel is not in your name. And in case it gets flagged down, put in your wife's name and use a different email. That's great. I'll just ruin my wife's life. This will always give you a second channel to fall back on for live streams if you get a strike on your main channel. Okay, whatever. Dude, this Solo movie is fucking gay. Trash, bro. What the fuck? I told you. If you're ever going to do a high council talking about Solo again and need a guest, I'd be up for coming on and bagging on it. That movie is worse than Last Jedi, bro. Okay. Me and Umbrella are going to stream snipe them. What's this? That's old HP having on Pace and more for a live stream. She has cancer. Hot pink. You should stream on them and steal all their views. I will let you know if they talk shit. It starts in 30 minutes. I'm not doing that. So how do you like that? Okay. What is this? Disney puts faith in Kathleen Kennedy for another 3 years. This was devastating when this happened. I remember this. Like, oh my God. Oh no. Hey, I want in on this stream for sure, Ethan. Okay, there's the link. Questionable Indiegogos to watch out for. He's like reporting on people. That's weird, man. He's acting like an officer of the law for Comicsgate. You know, giving me the, what would you say? Giving me a little bit of info there. Watch out for Sporkman, Punchline, Jack Irons, and Column. All four are tight with that HP cunt. Yep. What is this? So Ron Howard is saying something. I don't know. Who cares? I just read the study that claims we're all Russian bots, and it's a joke. There was no scientific method used at all. The guy manually shifted. See, Flash, we know that we're not Russian bots, don't we? You and I, because we're us. You sitting here saying I read the study that claims we're Russian bots. There's no scientific. We don't need the scientific method because, like, you know that we're real, right? At least I know I'm real. He's acting like Stasi, says Urashima Taro. That's not interesting. Yeah. What a snitch. Yellow snitch, by the way. Yeah. CG cop. Oh my God. I can't believe it. YellowFlash. One of the Russian trolls says this guy, he was a patron of mine. Well, seriously, dude, he was a black guy from like Iowa. I've talked to him and seen him. He has a YouTube channel. Who cares? This is the stuff that I'd be interested in. Star Wars breaks ground with directing a lineup for The Mandalorian. talk about his pedo comic. I hope you stream after this. Stream, please. I don't know what that's about. What a great night. Sorry I was sleeping. So this is Jason Youngbluth, who was another Comicsgate enemy. This is the guy. Jason Youngbluth was the guy who threatened to dox Nerkish, said he had Nerkish's docs and access to Nerkish's Discord. And YellowFlash is showing me these cartoons. He used to do a cartoon called Clarissa, and Clarissa was a child who was being raped by her father. This is a really disturbing cartoon. Like, they're having Thanksgiving, everyone's happy, and they turn to Clarissa with smiles. He goes, "I'm not going to pretend that daddy didn't fuck me." And it's like really like disgusting, like weird shit. Go through that asshole's disgusting webcomic. It's all about a little girl getting raped by her father. He's a sick fuck. I got to admit, it's, you know, very unpleasant. This is retarded. I'm out. Like, oh, somebody is a rat. Like, what is this? Somebody's a rat. This is retarded. I'm out. This is when I quit Comicsgate for a minute. Yeah. I was just like, I can't take any more of this. Can't trust anyone anymore. It's sad. Let me see. Here's Heather Rantos post. New York City Comic-Con depression is hitting me hard this year. I miss comics. I miss the creators. I miss the community. I miss spending every second of my day creating. Heather, what? I miss doing the one thing that I knew without a doubt that I was meant to be doing, creating stories. And I guess I'm scared that I won't be able to find that again in my life. I'm angry that a certain group of individuals, that's us, made my existence in the community that I love so mentally toxic and unsafe for me that I need to distance myself in order to protect my mental health. Time to break some barriers again. Heather Antos playing the victim. She basically turned the entire internet on her critics. Here we go, Nassar. Nassar is freaking the fuck out about the new chat. I told him I don't know if you made one or not. I said I did, but someone in there hasn't blocked, so he wasn't added. Looks like somebody's Alt Hero Q got taken down. By the way, did you see this? I guess it got pulled fast. Did you think they could start doing that to me? I said, see what? I can't see the pic. And then he reposted it again. It worked that time. I said, oh, yeah, sure. Tim Morris from the Column Comic hit me up. What is the Column Comic? Hit me up about getting on your stream. That POS is attached to the hip with hot pink. So all this stuff, also, that's another Blue Mamba. Blue Mamba was a problem that I forgot about. I said, that motherfucker. Those guys hit me up for help last year and then found out they were talking shit about me from Tug. Very appreciative people. They're trash. Let them get fucked. Blah, blah, blah. Tonka Saw talking about doxing and destroying people. V and Tonka are some shady people, dude. Okay. Stop telling me about all this stuff. Did you make a new room? I wasn't posting in that old one. I would advise you to get more moderators and getting strict on your chat now, because apparently super chats and chat comments can get you banned now. What happened, man? I'm upset about a lot of things, but don't worry. It's just constant fucking bitch, bitch, bitch. I'm upset. Do you know about this guy? This guy's trouble. That guy's trouble. And I'm just sitting here doing my thing. It's like every time I open, like, and it's not just Flash. Like, I lived in this headspace, in this world where, like, people were constantly informing on each other and just giving me this shit constantly. And they'd all kind of chase each other away because of this stuff. And it's like, there's nothing you can really do about it. So YellowFlash, like, in the Comicsgate is now just Ethan's fan club. Why do you think that is? Well, if that's true, the Comicsgate is just my people now. How did that happen? Exactly. You know, you're seeing like just one tiny fraction of how that should happen. These people chased each other away and then blame me for it. But this stuff was constant. Everybody fucking informing on each other. And you're right. It was like a Comicsgate Stasi, like just, everybody just hating each other, being suspicious, working together to fuck this guy over, to fuck that person over. It was crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Margaret Merkel goes, it's called entertainment. This is entertainment. Oh my God, it was fucking crazy. It was crazy. All right. I'm upset about a lot of things, but don't worry. I'm not going to make a video and have a public meltdown like Cummings. That's Captain Cummings. I am just going to leave Comicsgate quietly as I can. Okay. The tug response is the biggest thing I'm upset about. You took several days and had to have War Campaign talk to you about it. But come on, man. You made several videos and streams for Quartering, who has done zero for Comicsgate. Tug puts himself on the line for the movement every day. Then you want to bring Brett Smith back, who openly told Tug that we are pieces of shit, that we don't matter. Yeah, but Brett's really talented. What do you want from me? I'm like interested in having talented people, not crybabies. Then I'm told you made a new DM room with only artists. Yes, yes. I've been trying to do that the whole time. No community voices. So these guys are community voices. Doesn't have to be me, but nobody, man, not even Tug or Weaponized. Feels like we're being pushed out. So I said, let me call you up. Come on, brother. Send me a Google Hangout, but not live. I don't want to make a stream about it. I'm not trying to cause any rifts. Okay. So it looks like we got together. Thanks a lot for reaching out, man. It means a lot. So people always needed their diapers changed, needed to be talked to, needed to be told they mattered. I mean, it's community voices. Community voices. This guy's a community voice. Just fucking, I'm sitting here trying to get Brett R. Smith, to come back to Comicsgate because he's really talented. What? You want Brett back, but not us? Like, what the hell? Did Flash just say community pussies? Yeah. It's just nonsense. Community voices. Thanks for talking it through. For sure, man. Feeling better about things now. It's just emotional. I'm speaking with the mods of my Discord and making sure what happened in Nerkish's doesn't happen in mine. So here we go. So November 4th, 2018. Now, after debating Jason Youngbluth, the guy who made the Clarissa comic, he's sending me threats anonymously that he has Nerkish's, who used to be here all the time, Nerkish's actual factual docs information. And is going to release it because of Nerkish's anti-Semitic Discord. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I would, but I'm trying to get a paper done. I usually catch up on work on Sundays. Will you come on my charity stream when I do it? Monday Matt only raised a lousy $606, but I'd like to show him how much of a loser he is by raising more with a quarter of his subs. Lol. Oh, isn't that interesting? So is that what I did to you, Flash? Did I show you what a loser you are by raising more than you with just a quarter of your subs? It seems like that's what you're saying, man. Oh, fuck. Lol, he even has Sargon on. That's all he's got. I think Comicsgate can do better. I said, definitely. YellowFlash, you're a loser. And I showed you how much of a loser you are. Here's Edwin Boyette. With Late Night Comics. Tell your boy EVS, no more doxing info. Better show up on that site, Kiwi Farms. And if he reads from it again on his channel, and there's a picture of a guy with a gun. So apparently, if Kiwi Farms, this guy was a lunatic. The police and the FBI had to come to me and Billy Tucci over this guy. Because he was sending actual death threats to the two of us. So if I read from Kiwi Farms again, or if any doxing information shows up on Kiwi Farms, this is a death threat. So, fucking crazy. I remember when, what the fuck? This is what I wake up to? Are you all right? I'm chill, bro. This is what happens when you stand up to retards. That LNC, that guy, became unhinged. Same as Del Arroz. So Jon Del Arroz, you are somebody who would issue death threats, according to YellowFlash. You need to make sure your address is not on the internet. Just hide. I don't care if they dox me. What am I going to do? Like, they're going to dox me. My information's on the white pages. Who cares? You can know it. I mean, you know what a surefire way to just like inoculate yourself against getting doxxed? Just be like, my name is Ethan Daniel Van Skyver. This is my birth date. This is where I live. And that's it. Just be upfront about who you are. And anybody who comes looking for trouble, and then they get what they get. But hiding is weird, man. Here's just there if you want it. This is Tim Lim, who already November 5th, 2018 was causing shit, was involved. people say, talking about iconic comics and stuff. Those guys, Tim Lim, Doug Ernst, Pella Creepy, these guys are hip deep in gay ops. I seen it due to influencers, quote unquote. Tim Lim is such a piece of shit. Joining up with Brett Smith's side, fuck him. See, now he has a problem with Brett Smith because Brett Smith was going to be invited back to Comicsgate. He's using Tim Lim's. Oh, God, I hate these people so much. I have like a splitting headache. He's using my issues with Tim Lim to take out his enemy, Brett Smith, on the side. Because Brett Smith, he's jealous of Brett Smith for being invited back. So he's now calling him, joining up with the Brett Smith side. Fuck them. Lol, they won't be successful doing this. Brett Smith has the charisma of a piece of wood. He's just a really talented colorist, man. And Nerkish depends on others for this platform. He literally built his channel through you and Richard. Tim was the only one ever doing his own thing. I said, I'm disgusted by all this, and it's all over the right to be free speech absolutists while allowing their servers to be overtaken with this anti-Semitic bullshit. I can't have this stuff attached to Comicsgate. If they're going to go, better now than later. Kind of thought something was going on with Tim. He hasn't spoken with me since the Vox stuff. What the fuck, man? What a fucking hill to die on. As long as you don't stream at graveyard time tonight, I can jump in probably. Excellent. What's graveyard time? 12 a.m. to, okay, whatever. Worski, blah, blah, blah. All right, YouTube is becoming full on SJW. Send Cecil a link. From now on, I will only refer to Jon Del Arroz as Bipolar John. I said, dude is a fat retard. Sick of him. So I'm sick of Jon Del Arroz too. Bipolar John needs to get back on his fucking meds. Your boy Jeremy is committing career suicide by attacking Jim right now. This is all in the same day. Jeremy Griggs, like, doesn't this guy have streets to patrol? Like, seriously, what is he doing? And I'm saying that, I'm like, lol, what's he doing? Not Jeremy Griggs, Jeremy Hambley attacking Jim Metokur. He attacked Keemstar, Jim, Ethan Ralph, and his fan base a little. This isn't even our crew. Like, you're a fan of these guys. Scene spelled like seen this before. It's the beginning of the end for a YouTuber, as in fan base. I mean, his own fan base. Somebody is on Kiwi Farms and leaking DMs from old chats. Oh, isn't that interesting? Oh, yeah, I saw all that. It's Brett Smith. Makes sense. He comes off as a spiteful bitch. You okay? I'm good. I just want to address everyone's feelings on Comicsgate. Okay, let's have it. I'm going to go through that thread I made and make a video. There are a ton of responses. Nice. Same day. Hey, I'd be careful with Mitch in the chat. Mitch Breitweiser. I'm hearing through the grapevine he's not happy. Yeah? He is, as far as I know, still friends with Brett Shit. As long as nobody talks about anything crazy in the chat, it'll be fine. Some crazy shit is about to drop. Keep your eye on Kiwi Farms. This is still the same day. It's up. Latest post. Did you see it? Fucking Tim Lim. Lol. You see the black glove he put on to write Kiwi? This is the glove. So this is when Tim Lim was exposed. His gay ops, the glove and the fist. Where Tim Lim was like, if anybody has any information that could destroy Ethan Van Sciver, you can send it to me, the glove. Codename the glove. And if you have it, then just say that you're the fist in the glove. And all that stuff got fucking revealed. Like, that's why people called Tim Lim the glove. And that's why in Cyberfrog 2 Wreck Planet, Lily finds the glove on the ground. It's so gay, man. I'm so tired of this. Like, going through this is just like a splitting headache, man. Just a splitting headache. But you can see, I'm trying to demonstrate to you who YellowFlash is. You know, this is who he is. YellowFlash is this person. The fact that YellowFlash is doing this to me now should be of no surprise to me, to you, to anybody. Once you read this and you see that this is who he is. For a guy who talks about drama, Ethan's into drama. This is what he's been doing nonstop for 8 years. Nonstop. Do you want Mitch out of the chat? He doesn't follow me, so I can just block him and unblock him. It will boot him from the chat, my private chat room. Let me know. You can just act like you don't know what happened. I learned from Nassar because he was blocking people out of the last one. I said, I don't think it's Mitch. That's not what the Kiwi leaks say. It's clearly Mitch, Tim, Nerkish, Brett, and JDA all running gay ops. Tim just royally fucked everything up by working with that moron. I spoke with a Kiwi farmer. A Kiwi farmer. More is coming. Damn, dude. I never figured Tim would be such an exceptional person. Exceptional meaning autistic. Guess you know who leaked those Nerkish pics now. I said, can you explain where the Kiwi Farms links implicate Mitch? See, now he's trying to take out Mitch Breitweiser too. And it's like, I don't understand. It's in the first one, I think. I'm just going off of unverified info right now. Give it time. All this gay op stuff leaks out eventually. Holy shit. Oh, you see that now? Nah, Mitch just called me. Mitch called me on the phone, was like, I understand people are trying to destroy me right now. I just want to talk to you and let... Oh, God. Yeah. Let me see here. Now you know why he gets along with July so well. A whole bag of tokens. YellowFlash is a Manchurian candidate, says Pop Culture Rocks. White Guy McGee. Shout out my high tea badass. Show your high tea to all. Better believe it. Timothy Fitzgerald says, think Joe Ball was drawing Yellow Fag's book. That's why that is so late. I hate the way late books doesn't matter when it's their friends. I don't know. Pop Culture Rock says, I need a fucking shirt that says high tea badass. Royston S. Bailey says, our cup runneth over with trash. Hallelujah. Yeah, I know. Bryce Bidwell says, Jeezy, go collab with Dick already. Stop blowing it out of proportion and just keep it casual. He makes stellar radio. So do you. Voltron must happen. When YellowFlash called you high tea, he meant triglycerides, says Royston S. Bailey. That's funny. Kevin Splady says, I have no memory of this hot pink person. She used to make collages, I think. And she was in very, very early days of your boy Zach's streams. She was never really with me. She was in the chat with your boy Zach. And then she just she got some information that when Richard C. Meyer and John Malin got kicked from Kickstarter, Richard C. Meyer wanted to keep it secret. But he told Hot Pink, and Hot Pink spread it to Richard Pace, who spread it all around the internet. And that's how we knew Hot Pink was like a problem. You know, she couldn't be trusted. Trevor Bruce says, imagine getting arrested by a Naruto nerd. Pop Culture Rocks. This is the most entertaining Trashcast I've ever seen. Thank you for accidentally knowing so many scumbags. My pleasure. 7 of 9 is like, this is a great trip down memory lane. It gets better. It gets better. Hey, you have some questions about Mindy Wheeler? Those questions are going to get answered pretty soon here. Let me see. Mitch called me, says, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing and hearing. I'd be careful. People are snakes. I will say this about Mitch Breitweiser. Mitch Breitweiser was going through what I was going through, and he just handled it differently than I did. Like, Mitch was just like, what the fuck? Like, these people are all nuts. And Mitch didn't really know who to trust and all that stuff. But he was getting bombarded with this gay op shit from Tim Lim and from Pellegrino and Doug Ernst, you know, all these guys. And Mitch thought he couldn't trust me either, and I don't blame him for thinking that. But at the time, you know, he was just like, hey man, like I want you to know that whatever's being said about me isn't true or something. So I said, nah, he's fine. I'm going to drop my video tonight, and I'm going to state exactly what I feel about that hypocrite Nerkish in it, who is, quote-unquote, not Comicsgate, but sure did love using you and Richard to grow his platform. Hey, YellowFlash, how do those words sound to you now? I mean, I guess, you know, Comicsgate is my fan club that you use to grow your platform for a little while, right? Like, that's what this is. So go on CG streams every day, and they expect us to clean up his shit Discord. But hey, I'm not Comicsgate though. Okay. By the way, Ethan, please show my book. Here is a meme of Ash and people peeing on it. Ha ha ha, Jews. Don't you support free speech, Ethan? He is a grateful fellow. I said, badass. Let me know your second channel when you set it up. I'll shill it. So people know. It takes forever to get people to move. I said, it's already up. So I have a second channel there. I said, bro, tweeted it out. I'll mention it in my next video. I don't know what that is. Make sure you try to appeal that strike. Hit up Trusted Flagger Ben. Bro, I need you to be on this debate tonight. So I think Tug would be a way better choice, man. I don't have it in me right now. I'm still kind of burned out. Dude, it's Anglantine. I'm like, he's like, I'm kind of burned out. I'm like, dude, it's Anglantine. What do you mean? I actually kind of patched things up with him privately a while ago. Was trying to be on good terms with everyone because of all the drama. Unlike Nerkish's irresponsible ass, I've been trying to be better since people look at me as some kind of figurehead. I'm crying. I'm trying to get everyone to talk about fixing things. I made a big DM group with all the big YouTubers so people talk and get along. So far, it's been working naturally like I wanted. All right, brother. What is this? Jim Tuner. Tell War Campaign to stop attacking people in Comicsgate. Stop doing it in your name. What they're doing is no better than what the SJWs tried to do to you. So this is somebody commenting to me, telling me to stop War Campaign. Captain Cummings says, Ethan can't even tell the truth on his height and weight. And then he pulls up this link. Nobody believes you, midget. According to this site, I'm worth $190 million. Is this an act? Are you trying to be funny? Okay, maybe you need to pull a ruler out and prove your height, mini me. So Captain Cummings was trying to troll me by saying that I'm like 5 foot tall. He says, "Lol, don't do this. Don't do this slap fight. It looks like this." Okay. All right. So let me see. Just get him on a stream and fight it out. No fucking way. Something's wrong. I'm with you, man. Fuck Comicsgate. Let me see. Thank you for printing your video. Video doesn't. Boom. So I got my video put back up. Nice. You must have gotten a non-blue hair to review it. I said Keemstar took care of it for me. That was really cool. Like somebody introduced me to Keemstar, and Keemstar got my video and my strike taken away. So it was nice. Wow, that's awesome. I'm with you, Ethan. Ditching the CG hashtag. I said, right on. I still don't have mine back. It's been over 90 days. They disabled my super chats also. Motherfuckers. I've been dunking on Ren all day. Yo, Ethan, it's looking like I'll have that Comicsgate girl on tonight. Are you planning on streaming? Nah, I'm with family. Let me see. You have a video where you're... Okay, who cares? YouTube will terminate your channel. Okay, it's all not interesting. You'll probably get a push to have Column on. Don't forget who that team is best friends with. Column. Who is Column? I don't know who this is. This is all like a fight between Rick Rotman, Umbrella Guy, Hot Pink, Renfamous, Alien Alliance, who's MK Geiger. That okay. Richard Pace. Column is another Blue Mamba. Who is Column? Gonna stream about Mindy in 30 minutes. You want in? This is Mindy Wheeler. I can't. I'm doing high council tonight, my friend. Damn. Can you send me your DMs with Wheeler? Sure. I'm going to make a nice documentary style video on her. Ready. Please edit out the private messages on the side. Okay. For sure. I just need all the stuff with her begging you for shit. Okay. Mindy Wheeler. The Wheelers. People forget about this. I actually had to say something on a live stream and say, please stop sending me these messages. Please stop sending me this shit. Mindy Wheeler shows up. You can see the private, Jesse Miller. I remember this guy. I love Mallrats, you asshole. Why have you never told me you were in Mallrats? All right, so here's Mindy Wheeler. And this is me just minding my own business. Yo, Ethan, been following your work for some time now. I participated in your live feeds before, although it's been a while. I'm a fellow comic artist, work for Xenoscope, IDW, Rothic, etc. Nothing too special, but I wanted to reach out since this whole Comicsgate thing. I pretty much quit comics last year after my husband and I were brutally attacked online over the past 2 years for selling signed Trump bobbleheads in our comic shop, which spiraled out of control. Few industry professionals found my husband to be abrasive, you don't say, and offensive to the SJWs. And then we became targeted from all sorts of far left extremist groups like Black Lives Matter and transgender rights individuals, finding us and harassing us, leaving false bad reviews on our business pages, and even tracking down our cell phones numbers and leaving threatening voicemails, etc. We circulated Bleeding Cool since Rob Liefeld made a post that my husband was trying to use Jimmy J's name, a showrunner and buddy of his, for exposure. I suppose trying to make his own Comic-Con, which was completely false. I have the proof showing it. And then we had to deal with Rob Liefeld trolls. Anyways, so many creators who thought they were my friends or who I'd done business with turned on us for not being SJWs, and it was ridiculous. I was threatened by publishers that I couldn't support Trump on Facebook and would be blacklisted from the industry. Was even recently told I don't belong making comics because I'm a conservative, and on and on. I basically became unhireable, I guess, for absolutely nothing. I saw your success
Did you see my success at Cyberfrog? And just thought I'd say, damn, good job at what you're doing. It's cool to see that you have so much support, and I appreciate you standing up and fighting the good fight, as many of my followers like to call it. Take it easy. Okay. That's a lot. Also, I'm really not bad at what I do. It pisses me off to no end that a lot of individuals involved in comics actually make really shitty art, and yet I've watched them get jobs over me so many times now. I hope when you get a chance, you could take a look at my profile with some of my work and keep an eye out for me. There may be some stream I have yet for this weird industry. We'll see. There's some work. Yo, Ethan, we've already passed these 2 messages just so you can ignore those. Just a heads up, just to see how you've been so warm and welcome to me and have invited me on your channel. Nassar and I have exchanged some words, a little heated, but kept it very professional and told him things are good between him and I going forward. Don't know how close you are to him and or not, and I hate to even be the one to bring it up because I don't do drama. This is work for me. I don't play high school games or gossip. However, I do peg Nassar to be the type to play those games. So just avoid any miscommunication. I wanted you to hear it from me. If he says anything about me or says I have said things or did things at all, please ignore it or feel free to come to me directly and ask. If you didn't hear it or see it from me, then consider that it doesn't come from me. I keep it 100% real, so there's never any telephone. Only telling you this because I've been through some bad experiences in the past, so it had to be said. Sorry to bother you with this nonsense, but just to be safe, I thought you should know. Take it easy. Here's a karma page for good luck. Hi, Mindy. People need to spend less time fighting on Twitter and more time working and selling comics. That goes for everyone right now. It's unproductive. Take care. I agree. That's what I told Nassar as well. I just wanted to let you know what was going on as a heads up in case something comes up. Thanks for taking your time and take care. Great work, by the way. Oh, thank you. That's the first page to my book. Now, just 47 to go. Hey, I was listening to your advice to Mike S. Miller, and I see what you do with Star Wars. I'm a big Star Trek fan. Would you mind if I followed your example using Star Trek to help grow my channel and talk about Comicsgate? I think the bigger we get, the better. As Comicsgate, the better. You totally should. Sweet. I just did, but then my video got blocked. How do you get around with this stuff? Star Wars stuff. Do you give credit? Actually, I think it meets fair use requirements. Sorry to bother you with this stuff. Hey, Ethan, I think I got booted from the chat or accidentally exited myself. Was that a mistake or what's up? Never mind. I got added back in. Must have been an accident. Sorry to have bothered you. Wait, I didn't get added back in. I've been told to ask you to get added back in, please. I missed all these messages. What the fuck? Lol, it's okay. Somehow I left the group by accident. Was hoping you could just add me back in. There you go. My internet crashed. I'm so sorry, Ethan. Didn't mean to run out. Thanks for much having me and hearing me on the stream. Haha, no problem. Hey, Ethan, I would really like to talk to you sometime one-on-one about business if you have a minute. No rush. Okay, what's up? Sweet. Could we do Google Hangout? No rush. Anytime is fine. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with variant covers. Lol. Maybe later. I'm watching my kids right now. Okay. No problem. And thank you. Smiley face. Actually, it works out better this way. Let me send you what I want to send you and then have you review it. And then let's talk. Give me a day or two. Okay. Okay. Hey, Ethan. So my husband and I have this really great idea. Can we set up some time this weekend to talk about it? Thanks. Hear me out. I know you're busy and you don't have time to listen to everyone's great ideas. However, this is one that I think will solve a lot of issues within Comicsgate and perpetuate the future of our mini industry. My husband and I have developed several mobile apps in the past, and we want to build one for Comicsgate where people can release their comics digitally, sort of like a publishing company, but I wouldn't quite call it that. I hope you will give us a chance to talk about it some more. I'm not doing this for money. My husband and I are owner-operator truck drivers. We are fully financially capable and aren't looking for a cash grab. I'm doing what I'm doing, including releasing Karma, simply because I want to make the world a better place. I hope you'll give us a chance. On that note, I have considered not crowdfunding Karma and instead using it to help launch the app. I could crowdfund and think it might be a good idea for a printed copy, but for a digital copy, I would like to use the app as my platform. I've also been shopping for publishers to publish Karma and have considered submitting to Image. I released that you, Mike S. Miller, and a few others, the people who do really well with crowdfunding, are also the same people who have industry cred, meaning you paid your dues in the mainstream and have built that fan following over a period of years. I'm pointing this out because it's not that I don't think release my work as a creator or booted from the mainstream. I was never given a fair shot at working towards the industry cred that you have and those others. I really want my fair shot. That's why I was thinking of going through Image instead of crowdfunding, so at least I can make my mark, so that, to speak, in the industry. Image may not even be interested in my book because I'm Comicsgate. Who knows? But it's really about making my mark, and I realized that by crowdfunding my book, I'm not sure I can make it big or powerful of a mark as I'd like compared to that of 15 plus years in the industry. I mean, honestly, you think that in 15 years my career could be as credible and successful if I did crowdfunding alone instead of going through a publisher? I might be wrong, but I sort of think that no, I wouldn't have the industry cred, and I want to pay my dues. Talking about all that with my husband turned in the idea for this mobile app. Anyway, thanks for your time. I hope we can touch base soon. I heard all that Tim Lim and Nerkish crap, and I have to say I've been paranoid about the Nerkish-like behavior from people like Nerkish. That's why I created my own Facebook group. Thank you for joining. I didn't want that behavior to reflect on me, and I'm honestly a bit glad that it all blew over because I wasn't too sure if you were like that too. I guess I don't like that behavior. It has bad consequences. Glad to see that you're not, because I don't like that type either. Take care. Hey, Mindy, you guys want to develop a mobile app for digital CG comics? Hello? Yes. Probably easier to talk on my husband's phone if possible. So I had to delete a message here because it had her phone number. Actually, I think it would just be me working on this project. My husband is too busy trucking. That being said, we can just message here about it if you prefer. How can I help, Mindy? I don't know anything about this. I understand. I know it may be asking a lot, but if you could please talk to my husband, I think the two of you will really click and have a lot to talk about. I promise you, concerning this app. I promise we are professional individuals. He sent you a message this morning. We aren't looking for any cash or anything stupid. We just have an idea we want to go over with you and see what you think. Might be something that has a huge amount of opportunity for everyone. My husband is old school and he likes talking on the phone. He says you can call him on Messenger or please talk to my husband. I think the two of you. Oh, wait. Okay. Let me see. I know he said you're busy, but I'm now working the graveyard shift. Shift. Ha. We're on a dedicated route over the next 8 weeks over Kansas City to Missouri to Keesby, New Jersey. If you're more comfortable, we could even plan to meet up in person and talk. Lord Jesus. Yeah. I mean, it's just like fucking hell, man. I'm not reading all that, and I just did. But holy fuck. This is who Mindy Wheeler is. So I basically just said, I told her in person, I said, I'm not interested in doing an app with you. Okay. I'm not. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to promote your app. Like, I'm not a cash machine. Like, I'm not somebody who's just here to like promote everybody's half-baked idea. Hey, everybody, give them money to make an app. I'm not going to do it. And that's why they're mad at me. So that's why the Wheelers have a vendetta against me. You just seen it. Lol, Jesus. Hit up Andrew and tell him to reset his campaign on Sovereign for another 30 days. He's shooting himself in the foot. I'll let him know. Yeah, he will get much more exposure when you kick back into high gear. I can't stream too much until Cyberfrog is done. Look how great I am. I know. That's why I told him to wait another 30 days. Streaming tonight. Can you come on? Maybe. Sure. What's up? Just going to stream and try to get some shekels. No real format. I have some Twitter accounts to burn through. Maybe make fun of SJWs. Make fun of Woodstub Brie Larson. Lol, you making another room now? What was wrong with the last one? Nothing was getting leaked. I said nothing was wrong with it. Did you get kicked out of it? I was planning on jumping in your stream tonight if you sent out a link. Lol, then it said you left. Now I left. Lol, shit, my bad then. I added you back to the other room. I thought you got booted. All right. I think this is enough. Now we're into we've officially gone through the first year of Comicsgate. There it is. There's YellowFlash's DMs 2018. And I'm exhausted from reading that shit. Jesus Christ. But did that inform you of a few things? Was that kind of interesting for Comicsgate now? Did you oh my God, Brie, I see people Larson, hold on. Wow, says 7 of 9. Some of you have been here, like 7 of 9 has been here since the very start. Yeah. So many people have tried to get a piece of EVS, says Comic Books in Cahoots. But I mean, YellowFlash is not that extraordinary, but you see who he is already. Like, you kind of get the image of like who he is. Somebody who's, making enemies, leveraging favors, constantly embroiled in drama, bringing drama to people's attention, trying to figure out where he's best advantaged. Terrible T says, great history review. I remember it all. I can't believe it's been 8+ years. Such great entertainment and comics you provided. I love the YellowFlash karma. Me too. Comic Books in Cahoots says, so many people have tried to get a piece of EVS. And here's Yaku say, holy shit, dude, the fact that you've been dealing with all this behind the scenes and haven't co-banned yourself is effing incredible. All of this happening while I'm struggling to make comic books, promote other people's comic books, and deal with the fact that I become completely shunned and persona non grata, in the comic book business. It has been incredible. But I love Comicsgate. And, like Andrea said, what have we been fighting for? The idea that I'm going to, turn over Comicsgate or give up Comicsgate or anything like that is ridiculous. We fought too hard for this thing. It's too important to too many people. It's too important to us. We went through a lot. Ethan, where's all that begging and crying? Wait, where's all that begging YellowFlash was crying about? Well, I mean, that could be later. So we don't know yet. Okay. So, I mean, a very nice history lesson, EVS, says Gray Fox. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. That could be later. We've only done the first year. That was 2018 to January of 2019. Tomorrow, we can proceed and pick up and do 2019. Now, I could start yelling. I could start crying and begging him for attention. Could happen. I mean, even though I'm a high T badass, could happen in 2020 or 2023, I guess, was when that would have happened. So we'll get there. We'll get to all of this stuff. JD Kirby says, he was licking your balls. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, that's the other thing. YellowFlash talking about how I suck up to him and things like that. You're going to see. I mean, we're going to go through. It's not like, it's not like I was mean to him. It's not like I treated him disrespectfully ever. I just don't do that. I don't treat people with disrespect, especially people who are ostensibly my friends. I just don't treat people that way. So you're going to see that I'm talking to him curtly, briefly, because every single day that, YellowFlash DM'd me, it was always some new drama. Somebody here could actually take out a pad of paper and begin making a list of their own. YellowFlash was famous for wanting to make lists. You guys could make lists. You could go 2018. These were the people in Comicsgate that YellowFlash was targeting. He was obsessed about. He wanted them destroyed. He wanted them gone. He wants them gone. Right on the side of the 2019. We're going to be doing the year 2019. There will be different people. You guys can make a list. Who was it exactly in 2019 that YellowFlash was obsessively messaging me about? And there was more than one person saying, get this person out of here. I don't like this person. Why are you nice to this person? Did you just say hi to this person? I don't like this person. You're going to see as we go year to year, you're going to see that this is a pattern with him. This is how he is. And I imagine that he does it not just with me, but with everybody. He would sort of kind of, this is like the PTP kind of Gabel Taib disease. They're all the same person, where when you see them in your private messages, it's because they have a complaint about another person that they want you to deal with. And that's why PTP was really hard to kind of get along with. That's why Gabel Taib was so frustrating. And yeah, it is why Flash was so frustrating too. Always a complaint about somebody or other. Yeah, a little bit weird. 2019 was a pretty interesting year for Comicsgate, so we're going to go through all that. It's going to be a good history lesson. The other thing is, Katie Dade clipped out the original YellowFlash stream that he did when he was the launch stream, Flashcast, that he was doing opposite of my campaign. And she kind of like just trimmed it down to, I think, a quick 39 minutes. So we could look at that of just YellowFlash obsessing about me, insulting me, people on the panel insulting me. And I think if you watch this, you're going to understand more and more why this kind of a thing, me showing Flash's DMs and really kind of displaying him, putting him on display is necessary, or at least fun. Quick 39 minutes is my dark twisted faggotry. Yeah, but here, like 39 minutes is not so much. So let me see. Okay. All the best, EVS, follower and customer since number one. Thank you very much, Pilgrim Media. I appreciate that. I know that about you. Tom Tuttle says the statute of limitations for police misconduct in Michigan is 3 years. I'm not connecting any dots. Yeah, so we're here's the thing about that. So I kind of this occurred to me when I was thinking about the stream. When I was thinking about the stream and everything that we learned, I remembered YellowFlash threatening John Malin. I'm going to pay you a visit, John Malin. I'm going to come and pay you a visit.
And it occurred to me that one of the things that we learned from these DMs is that YellowFlash, at the time, at least in 2018, and I don't know if this still applies to today, but why wouldn't it, was working part-time for the county police department, his county. He lives in the same state as John Malin. And I don't know what his job was. I don't know what kind of part-time job you could have with the police department. There aren't too many part-time cops, Oh my God, my sinuses. But he does work for the police, which means that he has influence with the police. He has friends there, and so on and so forth, at the very least. And there are some people who theorize that, members of his family are actual police officers or actual law enforcement officers. I don't know. I really don't know. I have yet, even though I have pieces of information, I have yet tried to, I have not yet pulled the veil back on YellowFlash. I could easily find out who this guy is. I could easily strip him of his anonymity, which is something that I've respected for the 8 years, even his friends. Nick Ricada says, you know what his name is, don't you? He said that to me. I was like, no, of course not. I never asked him because he never offered to. He never said, hey, Ethan, my name is so-and-so. He never did that. So even though I'm pretty sure I know what his first name is, I could easily kind of connect a few dots and I could kind of figure out who this guy is and learn a little bit something about him if I wanted to, if I thought it was necessary. This is why I might think it was necessary. You got YellowFlash saying to John Malin, who lives in the same state as YellowFlash, hey, John, I'd love to stop by your house sometime if you'd like. He means show you a good time, John. Now, this is gay. Obviously, when he said this is, I'd like to show you a good time, he didn't mean like suck him off. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's what it sounds like, and that's what everybody's saying. It's like, boy, it really sounds like YellowFlash wants to go over and blow John. But I don't think so. I think he was trying to sound like cool. I think he was trying to sound like a cool guy, threatening John. And John says, well, what's a good time, quote unquote? He says, you know what it means. Expect me soon. John Malin says, you better ask your wife first. Is my mic a little low? Let me fix it here. Sorry about that. So this is strange. When this kind of rhetoric comes from somebody who may be a cop or may be associated with the police department, I mean, I would like some clarity. I'd like to know for sure that YellowFlash doesn't have a badge and a gun. I don't know if he does. It doesn't sound like it. I wouldn't think so. I mean, in 2018, he was talking about, being on speakers. That's correct. That's correct. Let me see. Turn up my volume. Oh, my God, my volume's way down. Yeah. In 2018, he was talking about working part-time for the county police. So I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, if it is true that he's associated or acquainted with the police department in any way, this threat is a lot more serious. It's a lot more serious than just, somebody talking a little bit of shit on the internet. Like, he could be somebody who has the ability to cause real problems for John, and somebody who would be misusing his authority. So that's just something to think about, right? Now, I don't think so. I don't think it's necessary. Like, I looked at that and I said, should I unmask YellowFlash? I mean, there are a lot of people who've wanted to do it. I've always been like, leave him alone. Like, he's anonymous for a reason. But when YellowFlash is threatening my friends who live in the same state as him, and he might be associated with or work for the police department, then it becomes a different story. Then it becomes a matter of, I think I'm obligated. I think I'm actually obligated to do it. I think it's incumbent upon me to figure out who this guy is, this loose cannon who may be on the police force somewhere, who's threatening my friend, who could cause my friend trouble. We don't know what he looks like, except for those stupid photographs. We have an idea of what he looks like, what he's shaped like. But yeah, I mean, that's just something to think about. So I'm not doing anything. I haven't pressed the button yet to kind of figure out and do anything like that. I got to ask a few people. I did ask a few friends of friends, and they're like, I don't think he's a cop. Okay, all right. But, it's something to something to consider. Now, Faggotry says he quit his old job. He started doing YouTube full time. I believe that. I do believe that. Even still, this is somebody who is acquainted with and has friends, perhaps family, on the police force, which makes threats like this things you have to think about it. You have to think about it in a different way. Like, it's not just regular internet bants, right? When somebody, all I'm saying is it's not just regular internet bants when somebody has anonymity and perhaps friends on the police force. So that's right. Miss 999 says your country and your community need you. I know. There's a calling out there. I hear it. It's a clarion call. Ethan, unmask this retard. Unmask this lunatic, this guy, this freak, this fat weeb, dangerous weeb with a gun, maybe with a gun. Protect his community, protect the world. I hear it, okay? But I got to make sure that, this is something that I got to do. Unmasking Flash would be hilarious. And that's Comicsgate Drama saying that. Now, again, I could do it. I know I could do it. All I'm saying is I could do it. Okay? And I hope YellowFlash doesn't make me do it. I hope he doesn't obligate me any further to society, to his community, to this community, to the internet, to strip away that stupid Naruto. What is it? Fucking retarded Japanese shit. And then just expose him and just make it only for people's safety. It's not because I want to cause him any trouble, but it's like if he's making people unsafe with his instability, I got to think about you guys first. So that's the thing. I got to think about everybody before I think about him. And that's just how it is. All right, hold on a second, guys. Let's just forget about Sturgis and let's forget about all of that stuff. And let's just go right into these DMs. Now, Flash has spent a lot of time talking about like how I interact with him. And I just disagree with him. He basically says that, I'm obsequious in terms of like, oh, please let me be on your show and all of this stuff. And I just thought it would be good to really get a good glimpse of who YellowFlash is, who this guy has always been, by looking at his DMs. Now, he says, I don't have proof of what I'm saying about Ethan. Well, I have proof of what I'm saying about him. So this is the Flash Files Part 2, January 2019 to January 2020. Get ready, guys. This is why you're here. This is really important. This is going to be a little bit of a history lesson. Now, some of you were not here for Comicsgate. Comicsgate was absolutely insane in the years 2018 and 2019. 2017 too, but it wasn't really like a thing where we were all kind of watching you boys act back then. We didn't really have our own kind of community build up yet. 2018, I got canceled in February of 2018, fired from DC Comics, or at least my contract was, they told me, we're not going to renew your contract. We're just going to let you kind of go. And everybody else in the comic book industry also said the same thing. I had magazines threatening to write articles about me for being a racist. Rolling Stone magazine was working on a huge article about Comicsgate. The Atlantic, the Daily Beast, of course, all over newspapers. I remember the Miami Herald was absolutely fucking brutal. And all of those articles were meant to reinforce one another. So it's like, this is what the Miami Herald said. We're going to use that as reference for an article over here in the Atlantic, which is going to be used as reference for an article that's going to be in USA Today. And then that's going to be used. Everything. This is the way SJWs work and their connections in the media. They kind of build off of one another and reinforce each other. Like they use each other as reference, right? So you want to know, you want a reference point for where we got this information from? Go check this thing, which took, reference from this thing, which inevitably, came from a group of blue-haired, creepy, impoverished, people who should be on the streets and eventually were on the streets. Anyway, that's what 2018 was like for me. And in the midst of this, I crowdfunded Cyberfrog Blood Honey #1 and made $538,000. And then I, basically became the center with your boy Zach, who was still live streaming at that time, of Comicsgate. Wikipedia has my picture on it and everything. Everybody was kind of focused on me, it seemed. And so people like YellowFlash, who were kind of spurgs from the chat, would start to report to me. They thought that it was a good idea for them to sort of cause trouble with Comicsgaters and report back to me. So every day, YellowFlash, pretty much every day, YellowFlash is sending me these DMs. There was a Comicsgate room, and I left it. So he goes, wait, what happened? What was wrong with the last room? Nothing was getting leaked. I said, nothing was wrong with it. Did you get kicked out of it? I was planning on jumping in your stream tonight. If you sent out the link, lol. Then it said you left. I said, nah, I left. Lol. Shit, my bad then. I just added you back to that other room. So I'm trying to leave, and he puts me right back in that fucking room. Thought you got booted. And then I don't know what this is. This is some fucking link. All right, so here we go. Every single day. And I want those of you who are paying close attention here to start making a list of the people, the individuals in the year 2019 who YellowFlash was trying to destroy, who YellowFlash was talking shit about, and what he's reporting back to me. Somebody pointed this out, which I think is really interesting. It's just kind of like, if people, YellowFlash is the type of guy who will come to you and say, this person is saying this about you. And it's like, well, how did you hear unless you were also participating? See, nobody would come to me and, tell me something about John Malin, right? Yeah, John Malin, blah, 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 blah. Nobody would do that to me because they know I'm not a receptive ear to that. I don't want to hear anything bad about my friends. So don't come to me and talk shit about my friends. But you see, they're coming to YellowFlash and, talking shit about me to him because I guess they thought that he was a receptive ear. So God knows how many other people he was doing this to. All right. So anyway, that wannabe alpha male, he brings up alpha males a lot. Crypto Comics. God, crypto, these names will take you right back. This is like an education. It's like this is a trip through Comicsgate history. Was streaming and demands you denounce war campaign. Lol. He's been trying to blow up for months and thinks his 150 sub channel should be a Comicsgate leader. Lol, lol, lol. What the fuck? He streamed for an hour bitching about war campaign. He thinks you were watching. Lol. He plans on sending you a link. I watched it for the cringe. I wasn't watching. It's all these people who think I'm paying attention back then. Everybody thought like I knew everything and was, paying attention. I had no idea. I said, lol, he is starting Consumer Gate. I didn't think you would be. His channel sucks. Well, thanks for telling me, Flash. Same night. He said he is starting another one up. I'm going to play some Nintendo and listen. Oh, I don't have time for that douche. He's a nobody. The dislikes on his video and the backlash in his chat show he won't last. And then it's 4 in the morning. What the hell is this? It's 4 in the morning. I passed the hell out and I can rewind back to when you were on. Shouldn't have even bothered with those losers. I said, nah, it was fun. So apparently I went over and said hi to him. Hey, what app do you use to make videos on your iPad? I'm picking up an iPad Pro and it looks like it does a good job. I use Videorama, Videoshop, and Splice. All for one video? Or are some just better than others? Each of them does something better than another. Like, I'm a boomer. I don't know. Why are you asking me about how I edit videos? It's like, it's patchwork. Like Videoshop can lay a video clip directly over my still image. I work a video through all these 3 apps. I'll give them a try. I want to up my quality a bit, and you've had some nice looking stuff. I'll help you learn if you want. For sure. I'll hit you up as I learn. I have a couple of videos I want to make. Streaming tomorrow around 7 p.m. with Tug if you want to come on. There's plenty to talk about, lol. Sure. Awesome. Should be fun. What is this? Ha 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 ha. Fuck this guy. I wonder what this is. I wonder if this link is still good. If I click this link, what's it going to do? Video isn't available anymore. Yeah, all this stuff is just like old school. Fuck this guy. So he sends me another link. Oh, it must be, you know who it is? It's Comicbook Hut. Still streaming, jump on. And it says RIP the Hut, 2018, 2019. So Comicbook Hut was already a thing. Now, Comicbook Hut was this very strange guy named Christopher, who had a very New York accent. And he used to do these crazy videos, like these hate videos. Initially, he was on my show. He showed up, he was making Comicsgate videos, and I liked him. I thought he was funny. So I had him on the show twice, but his equipment never worked. Like he just kind of, like his microphone wouldn't work or something like that. And so he eventually would get thrown off the show. And that made him turn anti-Comicsgate, like really harsh. Like he was making 2 or 3 videos a day, hating on me, hating on your boy Zach. And it turned out that there was somebody behind his videos. He had somebody actually writing his videos. I said, too bad. He could have been somebody. I meant that. His channel was entertaining, but he blew it. He attacked me, Tug, Edwin, Mitch and his wife, Mike, Richard, Cecil, and you over 2 videos. Lol, you can't attack every big name in Comicsgate and not expect massive backlash. This is like YellowFlash. Did you forget? YellowFlash, did you forget that? Did you forget that? You used to know that. That's so funny. 6 years ago, you were fully aware that you can't attack every big name in Comicsgate and not expect massive backlash. Unbelievable. Like, people used to know this. You used to understand that. But no, not no more. So, all right. JDA just seeks Comicsgaters out, whispers in their ears, and ruins their careers. And isn't that the truth? He says, when did I say that? This was in the morning. I just said this. Okay. Not sure why. He's really kind of a nobody. He can't even pull 1,000 subs on his YouTube. This is how YellowFlash sees people. He sees people as sub counts. He always has. So he becomes a somebody when he gets 475 subscribers on his YouTube. That's interesting. Remember this guy? Shit. This guy, I am so glad he is gone. This guy scared me. I actually thought this was one of the first people who showed up in Comicsgate who I thought might be dangerous. I thought this guy was actually, perhaps he could have been a dangerous guy. He called himself the Amazing Adam. Yeah, he actually did. He was a psychopath. Like, look at this. Like what the hell? Look at this. I didn't. You took it out of context. I am not going to do anything violent. I have sources and truth that will ruin EVS's career. That's the death of Fat Gay Caesar. I can't wait until Triggercast episode 4 is recorded. EVS will be ruined and roasted. It's information, plus my experience with the faggoty dick-nosed son of a bitch cocksucking motherfucker. I used it as a metaphor, asshat. See how, even back then, all of my fucking Derail Gaming goes, this guy seems all right. All my enemies talk like fucking supervillains. What is Triggercast? Yeah. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with people? Why does it? The death of Fat Gay Caesar. YellowFlash goes, lol, this guy. I said, these retards are spreading rumors that now here it is, a gay prostitute. This is 1950 and I'm a politician. That'll destroy him. All of them need to be destroyed. I said, yeah, I saw this a while ago. Some BS story anyone can make up and post. It's BS. Nobody's buying it. It was some bullshit, on 4chan. I said, yeah, it happened in New Jersey in 2005. Retards, I know that all you know about me is that I'm from New Jersey, but I didn't set foot in the state between 1997 and 2014. I lived in Florida in 2005. And I'm not gay. If I was, I'd be gay. This is true, and people would know it. I generally do what I want to do. There would be no secrecy. If I was gay, I would be gay. That's what I'm trying to explain to YellowFlash. Yeah. So this is where all that stuff started. Who is running around saying this shit now? LNC, Crazy Adam? Lol, that Adam guy is nuts, man. He used to send me like 30 DMs a day when I was new. I said, there's some, what are you doing, dude? You're sending me 30 DMs a day. There's something wrong with him, obviously. His insider is probably late night comics under a fake account. So late night comics would be on Kiwi Farms, and he's one of these guys who actually issued death threats against me and Billy Tucci. Now, nobody cared about the death threats against me, but the FBI came to deal with the death threats that he issued about Billy Tucci. You know, that was interesting. Now, I don't know where he went. He might still be around. Yeah, he was these guys. Basically, what's happening now is like it's starting to get dangerous. It's now January of 2019. It's been a year officially since I was canceled, but I've been seen to make I've seen success. I've been seen to make a lot of money in crowdfunding, and I think the money drove a lot of people absolutely crazy. So people are saying psychotic things like I need to be killed and stuff like this. And it's, I mean, I'm not like worried about it, but I'm just like, what the hell is going on? So I said, maybe it's all 4chan shit meant to make me spurg out and deny it. So even then, this is stuff that I would tell Eric July. Like, there are people on the internet. This is the way the internet works. People on the internet will make up lies about you, and they'll basically try to get you to react, or they'll come visit your warehouse and they'll say, I'm going to come shave your back. And all they really want you to do is just react. Any reaction you have to it at all is going to be used to make fun of you and encourage people to do it even worse. So I'm trying to explain to YellowFlash, it's like, denying accusations spreads accusations. And that's what I learned about being called a Nazi. What I learned from being called a Nazi was when I was like, I'm not a Nazi. People said, you know what? I'm going to write an article about how Ethan's not a Nazi, or maybe he is. And suddenly you kind of Streisand effect the whole thing, and people think that you're a Nazi, that the word gets associated with you. So I would try to tell Eric, like, you just got to just sort of ignore this stuff. If you don't want people to talk about how, shaving your back or whatever it is, just like don't react to it. He says, I'd ignore it. Nobody's going to care except the people around who attack you anyway. That fake post has been around for a while anyway. I thought you'd probably already seen it. All right, very good. Where is that cat cover article you pulled up yesterday? I can only find Bleeding Cools, and I'm not giving them airtime. Never mind, I found it. It's on Newsarama. I always forget about them. Okay, fine. Here we go. So JDA now. JDA is scum, bro, and not loyal. He is trash scum. Is JDA watching right now? JDA, you are scum, bro, and not loyal. And I should know that you're trash and scum. Just FYI. Says, all right, I talked with John, but I will continue to keep an eye on my back. So between this is the same day, he's letting me know that JDA is scum and not loyal, and he is trash scum. And then 8 hours later, he's letting me know that he talked with JDA and now everything's okay, but he's going to keep an eye on his back. I mean, what the hell? I have no reaction to any of this. Are you following all this stuff Worski is dropping on Ian Miles Cheong? It's crazy. No? What's he saying? It's been all over Twitter and on his channel. He has 2 videos up on him. Not a trustworthy guy. So here is, what is this? Can I share this? Let me see. The Indonesians hate the Chinese. They kill us. Hell, because we're better than them. Can't spell African without and then N-word. They call me banana because I'm like yellow on the outside and white on the inside. I want to make a really popular mod and call it White Power UI for WoW or something. What is all this stuff? Why didn't the Holocaust kill your parents? Holocaust isn't important enough to capitalize because Jews equal nothing. So this is an attempt, I guess, to destroy Ian Miles Cheong for some reason that YellowFlash is sending to me. I don't know. I do not know. Ian's passed. Okay. Thanks, man. By the way, Ian Miles Cheong was on a bunch of Comicsgate streams, and I told him a few times, I said, you got to just, stop screaming the F word on my show. My show was so innocent. I just wanted to talk about Star Wars and comics. And then like I had like some of the guys who kind of blew up to become big internet people. Jeremy Hambley, Ian Miles Cheong, they were all on my show in like the early days. And I got to kind of experience what it was like to stream with them. But it was just like, yeah, like I'm like, Ian, could you do me a favor and stop screaming like vile, vulgar words on my show? Nowadays, I'm cool with that. But at the time, I was just like, we got like kids watching and stuff. Anyway, this is YellowFlash trying to get me to, I guess, cancel Ian. So Ian can't be on the show because he's an anti-Semite, I guess. Jim calls him a social vampire. Here's YellowFlash referring to Mr. Metokur as Jim, which is what you would do if you actually knew Metokur personally. He and I would we should just be calling him Metokur instead of Jim. You've never met him, YellowFlash. I don't even know if YellowFlash has ever streamed with Metokur. I have 3 times, and I would still call him Metokur. I would not call him Jim. I don't know him like that. YellowFlash is a fucking poser. Jim calls him a social vampire because he sucks energy out of any movement popping up. And here he is trying to get in Comicsgate. All right, so here we go. Keemstar now. No reaction from me to any of this. I don't know what he's talking about. Breaking, we were sent audio that appears to be Ian admitting to swatting Andy Worski. Drama alert. This is Keemstar. He is still full SJW. Haha, I say. What is this? Look who is still being an ass in your chat. So he sends me a picture of my live stream. And here's Captain Cummings, who is in my chat right now. Can you imagine saying someone is stalking you while watching them on a live stream? Gay. Where is Cyberfrog? Dildo Baggins? That's nice. Who cares? I'm just constantly being bombarded with this negativity. God, like, honestly, I should have gotten therapy over this. Just thinking about like how every day, and YellowFlash was just one of about 25 people who were hitting me every single day with this same fucking shit over and over again. What a hypocrite. Next time that fuckface Scott comes on, let me know. I'll give him a new asshole. You? So I think he's talking about Scott Kurtz there. Ha ha ha. Excellent video on Ren. Hits all the right primers on that cunt. Makes her look like a criminal. She's responsible for this in some degree. The way she rallies those incel boners to do her bidding. Yep, thanks, pal. She's pissed. I saw lol. Fuck her. Send him a link to my show. 3 days later, he sends me a link to his. Lol, there you go. Might fire up a stream. How come? Not tired and this stream is ending. 100K, man, that is cool. All with an iPad and some charisma. Nicely done. So I think I must have just gotten 100,000 subscribers. You'll be there within 2 months. I'm already well past where I thought I would be. YellowFlash, he has 6,000 followers here on Twitter. Oops, and this is me saying, yeah, Renfamous doesn't want more people to refer to her as Lauren Atencio Cooper. Uh-oh, pinned. Okay, that's good. Lol. Blah, blah, blah. Change a new video, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I'm going to stream for like an hour or so. You want to come on and bullshit about some current topics with me? Yeah, maybe. Send me the link. See how I'm begging to be on his show all the time, guys? Constantly begging to be on YellowFlash's show. Going on at 7:30 p.m. Don't know how many will show up. This is a random stream. I think we are both Eastern Standard Time. Yep, okay. There we go. What's going on with Doug? I'm trying to figure it all out right now. This must be about Doug Tennaple. This is when Doug Tennaple kind of backstabbed us, I think. Okay. There's something there. What did John Luke do? I don't know. Doug's gloating and attitude has me like, what the fuck? I hope he was doxing people or something. I didn't get any of that. People are acting stupid, gatekeeping, starting rumors, trying to start a war. I mean, with Jean-Luc, the way he is so mad about him. Do you guys remember who Jean-Luc is? Who's he referring to? Who is Jean-Luc? Worms everywhere, says Curious Comics. DM stream says, well read. Yeah. Legion of Doom is forming. Yeah, it's not Jean-Luc Picard. But it is, there was a guy named Jean-Luc, and I can't remember who he was. I'm looking if anybody here knows who he is. No, not the captain of the Enterprise. Marquis de Swag says, Jesus, how is Flash so obsessed with teen drama? I don't know. Jean-Luc is still around. All right, well, Red would know who he is. He's still around? Leodar says he's the co-host of Warski. Jean-Luc Connery on Twitter. No, he's not Garepi. He's not that guy. I don't remember. I just remember like it was a really confusing thing because I didn't ever really speak to him. But like there was always some energy, some negative energy around him. And Doug Tennaple didn't like him. He says, I mean, with Jean-Luc, the way he's so mad at him. I says, I'm going to ask Doug, but honestly, I don't want to get into it. I just sent him a DM just now and asked him. Taking sides during these things openly is a problem. It breaks up your audience. I agree. All right. Let's move on to a new guy that YellowFlash is trying to kill. Nassar is annoying the shit out of me. His campaign is at 11K with 18 days left, which I'm sure he will leave open for another run. Was about to tell him off in the chat, but I stopped myself. I know, bro, it's tough. He's autistic and he doesn't understand, quote unquote, being annoying, though. So I try to keep that in mind. My daughter's autistic and it's a challenge. Different wavelength. Trying to explain to him why, like, maybe if you find Nassar Rabadi to be extremely annoying, then just stay away from him. Nassar Rabadi was interesting. He had no worries about anybody's feelings, which made him kind of funny. Like he was the guy who would walk up to like the EIC of Marvel Comics at a convention, and he would just kind of ask him the most incredible questions about woke. And nobody else would do that. Everybody else was afraid, but he wasn't afraid. He didn't have human feelings. So he would just fucking say all this kind of crazy stuff. And yeah, he was very odd. But you just had to know that about him. He says, I didn't even know that about Nassar. Kind of explain some things. How do you not know that Nassar's on the spectrum? You watch him for 3 seconds and you know he's on the spectrum. Yeah, definitely. Sums that all up. Lol, why did Doug leave? So now Doug Tennaple has left, I guess, the green room. I talked with him and was fine with him. Doug is having a nervous breakdown. He kind of descended into the depths of weirdo CG spurgery, and now he's involved in a few squabbles. And he told me, I can't keep my mouth shut, and it gets me into trouble. I can't shut up. Did Doug Tennaple say that to me? Doug Tennaple sitting there getting into fights with people and saying, I can't keep my mouth shut and it gets me into trouble. I can't shut up. So disingenuous. My God, Doug was basically trying to find his way out of Comicsgate at that point. That is funny, man. It's good that I wrote some of this stuff down, keeps it on the record. I was like, yeah, he went hard on the offensive during the war campaign. Lol. I said, yeah, he pissed a lot of people off. Calling people SJW and stuff, it made people angry. I said, Doug thinks that he's in a place now where every book he does will garner him 6 figures. 8 months ago, he was unemployable. He just got fired off a job that would pay him 24 grand. I begged him to calm down, rise above it all, and remember who the fans and the customers are. But he's Doug. Doug Tennaple. And the thing about it is that I completely didn't understand what Doug was doing. Doug was lying to me. When Doug told me that he got fired off a job that would pay him 24 grand, that's true. That was true. But that wasn't like he was destitute or in real trouble. He needed Comicsgate to fund Bigfoot Bill so that he could show Earthworm Jim, the guy who owned the Earthworm Jim license, that he was capable of making Earthworm Jim graphic novels. And Doug told me at the time that, he had to do a couple of things. He had to prove that he was able to make the graphic novels, and he had to give up his royalties for Earthworm Jim for video games in exchange for the rights to do Earthworm Jim graphic novels in perpetuity or something like that. So he was just using us, and how would we know something like that? I'm just not used to being lied to. Like, I don't anticipate that people are lying to me and using me all the time. Certainly not then. I just kind of took him at face value. Like, I was seeing articles about Doug Tennaple that were talking about how he was canceled and unemployable because he was misgendering trans people. So I was just like, oh man, I feel you. Yeah, listen, we'll help you here in Comicsgate. We'll make sure that you can still do some comics. Yeah, he was just fucking around with us. He says, lol, yeah, Doug is stubborn. I'm sure he'll come around. I said, I think he will too. He just needs to cool off. I never know what's going on with these comic skaters, and I'm happier that way. I never know what's going on, and I'm happier not knowing. It's been mostly quiet. YellowFlash is here. Like, by the way, I never know what's going on with these comic skaters, and I'm happier that way. And YellowFlash goes, well, don't worry. I'll keep you informed. It's like, shit. You hear me like saying to you, I don't want to know any of this. He says, it's mostly been quiet. The only anti-CG people still yapping are the ones that need it, like Ren. YouTube money is nice, Ethan. Lol. So YellowFlash started making some money by making your boy Zach videos, and he bought himself this motorcycle. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, man. Yeah, buy that motorcycle. It's like a $20,000 motorcycle. Just paid for the entire thing, cash money. Sold my old bike and plopped some bills down. Nice, congrats. I wanted a fat boy since I was a kid. Well, now you are one. Look at this. So he wanted this motorcycle. He sees himself as the Terminator riding down the street. Hitler was someone's sunset. That's a lot more than a Switch. And it only took a year. It only took a year of grifting, Comicsgate shit, like on the internet, to be able to afford a nice motorcycle. So, yeah, that's cool, dude. He says, Terminator's bike, man. How much was it? Oh, no, only 10K. 10K with 2,500 miles on it. $10,000. Would I buy that? 10,000? I'd buy that for 10,000. I don't think I'd ride it. I don't think I'm a motorcycle guy. But he says, mint condition. Beautiful. And then, all right, a couple days later, lol, I heard Ben had a hissy fit about being on streams. Lol, lol, lol. And this would be Ben Henderson, who had a little Comicsgate company called Cautionary Comics or Caution Comics. And Ben was also on the spectrum. We attract a lot of people that are on the fat dudes look dumb on motorcycles. Say that's the thing. Ben was also on the spectrum, and I think that, like, I always experienced Ben as being very erratic with his moods. He would just sort of be super angry some days and angry about, like, just pissed off and screaming at me. And I'd be like, what is the matter? Like, what happened? But I think, honestly, like, looking back, everybody was driving him nuts the way they were trying to drive me nuts. I mean, if you're on the receiving end of this kind of paranoia all the time about who's, like, scheming against you and who's crazy, et cetera, like, it's going to have an effect on some people. And especially people who are maybe, like, not a neurotypical, neuroatypical, what's the word? May experience that in a different way. So I feel bad about Ben Ben Henderson. Feel bad about him. I hope he's doing okay. Where? And why are you laughing, by the way? Like, it's like he's one of us. Like, why is it funny? It's like, are you not concerned? It was in the main DM room. Looks like he was mad because you made changes. You said invite only streams and no larger than 4 people, which I think honestly is a good move. I'd come on more if there were less than 20 people on the stream. It's hard to talk in a 10-person conversation. So he's annoying. I can't have him on anymore, to be honest. He interrupts a lot and hijacks the conversation. I don't blame you. Yeah, well, I think people were driving him nuts. I really want to make a quick book shitting on Renfamous, a dark as fuck comedy. I think it would do well. Anyone that you could recommend for an artist that won't kill? That won't kill? I think you could do okay. That won't kill. I don't know what that means. Salty says, is YellowFlash a sociopath? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, these people are saying sociopath. Neurodivergent, thank you. Less commonly neuroatypical. Neurodivergent was the word I was looking for. Yeah, like no feelings at all. At all, man. He's just enjoying like people suffering here. I said, wasted your time. Do it about Mars Girl. I love her woodchuck face. He says, I was going to do it about all the anti-people, but Ren is the star. So it looks like we're now in April of 2019 and Weeb Wars must be starting up. And I am not participating with Weeb Wars. But YellowFlash is, and maybe that's how he bought his motorcycle, looking back. It sounds like Weeb Wars really took off, and he was doing all the Kick Vic or I Stand With Vic stuff and made a ton of money on that. So I think that must have been where he got his motorcycle. I don't think there was a whole lot of money in Comicsgate stuff. Let me see. Cecil, you, and Nick made that show. Says Ghost5103. Thanks for $10. I appreciate it. And those nice words. YellowFlash, world famous Egyptologist and drunk asshole. It's Salty Travel and Say. Yeah. Miami Herald. Did Dave Barry do you dirty, EVS? Says Hamilton Berger. Man, that article, that was vicious. That was a really, I'll never forget. I never knew about the Miami Herald before, but afterwards, I was like, damn. Dave Barry, did he work there? Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, gifted 1 membership. And Eric S. has joined the channel. Thank you. 200 Watt Studio says, whoa, Ben Henderson, Crypto, Gojirify. This is CG history. Grogu says, can you do a gay Flash voice? Experience matters. Maybe. Cypher's Basement says, tipping you for showing DMs. You're doing good work. Green Skull says, in 2017, we thought Nassar was a tactical mastermind and Cecil was a Fire Island homosexual. Time had shown you that we were all wrong. Yeah. If YellowFlash wanted a fat boy, why didn't he ask EVS out? Says 200 Watt Studios. Cars and Dub says, Pie Man needs a V8 powered Boss Hoss bike. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say no, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what I want. I like, honestly, you know, when it comes to like wheels, I really like SUVs. I want big SUVs, you know, big expensive ones that are real big. I just think they're cool and fun to drive in. All right, let me get back to this here. How you guys doing? Are you guys okay? We're in April of 2019. Cypher's Basement says, Yellow Gash is brain rotted by Schadenfreude. Sad. Here's Liam. He says, I'm batting 100. Liam, you're batting 1,000, you mean? 100 out of 100. We're going to get to you because at some point, I don't know if it was in 2019, but 2019, 2020, I hated your guts. I really hated you. Glad we're better now, but I think you're in these DMs. So get ready. Should be enjoyable for you. I was going to do it on all the anti-people, but Ren is the star. Me and Tug are going to roast Renfamous hard and just delete the stream. This is going down tonight. You want in? Nah, I can't. Sorry, drawing too much. By the way, like when you hear like me and Tug are going to roast Renfamous, it's not as though these are two incredibly funny genius comics, like comedians that are going to do this. This isn't Kurt Metzger who's going to roast Renfamous. I mean, your boy Zach was way smarter than these two. I hate to say it, Umbrella Guy, but sorry. Way smarter than those two guys. And he couldn't really do a good roast that was funny. His dark roast was like, it was like cringe. Do you want to join these two guys for a cringe-worthy attempted roast of Renfamous, who is actually funny and bright? Like when I went up against Renfamous on the few times that I went toe-to-toe with Renfamous, I was at my best because I knew that Renfamous was no clown. She was really smart, very witty, and was very good at making people look stupid. So it's like, you know, when I went up against her, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking, if I'm doing this, I'm getting in real quick and I'm fucking smacking her around and then I'm getting the fuck back out, because it's like the longer you fight with these fire bell people, the more trouble you're going to get into. They're really bad. So YellowFlash and Tug going up against Renfamous, not a lot of faith. Like I would have been like, boy, if you guys were funny, that would be great. I'd love to join you, but neither of you are funny. So no, I can't do it. You must be retarded then, says Dark Twisted Faggotry. Yeah. No, I think she would make you look stupid too, Faggotry. Sorry about that. You know, you're not that. She was dumb as fuck, says Barb Rogers. No, she wasn't, you guys. No, she wasn't. Here's the thing. You have to be able to, as Eric July would say, peep game. Game knows game. There are some people who are really fucking clever, and you have to acknowledge that, even when they're your ideological opponents. You have to be aware of that. I know that we don't like what she was saying, but she was really good at doing cutting little fucking, here's a 2-sentence tweet that is going to cut someone to the quick and make them look stupid and then get engagement of like 3,500 likes. That's who Renfamous was. And so if you're somebody who can routinely get 3,500 likes with like these quippy, witty little one-liners, you're smart. That's somebody who you can't just sort of, you know, fuck around with or take for granted or underestimate. That's who she was, guys. So Monkey Jeeba says, I'm undefeated, EVS. Don't underestimate your enemy. 100%. That's the advice that I would give to people. Never underestimate them. All right, so YellowFlash says, damn. Next day, I like that you are going to keep your live stream smaller, man. Like I said before, man, I would be up for coming on a 4-person stream. The problem with those huge panels is you get a lot of Ben Hendersons that jump on and hijack the conversation and interrupt people. Okay. I'm doing one-on-ones by invite only. Like, I'd have you on, maybe you and Tug today, to promote his campaign, but only big names too. I'm going to go see Shazam in the afternoon, but I could come on tonight. I want to see his book beat that garbage book Ren is working on. Then there you go. Send me the link. There you go. 12 hours later. Somebody booted me from the chat. Andrew brought me back in. It wasn't Nassar. It was either Bryce. Who's Bryce? Or Lee. Oh, Antonio Bryce. Or Lee. Who's Lee? I'm not following either of them, and they aren't following me. They blocked and unblocked me. That's your chat room. These people take you for granted. So basically, YellowFlash is pissing everybody off. Is it Kyung? Oh, Kyung Lee, of course. Yeah. Why don't you just call him Kyung? Lee is like not the right. Oh my God. Back on. Okay. Matthew Marcello says, never underestimate your enemy, Ethan Van Scott, Frogfather, New Jersey family. Never let your enemies know what you're thinking. Vito Corleone, Godfather, New York family. Yeah. Do not underestimate your enemy. I think that's good advice. Margaret Merkel says, Dave Barry was no B. Allen Orange. I miss B. Allen Orange. That guy was great. B. Orange. Okay. Yeah, that was fun. Those were fun times. Oh, wow. Cool. Thanks, guys. I'm seeing some people are backing the campaigns. Thank you for that. Appreciate you very much. All right, back to the show. All right, so did you know Renfamous comes from oil? Her dad is the fucking CEO of an oil company. Oh, that makes sense. When her and her husband got married, they rented out a museum. I've had all of this dumped on me the other day and delivered it to someone who will get it to the farms. He's obsessed with Kiwi farms. These guys think like these fucking melt brains. They really think Kiwi farms is like, that's where everything kind of happens right there. But Renfamous coming from oil, yeah, of course. Like most of the biggest nuisances that I've encountered in Comicsgate while I'm in Comicsgate, like people who have given me the most trouble, are people who are funded by their parents They're middle-aged trust fund kids. JDA is one of those. JDA is a middle-aged trust fund kid. And these people have, like, they're the closest thing to sociopaths that I've encountered. They just have endless energy to fuck with you, to cause trouble. And, man, it just, I think most of my biggest enemies have been trust fund kids that are middle-aged now. Crazy. Yeah. All right, let me see here. Sounds like, all right. When her and her husband got married, they rented out a museum. I've had all this dumped on me, blah, blah, blah. So it sounds like Lauren is lawsuit bait. I'm not saying I'm not sure what she is anymore. Crazy for sure, but her motives are strange. Oh, and then, okay. Yeah. Panic. Indiegogo has a bootleg cyber fraud campaign. Not even a good one. The video is all in Arabic. So you should be able to listen to it and understand it because your wife is Arabic. More bullshit. All right, are we going to monetize Ren 3 tonight? I'd like to keep my streams at 3 people, so it would be you, me, and Tug. You want in 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This guy just wants to monetize Renfamous. Here's some Kiwi Farms thread here. Some Thomas Whalen or whatever was trying to run gay ops on you with the KillStream. I quietly took care of it. Gee, thanks. They were taking that clip out of context where you talked about the Nerkish Discord and renamed it EVS denounces Ethan Ralph. I hit up Ralph and explained what was going on. What the fuck? Thanks, bro. How do you know all this stuff? Like you look at YellowFlash. Like, how are you aware? How are you fully aware of what's going on, like, all over the internet with regards to Comicsgate at all times? I got tipped off to it this morning and hit Ralph up quickly. Should be taken care of. It's all these Nerkish fanboys. He has a cult following. Yeah, and that turned out to be true. Like when Nerkish left, and Nerkish was like, when Nerkish left, like, he took all these crazy people with him who were just like super protective of him and hated my guts. And I think misunderstood what I asked of Nerkish. Kathleen Kennedy tried to disavow the Forces female t-shirts and blame them on Nike at Star Wars CC. She is 100% lying about not knowing they're controversial. Okay. Things are in motion. What's in motion? Lauren's oil daddy is about to find out all the nasty shit she's been doing on here. Fucking with Tug's kids was the wrong move. Pissed off some lawyers. Okay, nice. Lol. These people. I think it would be better long-term. Oh, it is Weeb Wars. Listen to this. I think it would be a better long-term strategy to ditch the Comicsgate name for Weeb Wars. Weeb Wars ditches the baggage of the Gate stuff and opens the market up for everyone in the SJW fight. This is a brilliant way for you to merge Comicsgate with the Star Wars Gate stuff and lets you preach to a combined audience. One big hashtag that has weight in all fandoms, not just one. I've been trying to make a push for it, but I can't do it alone. Just some food for thought. Just start calling this Weeb Wars. We're not weebs, you retard. Like, no, absolutely not. Weeb Wars. All these fake, like, Iron Age, all these fake names. Like, see, the thing about Comicsgate is it doesn't matter what I call it. Like, people said you should change the name. It doesn't matter. It's still Comicsgate. I didn't name it that. Somebody else named it. Like, it just is. Like, it's a thing. Everything is artificial. Everything is just about kind of everything's just stupid. Flash is an absolute dumbass. What a bundle of sticks. Vaughn says weeb demand to be taken seriously. Yeah, apparently they do. It's like even the word weeb is gay. Like, I don't like it. Gomez Lee says, dude is looking for daddy's approval all the time. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed he is. Folks, I want to ask you if you will consider tonight. I'm going to take a quick intermission here and do a little bit of back to YellowFlash. Thank you very much for that. So this is weird. Here is YellowFlash telling me that I should quit calling it Comicsgate. These guys are really into branding and my brand. Like, I didn't even realize that these guys were so concerned with branding everything. But see, the thing about Comicsgate is that it's genuine. It's grassroots. It happened on its own. Nobody sat down and went, Weeb Wars. Let's have something called Weeb Wars. It sounds good, right? Nobody said, I think what we're in is the Iron Age. Let's call right now the present the Iron Age as we write these fake novels. Nobody did that. Comicsgate just happened organically. It had real consequences for people who love comic books, people who work in comics. And so, throughout the years, I've had a lot of people tell me to just abandon the name and so on and so forth. And the answer is no. At some point, I realized that I need to protect the name, which is what I did legally. We spent a lot of money doing that. Still spending money doing that. Protecting the name Comicsgate from people who want to take it and just associate it with things that would, I think, make people who are part of Comicsgate ashamed. And so that's been a legal battle that I fought, and very costly, cost a lot of money, but we did it because it's just important to me. So the idea that I would suddenly call this thing Weeb Wars, when especially since I think that, like, and I've said this before, like, I really don't like that culture. Like, it's not, like, I got into comics via Spider-Man and the X-Men, Fantastic Four, not via Naruto or Dragon Ball or Pokemon. Like, none of that stuff looked cool to me. It looked gay. It looked like it was for kids. So I never understood YellowFlash, but this is who he is. And then I just ignore him. All right. Don't let that dude bother you, man. He's a fucking loser. Dude is a pile of shit, and he's a broke bum. Which dude? That Ryan guy, the dude that begged on the GoFundMe like a dog. Oh, yeah, fuck that mentally ill retard. He's the soy version of Ren. Who is this? Who are we talking about here? Ryan who? That Ryan guy. Does anybody know? Apparently I had like he was bothering me. Ryan Palmer? Who's Ryan Palmer? No. Not Word Nerd, not him. He sounds like an SJW. He's the soy version of Ren. Renfamous. He calls him Ren all the time. Yeah, I don't have a memory of this. Can't tell you who this refers to, but hopefully we'll find out. You want a guaranteed high view video? I don't care. Cover that targeted harassment call from my docs post by Mars Girl. A good search result title would be Mars Girl wants to attack YellowFlash for standing with Vic Mignogna. I'm really going to do that, Flash. I'm really going to sit there and make a video called Mars Girl wants to attack YellowFlash for standing with Vic Mignogna. That gives you several key names. Mars Girl, YellowFlash, Vic Mignogna, all in a search result. Good money for you and more exposure for me. Talk about me, bro. Yeah, did I make that video? No, I did not make that video. What is this here? Jesus Christ. What is this? Here are points to hit. Oh, he's giving me information. Here are points to hit. She has been attacking Vic's mom and talks about the kind of TVs she paid for. The only time she was ever around Vic was on some elevator with him where she felt, quote unquote, uncomfortable because he was with a girlfriend making out with her. She has begged for oil change money and cat food on streams. And she started the Kick Vic hashtag. All right, bro, 30-minute video uploading now. Vic Mignogna is a hot topic and you have the reach. Nah, I just did it because you're my pal. I do not remember making that video, but now I'm going to go find it and watch it. I appreciate it. She's crazy. I've never seen anyone pull crap like this. It's up. Enjoy. Tweeted it out and shared it in my community tab. Boom. Thanks. This is Mars Girl here. Hold on a second. I want to open this in a new tab. This is fantastic. It's a great photograph of Mars Girl. Let's see here. All right, so I can share it this way. I like this because she's clearly, first of all, like there's something seriously wrong with her. But this video is great because she's stretching out her big, long, meaty arms that are way too long. That's why they call her Arms Girl. And she's kind of like, look at me, everybody. And you can see behind her, some other girl is ducking. She's ducking out of the way of her arms. Look at that. She swung her arms around. She's trying to get attention. She thinks she's cute. She almost hit this hot girl behind her. There's like looks like a petite, pretty girl who almost got smacked in the face with her big, gigantic bingo wings. So such a great photograph, man. Hold on a second. Let me zoom in on this. Look at her fucking face. Oh, God. So this is like this would have been like the Renfamous version of Weeb Wars, like, or the Renfamous for Weeb Wars. Everybody was trying to destroy Mars Girl, and nobody could, man. For some reason, like, she did really well. She held her own against those guys. She is a tumor, says Barb Rogers. Oh, I really like, yeah, like she, yeah. Like, I'd see her tweets and I'd be like, boy, I really don't like her. She's a lot like, these other individuals. But they didn't do a good job. I mean, I got to say, like, Weeb Wars just didn't really do a good job of dealing with these guys. I never really belonged to Weeb Wars. I kind of watched it. It wasn't, look at her big belly. I just watched it. This photo is hilarious. Look at the woman all the way to the right trying to duck under Mars Girl's enormous flailing orangutan arms. No self-awareness, just a stupid piece of shit. Suddenly this. All of SJW Spider-Man's tweets are gone. Are you seeing that? SJW Spider-Man was an account on Twitter who... let me see. Like, how can I? Who do I compare? SJW Spider-Man was kind of like Hail the Lore or Student of God. In fact, exactly like Student of God. Always posting some like anti-Comicsgate hatred for people, and he had like a pretty good. He or she had a pretty good following. And he was just. There's always somebody like this. Right now, it's Hail the Lore and Student of God. Are you seeing that? Yep. Seems I come out of Avengers and Thanos brought him back. I'm going to cover the people attacking Doug's new Earthworm Jim game as well. All right, so this is interesting. What is this about here? Oh, look at this. One of the funny things YellowFlash did, like YellowFlash was constantly getting into trying to figure out how to destroy his internet enemies. So what he did was he would put trans and he'd put his pronouns in his bio. He'd put she, her, or something like that in his bio. And then when Renfamous, then he'd kind of trick Renfamous into calling him a man or a boy or a guy or something like that. And then he would report Renfamous for misgendering him. And it worked every single time. It worked for like 3 weeks where, he would put he'd put his fake pronouns in his bio, and then he would report all these SJWs for misgendering them. And they would get kicked off of Twitter, just temporarily, just suspended. But he said, got Renfamous, lol. I put they, them in my bio and nailed her ass every time she called me a he, him, lol. Accounts as it was just a constant stupid war. So juvenile, says Dennis Wright. It really was juvenile, but it was also really funny because, Renfamous was like, shit. Oh, my God. It was great. Ha, 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 ha. I got Spider Bitch, lol. So they got SJW Spider-Man the same way. Account suspended. Go after them. Get them to misgender you. Here it is. Thank you for your recent report. We have reviewed your report and suspended the account for hateful conduct. Outstanding. Lol. Now, this is something that they used to say all the time. Like SJWs, when they would get one of us deplatformed, they would say, see, the platforming works. Like, and it was always like, kind of like, fuck you. Like, hey, if we want to silence these Nazis, deplatforming works. We should deplatform them. So I'm repeating that back. Deplatforming works. Lol, he's got to be furious. Here's the beginning of YellowFlash's video style. They want him dead. That's me right there. That's my logo. Lol, I'm about to record. They want him dead. They want me dead? About to record it in 5. I've been feeling real lazy this month. Nice, me too, but that's because I'm moving. Oh, it's May 9th. This is when I bought my new house. Your house looks great, by the way. Oh, here it is. When we first moved in. Beautiful. So that's the house that Justice League bought us. And YouTube pays for. I mean, I didn't buy a motorcycle. I bought this house. So it's beautiful. And, I'm grateful for that because it's the nicest place I've ever lived. It's fantastic. And I raised Ava here. Kicked Hunter out. So I guess I kind of, let me see. And here's our backyard. One thing Andrea said, like when we were moving, she was like, I want to get a pool. We got to get a house and put a pool in. So we got this nice party backyard, which is kind of fun. We'd have people over, smoke cigars, drink and everything. And it's just great. Pool's open right now. So don't come over, especially if you mean his arm. But yeah, really, really good. And so we were excited at the time, just moving into our new place. Don't share these, obviously, I said. At the time, I was really worried about basically everything leaked on Kiwi Farms. Like, we got Ethan's address and blah, blah, blah. So now I don't care. Oh, that's beautiful, man. That's the same setup we hope to move into eventually. I said, Tug's going to get there. Do a comic. He says, I'm gonna. Trying to get Andrew Huerta to draw it. Now, that would have been funny. So here it is, May 9th, 2019, and YellowFlash is still trying to get his comic book done. Yeah. You want to come on stream with me and other anime person tonight at 11? We're going to judge memes and talk about Vic stuff. I said, I got to write tonight. That was for Friday, lol, but eventually you got to come on. Oh, I respond to him 3 days later. And when are you launching Rainbow Brute? Do you have a window? See, oh, here we go. Here's the beginning of it. Cyberfrog is just like we're getting ready to launch Cyberfrog 2, or we already have launched Cyberfrog 2. And basically everybody is pressuring me to launch Rainbow the Brute. People want to see the results of Rainbow the Brute. They just want to see how much it's going to raise. And I'm sitting there thinking I could probably just bang out Rainbow the Brute, do that like directly after Rec Planet. Rec Planet's only going to be 48 pages. It's going to be a quick project, in and out. So people started this drumbeat of Rainbow the Brute. Why you keep begging, eh? Says Tenerife. I'm not begging. I mean, people give me money. I don't have to beg. Me begging to be on. I thought you meant about Rainbow the Brute. YellowFlash keeps begging you to stream with him. Yeah, I'm not begging to ever stream with him. Ever. Spoiler alert, in 2023 and 2022, when he had a big show, I thought I was doing him a favor by streaming with him, not vice versa, but I kind of was nice to him about it. Anyway, when you launch a Rainbow the Brute, you need to purge a lot of content that you think is questionable tonight. They're hitting tons of channels. Don't blow this off. SJW Fuckbag is already targeting you and me. Given that you just hit 100K, you're already being re-reviewed. I was like, dude, and then here you go. I just ignored him. The idea that there was content on my channel that would get me in trouble, especially back then, was stupid. There's no content on my channel that would get me in trouble, but there was content on Flash's channel, I guess, that would. So I'm going to stream with Doug tonight for like an hour. You want to come on with us? Doug Tennaple? Yeah. Nah, not tonight, thanks. All right, I got to get you on sometime. Here he is. Endlessly asking me to stream with him. Yeah, it wasn't 48 pages. Scope Creep, Grape DVS. Yeah, it ended up being much bigger than that. Much bigger than that. But here I am, being asked to stream with YellowFlash. Sorry about that, but I'm pissed. Oh, here we go. It's June, and now we're still mad at Nassar. Sorry about that, but I'm pissed at shitbag Nassar. You watched that video, right? He talked about Tug in some nasty ways. Then he responded with a screenshot from 1108 when I was mad about you over the Tug thing. I'm sure he is going to send that to you. So apparently, Nassar had a screenshot of YellowFlash talking shit about me. So he wanted to give me the heads up. Get ready. You're going to see me talking shit about you. But it's Nassar's fault because he is a snake. That was why you pulled me into a private Google Hangout and talked to me and Tug. Nassar is a scumbag.
I said, yep, Nassar snuck into the chat tonight. I didn't ask him to be there, and his being there felt like trolling. But I had 4 new guys with great campaigns that I wanted to push. And so the tension and the drama got us off on the wrong foot. I know you understand that, and thanks for apologizing. We're cool. Wow, that's weird. So I'm sitting there like my mission here is to promote these campaigns, to promote these guys. And Nassar comes in and he's just there to troll us. Says, I've been heated with him. He turned out to be a real two-face. If you have a chat with him in it, just remake one. He should really beg for forgiveness and learn a lesson for the shit he pulled. He said some really nasty shit in that video. Said, I know, Nassar is constantly crying about drama while stoking more drama, and his betrayal of his customers and supporters and friends is fucking weird. But as for me, fuck all that. I'm with Tug. No drama, just money, and I'm going to build a new group of creators with good projects and get Comicsgate Live moving again. All the books tonight were good. I'm impressed. Look how optimistic I am. I love Comicsgate. I'm so excited about other people making books. I don't want drama. I want creators. I want good new creators to come in with good comic books that make me happy to promote them, that I can get them funded. And I got YellowFlash in here talking about how much he hates everybody all the time. And there are people trying to backstab me and so on and so. He's not the only one. Everybody's doing that. But it's just like, man, like back then I was just like so excited about Comicsgate, so excited about doing this the right way. My thing is that I expected loyalty and friendship from people like Nassar, who I was helping. I'm not expecting shit anymore. Let's just roll out some good Indiegogo projects and give me an excuse to promote my own books nightly again, too. He says, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I got you for sure when Rainbow Brute drops also. Really? I wonder if he actually backed Rainbow the Brute. Thanks, brother. I'm going to block Nassar and kick him out of the private chats. He wanted to strike out on his own, so he should be okay with it. I said I blocked him and unblocked him, which removed him from all the chat groups. That should keep it drama-free. That comment he said about Tug's wife having a miscarriage is what made me mad. That was fucked up, man. I said, I didn't hear that shit. I only listened to the first half. What the fuck is wrong with that kid? His ego and entitlement, says Flash. That's what it is. It's always ego and entitlement. Let me see here. Pre-jaded EVS. It's because of this. I mean, it's just 2019, you know. That's my problem too. Ego and entitlement. Okay, here comes Amazing Adam. Let's see what Amazing Adam's up to here. Amazing Adam, lol. And he's got the village people behind him. Lol. Dude, hilarious. Cal can't be getting... Oh, look at this. Cal Jameson, who did Shinobi Sasquatch. He wrote it. And basically what happened was his artist, Rob Willis, he had Rob Willis as the artist. And they didn't raise enough money really for both of them to be really happy about... You know, Rob Willis started doing commissions and stuff and basically fell off finishing the book Shinobi Sasquatch. And so Cal Jameson's career was like destroyed by that. Remember that? There was nothing he could do because he'd be like, well, I did my part. It's like, well, where's the book? Well, my artist kind of flaked. So, yeah, it was sad. Cal can't be getting so soft if he's rolling with CG. I wonder if he would be so quick to defend Nassar if he knew about the miscarriage stuff. That's spreading. I'd love to get you and Nassar on together. He says, let Nassar burn into obscurity. He's sending me DMs nonstop. Oh my God, we gotta look at Nassar's DMs one day. Wouldn't it be cool to get Nassar's like DMs simultaneously with Flash's and see what Nassar is saying about Flash while Flash is saying this about Nassar? Just get like the timelines all like squared up here. That would be outstanding. Let me see here. Oh, she's a natural redhead, says June Wong. YellowFlash is a yapper. He says more here than on stream, says White Guy McGee. You got to play the new Yanafui song, says Yakusei. Shinobi Snowman says, Weebors. YellowFlash, very original, is great with names. I'm sure Mighty Golden Shower will be great. Barb Rogers says, Mighty Golden Power Failure. Pop Culture Rock says, this faggot is a fucking snake. Best trash ever.
Barb Rogers says the power of love must overcome the love of power. That's why I'm still here. Thanks, Barb. Yeah, we love you. Marquis de Swag says, Ethan, you can do that with AI potentially. Sync them up and ask for comparisons. That's not a bad idea. Might be interesting. I don't know. Okay. Here we go. He sent me DMs nonstop. Would be funny if you blocked him. Watch how fast he would keep liking and sharing those cherry picks. Double. Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's a guy named Mighty Cherry TV, Midnight Cherry TV, who was basically Lord Raptor Jesus before there was a Lord Raptor Jesus. In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised if like Lord Raptor Jesus was Midnight Cherry TV and so on and so forth. They're all the same people, kind of, even if they're not the same actual people, the same figures, the same archetypes keep occurring like in Comicsgate. And so Midnight Cherry TV was like somebody who pulled away a lot of Comicsgaters into anti-Comicsgate obscurity by being a pretty entertaining broadcaster who hated Comicsgate. And basically like Lord Raptor Jesus is right now. So Nassar basically kind of fucked away from Comicsgate, fucked away from our scene, and then started retweeting Midnight Cherry TV, which is essentially almost exactly what's happening with certain individuals and Lord Raptor Jesus now. It's amazing how Lord Lethal Diva says he's not the same person. He might as well be. They're all the same archetypes over and over again. So it's like, you know, you don't react to something like Lord Raptor Jesus because it's like we've been there already with Midnight Cherry TV. It's already happened. We've already been through this. You know, Student of God is not somebody who we react to because we already did it with SJW Spider-Man. It's all the same shit over and over and over again. And eventually it's just weird that it like doesn't change. Sorry, man, it's 90 and sunny. I'm riding. He's out there on his bike. Hell yeah. Let me see here. Diane, the Inker and editor, is super anti-CG, says Mike McMahon. She went after John Mayall and EVS, trying desperately to tell me that John, whom I've been friends with for 10 years, was a Nazi, you know, white supremacist. Nassar says it's not her book. Either way, if people want to buy it or ignore it, they're free to do so. Okay, what does that mean? What is Nassar talking about? Diane, the editor on that book, works at Marvel. I believe that's the woman that was calling Malin a Nazi. No money from Marvel scum. I've gotten at least 100 DMs thanking me for calling out Nassar. His shit with Tug ruined him. Mr. What have you done for me lately will literally burn bridges if you don't promote him. I regret my part in helping people, helping build him up. So people liked it. Let me see here. Had this sent to me. Oh boy. Let me see here. Who's shilling for leftists the most? Ethan Van Sciver. He currently has a crowdfund for a Vampirella reprint variant, and the issue in question was lettered by Taylor Esposito. Maybe he doesn't care about, but Taylor, blank, I don't know why that's redacted, but Taylor is also the guy who wanted Zach to get sucker punched at a convention. The Vampirella comic, which Ethan shilled in a big last hour to buy live stream, but it's still up on Indiegogo 3 days later, was written by anti-Comicsgate SJW Cullen Bunn with art by proud SJW Blackie Shepherd. Same issue came out last year for $3.99, but people are paying Ethan $30 for it because they think it's the new Christopher Priest Vampirella comic. Do you remember how Ethan criticized Arkhaven Comics as if the quality was so low? Ethan is now selling a 20-page floppy comic with black and white interior art for more money than his own Cyberfrog graphic novel. So according to Ethan, his big Cyberfrog book that supposedly takes 15 months to make is worth less money than a 20-page black and white reprint of a $30.99 SJW comic. That's according to his own prices. And he also threatened to cut ties with Mike S. Miller for saying pride is a sin. Ethan, who pretends to be against SJWs, is in full support of Gay Pride Month, which is the most SJW thing that exists. I got to say, I'm convinced. I read that and I'm just like, yeah, you're right. I am an SJW. What the hell is that? Had this sent to me. Only thing that anyone is going to care about is the Taylor. Why are you sending this to me? Why would he send this to me? Why do I have to be bothered by another retarded spurg writing like hateful fucking nonsense about me? Why would he do this all the time? All the time, man. It's just like, here's some more shit that people are saying about you. And it's like, I don't want to know that. I don't want more like hate piled on my doorstep, you know. Thanks anyway. Like, I wouldn't have known about it if you hadn't just shown it to me. So thanks. Unless it blows up, I just ignore it. Thanks. That's what I was trying to do. MHM Rogers is not too happy with that article. He's another Bleeding Fool guy. I said, Bleeding Fool just apologized to me. Good. Who is MHM Rogers? What's his link? And he gives it to me. I was talking last night with the main BC account in DM for a while last night, trying to get them to understand that guy is fake. Okay. Sure, I don't recall. These look like my tweets. Good show, Nick Ricada. This is a tweet I must have made. Here's a drawing I did of Ron Toye. GRP poll 303 from War Campaign says, I'm sure Ron Toye will love this drawing of him. Ron Toye says, I actually think it's pretty cool. Good, I'm glad you do. You have baby head. I like it. I like drawing him. It was funny. You look like a giant infant. That's what I saw. I want to use that Toy Story meme for merch stuff. Would you care if I used it since you did the pencils? I'm trying to get my Teespring store going. Sure, I'd sell the rights to you. Maybe $100. How about 70? Oh my God, dude. He wants to like use my artwork to make shit. And I go, sure. How about $100? How about 70? 70? What? Are we bargaining? Like, the fuck is this? It's embarrassing. I go, all right, look, how about 50? I just want to have sold it to you. Here's my PayPal. Thanks, man. Can you email me the drawing? Just sent the money. Sure, let me scan it. I sent you $60. Lol. I asked for 100, you know. He's bargaining with me. The choosing beggar. Yeah, that is choosing beggary, isn't it? I forgot about that. Like, I didn't even think about it, but it is what being a choosing beggar is. You are in hell, says Alpha Channel. Yeah. You're so lucky, Ethan. It's an extra $10, says Liam. Can you imagine him being like, I'm going to put this on mugs and t-shirts. Can I buy the rights to the art? Yeah, $100. How about 70? I'm like, how about just 50? I don't care. All right, here's 60. Oh, all right. You let this guy just shake you down, says Tiny Baby Sloth. YellowFlash has to be a bagel muncher, says Milton. I guess so. Like, I honestly was stunned that he was like, how about a little, like $100, especially in 2019, was absolutely no money at all. I mean, just no money to us. We were making money hand over fist, still are, but I mean, then especially. So me being like, $100, how's that? Should have been like, sure, man, here you go. How about 70? And I'm like, oh, that's so embarrassing, dude. That's really embarrassing. I saw and I laughed. Thanks. Okay, just send it over. It's small, but it's a TIFF file, so it's super high res. Good luck and thanks. Thanks, man. Why are they attacking Jeremy? For fuck's sake. Okay, here we go. Now we're going in on Mike S. Miller. So, is anybody keeping notes about what individuals YellowFlash is trying to destroy in 2019? Mike S. Miller is coming up. Here we go. I'm sick of Mike Miller, and if he blocks me out of the chat, I'll make videos on him. He's an entitled fucking asshole. He needs to check his fucking ego, Ethan. He would be homeless without Comicsgate. I'm sick of his fucking ass. Check him. You're his sugar daddy. He's no Doug Tennaple. I did him a favor not reviewing Lone Star. I would have trashed it because the writing was ass. Dude just made 200K off of CG, sees Doug made 700K and thinks he will be okay. Lol, no. Doug is a good writer and artist, had over $1 billion property. If you were fucking up, I'd be just as real with you, and you know it. Mike is fucking up. Boy, I really hope that you would, Flash. I really need to hear this from you. He needed an ego check. You the man. You the man. And thank God for this movement, because there would be no future for comics without it. Mike needs to realize that. Fuck, man. YellowFlash destroying Mike S. Miller. absolutely destroying. But now he begs Mike to draw him a cover. Yeah. What's great is I agree with all of that. Mike S. Miller is a piece of shit. So it was fun to, I guess, listen to that. Arrogant people who have been humbled just want the comfort to go to. This is so kind of me. Arrogant people who have been humbled just want the comfort to go back to being arrogant again. Yeah, I think that's like a pretty good assessment of who Mike is. Because it's like Mike, I've known Mike for a long time. Like I've known him since like the late 90s. And he was always like, even though he's never been in a position of prominence as an artist, like he had enough clout to be an arrogant piece of shit. Like he was working for Jim Lee's studio. He was working for Wildstorm in the 90s when I was working for DC. And then he came over to DC. He got canceled for being a piece of shit. Nobody wanted to work with him, but he still had like a contact, an editor with Jim Lee. And since Jim Lee moved over to DC, he brought his staff with him. So Mike had this connection, this one editor at DC, who was working in the video game and licensing department. So allowed Mike to continue working at DC on Injustice. And that's how Mike basically. So, I mean, Mike was always arrogant. He was always that way. And then like life just kind of knocked him down. Like, eventually he couldn't work at DC anymore. So he tried to start his own company. He got fucked over with Abacus Comics, or he screwed it up or something like that. And here he is about to lose his house and everything. And he has to come to me. And the thing about it is that he didn't like me and I didn't like him. But I felt sorry for him when I saw the condition that he was in. And I really felt like, God put me in a position where I could help conservatives who were going through something similar to what I was going through. So I even though I didn't like Mike, I felt for him and I decided maybe this is going to make us friends. Maybe we'll become friends because of this. And I understood Mike. I understood that like he didn't want to have a personality overhaul. He didn't want to be humbled. He didn't want to have to be grateful to me. That's just not what he wanted to do. Okay. Because that would have been too painful of a change for him. He wanted to go back to being an arrogant piece of shit or an asshole. He calls himself an asshole is a good phrase to use for Mike. So once you know that about him, you can almost have compassion for him where it's like, like it's hard to be humbled. It's difficult to just kind of say thank you, to somebody who you didn't like, who now circumstances have obligated you to them. So, the idea of Mike, just wanting to be comfortable so that he could be arrogant again, kind of made sense to me. He goes, I'm not War Campaign. I have a 70,000 platform. I will humble Mike publicly if he wants to keep it going. And my channel loves drama. He is really pissing me off. He would be homeless. He said it himself. That's why he couldn't extend Lone Star 1. He doesn't even really show you any gratitude. Doug not thanking you at the con pissed me off also. So that's Doug Tennaple. At this point, the breaking point for me and Doug told me privately, said, I'm going to be moving on and not using the Comicsgate hashtag anymore. I said, why? And the thing about that was we really worked hard to get Bigfoot Bill out because I knew that he was going to be doing an Earthworm Jim book next. And I was thinking, I want that for Comicsgate. I want Earthworm Jim to be something that Comicsgate did. That's a big name book, big name IP that is going to uplift Comicsgate. But that was never Doug Tennaple's plan. Doug Tennaple took our money and then said, I'm done with Comicsgate. It's too controversial to attach Earthworm Jim to. And that, obviously, I felt cheated. I think a lot of people felt swindled by that. And then Doug Tennaple went to San Diego Comic-Con, did a lecture about how good he was at crowdfunding. And then he thanked everybody in the world for teaching him everything he knows about crowdfunding except for me. And of course, that was meant for me to take it personally. Doug was waiting for an opportunity to get revenge because on my show, we clowned on him all the time. And he, again, arrogant people don't want to be humbled. Doug was on the show being made fun of by Cecil, especially being made fun of lightly by me and by others. And he sat there and he ate that shit because he had to. But once he didn't have to anymore, you know, he meant to take revenge. So that's how I kind of see it. And yeah, he didn't thank me. And then I said, why didn't you mention my name? And then people said, oh, you need to be thanked, Ethan, do you? Oh, pussy, you need to be thanked. Everybody needs to thank you. And it's like, yeah, yes, no, okay, no. All right, nobody needs to ever thank me. I don't deserve it, you know. He says, just going to BS you. Come on if you want. Again, sending me links to hang out with him. I think your internet dropped you. I must have come on the show and then left. $500 says Miller is going to turn on you and join that Team Comics crap. So Team Comics was, again, run by iconic comics guys who just did not want to use the word Comicsgate because they just were like, fuck Ethan Van Sciver. So they started this thing called Team Comics. All of these other hashtags, all of these other words, you know, Team Comics is Ice Age, Team Comic or Iron Age. Team Comics is, you know, Weeb Wars instead of Comicsgate. It's just more like attempts to sort of do something different than what is authentic, and that's Comicsgate. Relabel it, take control, take ownership of it, but it never really works. No timetable on when, but the writing is on the wall, in my opinion. He says, man, that's messed up that Doug blocked you. So Doug Tennaple blocked me. What the fuck? This is why I don't platform many people, man. What should I do here, Ethan? I have your back. I want to put out a book in 2 months. 2 months. It's July of 2019. So I've been trying to stay as neutral as I can. I'm not going to platform him again over this, man. I said, bro, I'd never tell you what to do. You're your own man, and I'll always be your pal no matter what. The respect that I treat this guy with. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You do whatever you want to do. I'm having a moral crisis here. Somebody, you know, did something really egregious, but it's Doug Tennaple, and I don't know if I want to. You know, what's funny, it's like you're trying to stay neutral, but were you neutral with Nassar? Were you neutral with, Mike S. Miller? Are you neutral with any of these other individuals? Why are you neutral with Doug Tennaple? Like, you've been sitting here, you know, telling me to cut people off and cut people's heads off. But suddenly when it's somebody with serious clout like Doug Tennaple, and you've got a moral choice, an ethical choice about who you should stand by, me or him, because he's got more clout than me, maybe. What do I do? I want to stay neutral, you know. It's interesting. I'm seriously irritated by it. I'm hoping this is some kind of misunderstanding or blockchain thing, like you said in your stream. I said he blocked Cecil. He unfollowed Nick Rekieta. He unfollowed Nick. Wow. Nick made him like 20K for real. Probably more, to be honest. Yeah. Nick was at his house. This kind of makes me sad more than angry. We all backed him and helped him. I know. I've never understood how someone could just turn their backs on people that have been there for them. Hard to find good people, but it's real easy to find bad ones. Man, I fully hate Doug now. This was a day later. Fuck, that clip from Cecil. The Rainbow Movement one? Yeah, Cecil must have clipped Doug talking about me, saying I'm part of the Rainbow Movement. Yeah, man, messed up. How did he only get 10% of 200K on Bigfoot Bill from CG? And he was saying, yeah, CG didn't really fund my comic book. Those are my fans. Didn't tell you his campaigns were dying before CG. So all of his old backers came out of the woodshed after he met you. BS. Yeah, he has a real tough time dealing with that fact after he needed our help. All of this went down after Nerkish was on his show. I said he planned it before that. He ended up following Nick again. Yeah, I saw. He still values Nick for now. Yo, I've got Edwin and Mike. Oh, God. Yo, I've got Edwin and Mike sending me a joint DM about War Campaign and how they're harassing a small indie creator and talking about doxing people in their Discord. But these guys just want me to take them at their word. I'm really sick of this shit. Do you know anything about it? So basically, Edwin and Mike said, we need to have a meeting. This is another thing. Two people always team up and want to have a meeting with me about other people in private. It's happened with PTP, Phone Tap Phil about Mandy Summers. And before that, again, history just repeats. It's Edwin and Mike, and they're talking about the aggrieved poor George Alexopoulos. And they're saying he was the small indie creator, George Alexopoulos. And they want to talk to me about how I need to do something about War Campaign. And I'm like, do you have evidence? Do you have proof of what you're talking about? We don't want to show you that. We just feel like two people are coming to you and saying it's true. So you should, that's literally what they told me. So I'm asking YellowFlash, do you know about this? Do you have info about this? I haven't seen anything. The indie guy should have DMs from them if it's true. All I've ever seen Work Campaign do is meme people. I said, they have messages, but the victim is begging them not to show me. So George Alexopoulos is begging Edwin and Mike not to show me the messages that he has, which is proof of like his victimhood. Right, lol. Sounds like hearsay. So many people are ass hurt about War Campaign. I'm like, I'm sick of it. I would denounce War Campaign. They're extremely loyal to you. Mike Miller sees nothing but dollar signs with you. Ever since he scolded you for not promoting the Meg, I was done with him. Oh, he says, I wouldn't denounce War Campaign. All right, so yeah, Mike S. Miller didn't make enough money, I guess, with Lone Star 1, so he launched 3 other books that he had in his closet. One of them was The Meg. It's an adaptation of the movie The Meg. And I did the best I could, but he had these 3 kind of mediocre-looking comics on one campaign. He was hoping it would raise, $600,000, and it ended up raising about $55,000. And he was calling me at home, screaming at me, saying, it's your fault you're not promoting it enough. And I tried my best. But there's a thing that happens, and it happens on my own campaigns too, sometimes. It's like where you think you have something great, but then you try to ask people to support it, and they don't. And you can continue to try to ask them, but they don't support it, and it becomes kind of like, frustrating because, like as much as I would say, please back the Meg, nobody would back it. So, you don't know. You don't know what people are going to get behind. So Mike was yelling at me about it, and he thought that was me deliberately sabotaging him and stuff, and I truly was not. I said, Mike is on the verge of backstabbing me. And I could just feel it. I really didn't want that to happen. I heard what Flash was saying. I heard that Flash is sitting there saying Mike has some serious problems, but Mike was a regular on the show. And, I was doing the best I could for him, but I could feel that he was turning on me. He said, Mike is going to leave you for the Cherry Group, which will be hilarious because everything he sells depends on you. Flash, I can't believe you knew all this stuff back then, but seem to have forgotten about it now. You know what I mean? Like, this is all stuff that was clear as day to you 6 years ago, but you don't seem to recall this. It's ironic that you were saying all the things that people are saying to you back then. It's amazing. Let me see. Power of love must overcome the love of power. Here's Fatal J. Lol, Uncle E, why am I an imbecile? Shout out to Comicsgate. I don't know, man. I can't remember now, but you were saying some real weird things about me in the YellowFlash stream. I wasn't listening that closely. I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I didn't like the things you were saying, dude. I've never said things like that about you. And by the way, why are you on a stream with a guy who's running me down constantly like that? The reason why we're doing this with YellowFlash is because he's asking for it. I didn't do anything to YellowFlash, as this stream is demonstrating. YellowFlash turned completely heel on me. And I would think that anybody who's being seen with him and laughing with him and supporting him as he goes in on me is sending me a message. So I hope that's not you, but it seems like it is. White Guy McGee says, thank you, Ethan. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. David L says, thank you, EVS, for all you do. Great comics take time. Each Cyberfrog book is great except Amphibionics. Sorry, I didn't care for it. I can't wait for, I think you mean Rainbow. Yeah, me too. Last Radio says, I remember that whole Doug Tennaple stuff went down. That betrayal still pisses me off to this day. You should do a top 5 CG betrayal list. Doug Tennaple would be first and Reenie second. Reenie has never said anything bad that I've seen. That's all it is. I'm sad about Reenie not being here, and I think she's going to pay the price when she crowdfunds. But like she's never like these guys are aggressive. Like when they leave, they do their best to do damage. Like a bee's stinger, like with a barb in it, trying to pull out some skin, like when you try to pull it out. It's like they try to do as much damage as they can, and you know, that's a shame. But like that's what YellowFlash did. When YellowFlash left, like he tried to do as much like destruction as he could. Not just with me, with like the entire Comicsgate community. He says Mike is going to leave you for the cherry group, which will be hilarious because everything he sells depends on you. He will come back begging you for forgiveness, which he eventually did do. I said the cherries are gay. It's almost like Doug is the leader now. I said he made the most money, so I guess he gets to lead if he wants to. How big will Bigfoot Bill be though? Huge. Evidently, Doug wants to lead people. I don't. Leading people sounds less profitable, says YellowFlash. I want all the customers I can get. I really want my comic to do good. All the profit I make is going to go towards my student loans. Jesus Christ. Some people want power, though. Imagine having student loans and you're like a YouTuber now, making like that. You paid for an education and you're a fucking YouTuber. Let me see. Are you watching? Oh, wait. Doug is streaming with Nassar and Tim. So this is a huge message to me. So Nassar Rabadi has turned his back on me, and Tim Lim, of course, is the glove. So everybody knows that. Tim has been like overtly hostile, responsible for gay ops behind the scenes, the likes of which will come to light probably later on here. And here's Doug streaming with the two of them, and that's a message to me, essentially. Oh, is Fatal J still in here? Let me see. Look at all this money. I think you're a lovable imbecile, Fat J. Fatal J, not Fat J, Fatal J. Let me see. Did he respond? I don't know. These hoes be trifling out here, says Midnight Mac. Yeah. I don't see if he responded, but it's okay. That's fine. Freudian slip, Fat J, Fatal J. I have no room to talk. I don't care. Yeah, anyway. So are you watching? He says yes. So this started to happen. Like Doug Tennaple started to sort of associate with and stream with people who were fighting me. And it was very deliberate. It was very obvious. It wasn't meant to be subtle. It wasn't meant to be something that I wasn't meant to see and understand. It was a message to me. Are you watching? Yes. Ben jumped on also. So now we've got Ben Henderson, who I'm like, why would Ben like be on the show with these guys? What did I do to Ben? He said he won't talk about it in public. I said, I'm watching. It's death. Tim and Nassar, lol. I said, Ben is messaging me like, are you guys cool? I'm on his stream and it's weird. And there he goes, lol. So, yeah, Ben's on there like, yeah, I should just be hanging out with these guys because they're Comicsgate. And he's in there and he's like, why does it feel like a weird tone in here? So he's like, are you guys cool? Like, and I must have been like, no, dude, these guys fucking hate me. Like, what are you doing in there? And so he's like, see ya, I got to go. And that was the right thing to do, I think, you know, at the time. Oh, here's Fatal J. Says, I am fat. It's true, lol. You might as well just accept it, Jay. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you fat, Jay. Everybody calls me fat. So who knows? Ben, lol. Smart man. Too funny. That guy in the weird pink avatar is fucking annoying. I said, I hopped out. They suck so bad. Like, I must have been watching them and I just couldn't deal with it. Under 100 views. He says, I think Nassar is a piece of shit scumbag. His face got fat. That stuff with War Campaign does not look good. He says, I made peace with Mike also. Hopefully he won't do anything on you. We got to heal this community, I think. This is fucked up, man. Mike and Mitch joining the Legion of Doom. I said, yeah, they've already been there. So Mitch is there too? I don't remember Mitch being there with those guys. I really hope you don't platform Mitch again. He's a shady fuck. Poor Mitch Brightweiser. If I could go back in time, I would do my damnedest to save Mitch Brightweiser. I mean, he was always going to do his own thing, man. But once he did that Walmart deal, it's just like, and for what? Like, for what? I would sit there. I was supposed to be a part of that. I went to man, I went to all these meetings with him, and we learned about like what it would take to get Walmart distribution. All right, I really hope you don't platform Mitch again. He's a shady fuck. I said I won't be. He says I won't be denouncing war campaign for cherry trash. Nerkish, Tim Lim, Nassar, all those guys are all traitors. Look at Doug Ernst's book. Like, this is, nobody's asking YellowFlash to establish who's a traitor and who isn't. Nobody's asking him to do this. I mean, it's amazing that he's so motivated to sit there and talk about who was a traitor, who's a part of, who deserves to be destroyed, when he was just going to do this himself anyway, suddenly, and for no good reason. Back to this. Look at Doug Ernst's book. I like Doug, but picking gay glasses guy and Tim hurt him. Cherry trash. Don't back books. I guarantee you, war campaign people make up at least 10 to 40K of various CG books, depending on size. That is absolutely true, man. War campaign guys are big backers back then. And that was one of the things that was so troublesome about them. Like, they were a big customer movement, and those guys, I liked them. I did enjoy their company. I liked their content. I thought they were funny, and they were big backers. And yet, behind the scenes, they were causing all kinds of trouble in my name that I wasn't even fully aware of. I mean, I hear like Bean from Pa, who hates my guts, and I think the reason why is she thinks I sicked war campaign on her. And I did no such thing. I didn't, even, it's still one of these things like, what you did, Ethan. You know what you did. I don't know what I did because I didn't do anything. War campaign was quite autonomous, and they made plans, and they would pick people and then pick on them, people they thought were goofy. And I mean, I liked it when they were going after Mike S. Miller and Edwin. I confess. I completely approved of that. Those two guys deserved it, but there were other people like George Alexopoulos came over here. And I think what happened, like looking back, is I said to George on the stream, I didn't know what to do with him. I just said, look, go make friends within Comicsgate and you'll be fine. And I think War Campaign looked at him and said, look at that little homo. Hey, George, we are Comicsgate. Ethan sent us over. We're the welcoming committee. And they put him through something called a tribunal, where he was basically tortured and humiliated on a live stream. And was pissed about it. He was just pissed at it. He thought I did that to him. And I didn't do that to him. I wasn't even aware of it. I had no idea, what was going on there at all. But if I said that, like, would you believe me? You know what I mean? If he didn't know me, why would he believe that? So it's like, that's what War Campaign was doing all the time. That's fucking awesome, says Alpha. No, it is not awesome. It's terrible. He's a creative person. He doesn't deserve that kind of nonsense. Here's Sir Boomer says, Six Gun Samurai. These were the books on the Meg. Deal with the Devil and the Meg. And it made $64,000, which was not enough. It's just not enough. Queen Bee says, War Campaign is with Edwin and Mike now. Unity in the community. That's really smart. Unity in the community. I like that. Yeah, that's the way things shake out. What are we saying here? Oh, yeah. Let the movement splinter and scout new personalities, Ethan. There's no way to please everyone. Let the softies go. The hardcore are the ones who are ride or die. That's true. I said, what is it about Mitch that bothers you, YellowFlash? He says, what bothers me is that the day after Red Rooster closed, him and Elizabeth both unfollowed me. On top of the stuff you were telling me, it's clear that the guy is a snake. Richard made a few grand coming on my stream. So I'm glad Mitch shed his skin on me when I was smaller. I will be giving Futurists 0 promotion. Wow, that's brutal. There's something coming up here that is so embarrassing right now. But it doesn't matter. We're going through it. Look at how they treated Tug also. He gave them massive promotion and haven't tweeted his book out one time. We all watch this stuff, man. I'm super selective of who I promote because these people are all snakes that just want to use people at the end of the day. I wear leather boots now to watch out for the snake bites. You should as well. Don't bring people up who just turn around and screw you over. And you're one of the few real ones. You, Richard, Malin, Donald, and Andrew. I don't trust many others. Here's more. Yellow Flash. You're one of the few real ones. Thanks, Flash. That's still true. How come you became one of the fake ones? I mean, it's like you identified me properly then. You identified these other guys correctly. Basically. Me, Richard, Malin, Donald, that's true too. Andrew Huerta, I guess, maybe, I don't know. We are real. You were correct about that. All four of those guys that you mentioned are real people. I don't know about Andrew Huerta. He disappeared. But that's interesting. He was always fake, he says Midnight Mac. 100%. Yeah. All right, private chat. All right, give me a few minutes. I'm coming. So I must have had a Yellow Flash in because, again, this was all about what was going on with War Campaign. And I think I wanted to talk to him. Oh, look at this. Whatever I said to him, I don't know, what is this? So in there, he goes, I'm not against you, but I'm out on this new movement. It's a mistake. This is a day later. Wait a second. I'm one of the real ones on the 28th. On the 29th, I'm out of this new movement. It's a mistake. Why? What are you guys mad at me for? He says, I'm not, but I don't support this new direction. Why? Seems pro-creator, anti-consumer. That just slong asshole also saying Tug is a distraction. Oh, Jay Shiro. Jay Shiro was in there saying that Tug's whole situation is a distraction from our mission. And nobody said anything. What the fuck? That was someone Tug promoted. And he took a big shit on Tug. He is welcome. Tug was with me when I had 60 subs. I will always roll with Tug. I'll always roll with you and Tug too. War Campaign aren't really customers, I say. They bought the books, but caused trouble for my other customers. I've seen it now. I can't deny it. Worse, they leave the impression that I want them to do this. This isn't a new direction. This is the only choice for Comicsgate. They can't keep doing this. As for Tug, I devoted a powerful live stream to him 3 days ago. Did you see it? Once we start denouncing people, we're the same as Marvel pros. Oh, I wish, Yellow Flash. I wish any of you were the same as Marvel pros. God, you wish you were the same as a Marvel pro. He says it's becoming a hug box. The opposite of that. I had a group of fans acting abusively to my customers, and they were doing it in my name. They were also manipulating events behind the scenes with gay ops and not telling me. I have stacks of enemies who used to be friends because of them. I can't tolerate that, Yellow Flash. I have bigger responsibilities and plans. You know that. He said, I saw the live stream. I said you were one of the few who covered Tug. But what about the others? The way people like Mitch and a few others have treated people like Tug and myself as disposable cash cows is also irritating. So it's all about Yellow Flash. This is like fucking retarded. It's all about Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash like got insulted by one guy, Jay Ishiro, who said Tug's problems here. Tug got insulted by somebody. It's a distraction. We don't need to focus like this conversation about the future of Comicsgate on Tug's feelings and Tug being insulted. Like, sorry that you were insulted. Now let's move on, which is essentially what Jay Ishiro said. But that was enough to piss Flash off. Flash is like, I don't feel included. I don't feel respected. I don't think Tug's respected. It's not about that. That's not what this is about, dude. So now I got to fucking like coddle him. I know. Even Malin, for example, not once has he promoted Tug's book. Tug told me not one retweet. We're going through something right now, Yellow Flash. You don't see that like Comicsgate's going through a great big thing right now? So you're mad that like John Malin failed to promote Tug's comic book? Okay, I mean, John's busy. John's promoting everybody else's He didn't promote Tug. Did Tug ask him to? I mean, you go to John and you say, hey, could you please retweet my comic book campaign? And, John would have done it. That's just fucking, looking back on this, it is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Let me just check real quick. What did Mitch do to him? Says our Cuffles. Mitch, we could talk about the Mitch Brightweiser situation. Mitch was getting tossed around with gay ops and weird shit too, and he didn't know who to trust. He didn't know that he could trust me. Because I'm sitting there, I'm the guy who's, I was telling him the truth about things. I'm warning him about things that are coming up and stuff. And how would he know that? Everybody's so dishonest. Everybody's betraying. Like at this point, like Comicsgate was just a big fucking pile of vipers. And I'm trying to untangle it and straighten it out. You got hurt feelings from YellowFlash and Tug, who were big, important members of Comicsgate at the time. Hold on. June Wong says, my pitch for Trashcast segment, Ethan draws a conclusion. EVS talks about his thoughts as he draws. The answer is always he is in hell, and he draws a D. Okay. King Arcinian says, Flash deserves no respect. He lost it from me. Sup Big E, says Joseph Fazio. And Barb Rogers gifted a membership. I really appreciate you, Barb. Thanks for being here. It's As the World Turns. Yeah, it is. It was just constant drama. And it's just like, I'm trying to keep this thing going here. I'm trying to make sure everybody's happy, but I don't know what all this stuff is. I don't know what's going on. I try to just focus on drawing my comic book, but this stuff is going on. Tug is awesome. YellowFlash, quite the opposite, says Laserbeam Hawkins. And by the way, I understand the idea that it's like Tug might have had his feelings hurt because the big names in Comicsgate, like some of the big guys, didn't retweet his book. But the answer for that is not to assume that like people are just, deliberately shunning you. We probably just didn't know and needed a little reminder. And after all, Umbrella Guy is one of these guys who had a big channel during Weeb Wars. These guys were blowing up. And so, we didn't know that they really wanted us to be involved in talking about their campaigns. It seems at some point that these guys have it on their own. Like, Umbrella Guy's third book or second book or whatever it was, he did a lot of the promotion for that on his own because he had his own audience. And he made the book about himself and his daughter. So his own audience was liked it. So I don't know. But I mean, this is like Malin didn't, man. John's busy too. Like, just say like, hey, could you retweet? I mean, this is the thing. Like, I did that to Eric July. I said, could you please retweet my campaigns? Like, like we're doing a lot of work, a lot of footwork promoting ISOM. How about if you like retweet Cyberfrog 3, Cyberfrog, whatever I do? And he's like, I am. And he retweets it like, hey, maybe you want to back this. And it's like, no, I mean, with energy, enthusiasm. Could you please? The way I'm doing for you. But you do have to ask sometimes because people are all doing their own shit. I said, you guys can't run out on me, and you should trust me. I don't make quick soy-based decisions. Soy-based. Tug platform graveyard shift a lot. He says, I'm not running out on you. I still support you, but I don't like the new Comicsgate direction, man. We can't police the community like that. See, you understand? It's like basically I'm hearing a couple of things at once. I'm hearing fans and my customers and other creators tell me that War Campaign is bullying them and War Campaign needs to go away. I'm hearing that loud and clear. And then from YellowFlash, I'm hearing, if you tell War Campaign to go away, you will be policing the community. And he's a community voice, after all. Sergeant Community Voice, YellowFlash, or Officer Community Voice. So this would be me policing the community. And so me telling them to go away is also going to cause me problems. It was just a fucking awful, like, and of course War Campaign took total advantage of that. Like, they're both professionals. They had their own comic book out. And then also we're just customers. And then also, we're War Campaign. We represent Comicsgate. And so also we're going to bully some of you. It was a real problem. He says, Nick is talking about it right now. He's giving good advice. Why are you attacking Mim Hedrum, man? I said, I'm not. He's attacking me. I have to go read from the start, but it looked like he was just giving you criticism. People are giving me criticism about War Campaign. Who needs this? Who needed this? Mim left because of school. He's a good guy. Yeah, I don't know why he's giving me grief, though. I get enough of it. Telling me to leave CG to OG memers is total bullshit. I like that dude. I'm just getting tired. Where are my friends? He says, you're talking about creating a Comicsgate police force and policing people that buy your product. I'm not with that idea. It's a horrible idea. I would have told you all of this in private voice chat before the yes men came in and didn't give you any counter argument. I said War Campaign was the Comicsgate police force. Well, I guess it's great that you denounce them for the trash like this, I guess, right? Huh? I don't know what this means. It looks like gibberish. The cherry person he is quoting is saying Tug's wife asked for it and is defending Ren. Fucking cherry. So you're mad at me about denouncing War Campaign? Not even about War Campaign, more about customer purity. Also, Nassar the badass just seems like the people that are loyal to you are getting shafted for some real shitty people. So War Campaign is getting shafted because of YellowFlash is telling me I'm shafting War Campaign, and they're really loyal to me. And so therefore I should just let them kind of do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's just insane. Absolutely insane, man. Yeah. There we go. Nassar Rabadi. This guy, My Pickles. I don't know who this is. This guy isn't against the stalking of families of the people he doesn't like. Why should I donate to his GoFundMe? I don't know what this is. Oh, okay. Wait. His GoFundMe. Dude doxed himself and his wife doxed herself. What? His taped together mailbox got destroyed? So what? Uses his family as a shield. And that's what scum do. And Nassar retweeted this. So about Tug. Holy fuck. So this is me. I said, Edwin, rather than that, whatever Edwin was saying, join me in creating a code of conduct for CG. Let's get back to unification again. Indies together. He says, horrible idea. One of the reasons I'm dropping the CG name. I'm not policing people. You're making the biggest mistake of your life. This is the same as turning on your audience. I don't know who's telling you that these are good ideas, but you're going down the wrong road. I said, dude, settle down. The code of conduct would just declare that we're against doxing and shit. Fucking hell, Flash. We were already against doxing. Bro, sometimes you got to spell it out for the cheap seats. You're live streaming your chair, by the way. I did my chair stream. You coming on KillStream with me? I like you and War Campaign. I don't want to go on there and get caught in the middle. I hope you guys fix this and get back to making Comicsgate fun. Okay, Flash, I don't blame you. He says, I'd take War Campaign any day over that cherry trash and Sashi. Sashi's just another hot pink geek. Edwin must have forgotten that picture she drew of him making out with a dude. I said, Sashi made fun of my Jewish kids. She's worse than hot pink geek then. Remember, KillStream stuff is about winning the crowd, like a gladiator fight. God, this is gay shit. This is fucking gay. What is this? Terroristic threat from Tim Doyle. Looks like he did file a report. I had that sent to me. So Tim Doyle got a police report filed against him. Here's the here's a video, a thumbnail. Me arresting Tim Doyle. Edwin has gone crazy. He leaked Tug's DMs on his last stream. I said, what for? I have no idea. The dude is he's taking all of this way too seriously. He needs to just get offline for a week or something. I said, I agree. What did the DM say? They were audio recordings. I'm gathering that Tug schemes in private to infiltrate IndieCron on behalf of members of War Campaign. I can't. It's August at this point. Oh my God. Yeah. Kevin Prostraro's here. He's mad that I'm reading this. He goes, scientific lens. It's so gay and pathetic. Look, YellowFlash's book failed. Ethan should just move forward and do the work on his own projects that he owes people. Kevin, I've been working all day on my comics. I have to do this at night. This is what we do. We do live streaming. It's for the crowd. It's for a different audience. Okay. I know you're upset about this. I find this interesting, and so does everybody else. This is everybody else that's here. 1,600 people. This is a walk through Comicsgate history through the eyes of YellowFlash, who has now utterly betrayed me and Comicsgate. And I find it to be interesting. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You don't have to. I don't blame you if this is boring to you. But it is very interesting to me and a few other people, I think. So thank you anyway. God, the people panic when I live stream. You should be working on your own books. Okay, I did that today, like all day long. I was doing that. Okay, it's nighttime now. Well, you shouldn't be picking on YellowFlash. It's like, God damn, does anybody say this to him? Is anybody over there like with YellowFlash kind of like, you shouldn't be doing that to Ethan? Nobody said, everybody's like against me all the time. Me. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, Kevin. Hold on a second. He already did the work for the day. He can't draw 24/7, bro. Adama says, I like the history lesson, eh? Yeah. The audience has not left, so keep it up. That's right. People are still here. We're watching we're learning about stuff here. And this is fascinating. So you get an insider view of what happened with Comicsgate in 2019. And we're almost done. We're in August. Even though the summertime, like it's summertime. I should be in my swimming pool and I'm sitting here like, so what is this? Tug schemes in private to infiltrate Indie Cron on behalf of members of War. Like, I can't even comprehend the faggotry of this. YellowFlash says, I didn't listen to all of it, but I don't think so. I think he was just talking to them about stuff. I talked to War Campaign also. I like them. They keep Cherry Trash on the run. So he's still mad at Midnight Cherry. Cherry Trash, he calls them. God, this is gay. So here's Midnight Cherry. These Cherry people are fucking losers. No lives. Is it true that Red Rooster is not even halfway complete? I said, I'm out of the loop. I don't know. He launched that book around the same time as you. If that book is only halfway done, that's a bad look. So I'm watching Comicbook Hut's videos. Look like he's kind of targeting them. Mitch has spent the whole year taking gay meetings and getting a business up off the ground. He's got some investors, and he spent their money hiring Kelsey and renting office space. He said he's going to ramp it up. Lol. See, we forget. Drawing comics takes up all your time. You want to do other things. I know I do, but drawing this shit takes all day, every day. Mitch forgot. Comicbook Hut sure is mad, though. Lol. He didn't even back the book. He's not mad. He's a little Pugsley douche that's hoping that being a critic of Comicsgate will be his angle to power on YouTube. It ain't working. Former Comicsgate, now anti-Comicsgate agitator, is about 250 people tops. That's the potential audience. YellowFlash says, even the leader of the Cherries only has like 400-something subs. Lol. JDA can't even get 1,000. I said, yeah, they're trying to get a niche of comics fandom. They're retarded. Let's pander to people angry at the anger movement in comics. Doug Tennaple's live streams still falter at trying to get 100 viewers. Mike S. Miller can't get 40 people. Even big names disaffected from Comicsgate fail. Hear that, Flash? Mike streams so much that he runs out of notifications. That's part of his issue. Yeah, that's probably what it is, YellowFlash. Somebody said you get mentioned in this. I haven't watched it yet. Said that I would get it to you. I seen it. It's a whole weird duplicate Kickstarter of Cyberfrog. So life is good. You all right? Absolutely. Lol, I was just watching your stream replay. Lol, Comic Hut literally makes 3 videos a day on you. He gay. By the way, it's my birthday, September 3rd. For you, I just watched his new one. Lol, he's such a little troll. Hey, the Mary Sue has an article about how some women like to be hugged by Joe Biden and others may not have, and that's okay. Sounds pretty funny. Replace Joe Biden with Vic. So we're still in Weeb Wars. It's only not okay if you're an enemy of the cult. Alex Jones floated the idea that old lizard Carrie Fisher was murdered by Hollywood to increase Star Wars The Last Jedi revenue. Lol. That's pretty crazy. I got to see that. Hey, watch Quartering's video on Twoon. I'm going to cover it also. He's getting fucked. And again, lol, Mike literally telling people to unsub now. What the fuck is wrong with him? It's a total fucking spurg. That's Smiller. All these people you hook up just screw you over and over. Kind of some BS. What is even his reason for doing this, Edwin? I said, Doug Tennaple began the great fundamentalist Christian flight from Comicsgate. I told Mike he'd do this a month ago. He just laughed. He knew it. All of these people are lucky I don't run a drama channel. All of these people are lucky I don't run a drama channel. I didn't then, and now I do. And now they're less lucky, much less lucky. You see Edwin had JDA on the other day? Lol. Wasn't he sharing pictures of Edwin making out with dudes?
Yep, Edwin has lost his goddamn mind. Edwin is lost, I think, but don't worry. Mike will be back on his knees saying sorry when he launches another Indiegogo. I said, I can't have him back. Seriously, he made Andrea cry. He's dead to me. Ghosted. As for you, what up with Mad Black Entertainment? Holy shit. Ha, he's crazy. He's the same as Comic Hut, but he's just trying to get some views. Yep. Deleted. Yep. What the fuck? Everyone's mentally ill, bro. Edwin is off his goddamn rocker. Lol, they all are. I don't know what this is referring to. I guess we knew at the time. Here's why this is important. Mike Smiller has fucked up his Indiegogo finances so badly that he's now calling in favors from everyone he knows to help him raise money to cover his debts. He's even taken money from his kids. War Campaign is on to him, so Mike and Edwin tried to get me to silence them and destroy them. That didn't work, so now they're panicking. He says between two campaigns, he had to have raised at least $100K in profits. How the fuck did he burn all that money? Said he started in the hole, 6 months behind in his bills. He got caught up with Lone Star profits, but had to use his next campaign to pay for Lone Star, and that campaign bombed. That's the Meg. He can't afford to fulfill it. He said, oh, that's bad. So he's begging for money then. That's what he does every day. I'm sick of it. I'm ignoring him. Going to look real bad if he can't deliver that book. I said, it's actually 3 books in that campaign. Oh, that's right. His big bargain thing. Lol. Yo, what are you hearing about gay ops out there? He says, I haven't heard anything, to be honest. But with all the bad blood right now, I wouldn't be surprised if stuff was going on. I said, all this bad blood, bro. That's from, that's a band. All this bad blood. It's bad. You got to stop going at them on Twitter so much, though, before the Kiwis give you a thread. They watch everything. Why am I afraid of the Kiwis? They will dig through everything on you and put it out there. Look what they did to Tug. We wouldn't get normal threads. Look at Tug's thread. It's just people that hate him. Plenty of people hate us. And I'm kind of used to it, and I'm not hiding. Are you on my side, or do you think I'm fucking up with people like Mike and Edwin? Of course I'm with you. I do like Edwin, though. Never cared for Mike, though, to be honest. Always thought he was kind of an ass. Edwin is off his rocker, though. I said, people who fall out of my orbit and into the Tim Lim orbit go insane and fail. It's fucking weird. Edwin is legit insane and filled with hate for War Campaign. I love those dudes. They're funny and protect CG. So I must have come back around to War Campaign after thinking about Mike and Edwin. I like War Campaign, and I think they're funny. Always been cool with me. They're also loyal. I said, what's up with Tristan? Did you watch her video? What are your thoughts? Sounds like she had a stalker. Related to Zoe Quinn? Nah, probably some nut. Probably a thirsty guy. Okay, let me know if you get more info, please. I'm curious about that. Tug, I think, has a way to contact her. I only ever talked to her on here, and she deactivated her Twitter. I said, I can't get enough of Mad Black Entertainment. I'm in his chat. He's going berserk about you. I'm like, can't you just apologize to YellowFlash? Just random shit. What's he mad about? If you apologize to YellowFlash, I'll buy one of your shirts. Lol, he's crazy, man. Wants me to apologize for some stupid shit. Not gonna. He's nuts and looking for channel content. Said he just says the same shit over and over again. Lol, yep. He's sensitive as hell. Tons of videos on him, clipped channels of him going crazy over dumb shit. When's the hardcover launching? Do you want to come on my channel and promote it when you do? Oh, yeah, of course. Hardcover. Look at me begging to be on his channel all the time. Oh, yeah, of course. Hardcover is launching soon. I definitely appreciate the help. For sure, man, anytime. So things are better all of a sudden. 3 months ago, it was Armageddon. Suddenly things are better. I'm amazed at the watch time on Star. Oh, that must be because I'm like being friends with War Campaign again. F. Low says, Ethan, apologize to YellowFlash and I'll buy one of your shirts. Okay, sorry, Flash. YellowFlash behaved like Hamlet's Polonius. What does that mean? All this begging is sad, says 28. I know. Please help me, Flash. Margaret Miracle says, time heals, Z. It's like YellowFlash is in love with Tug. Always brings him up. Yeah, the two of them, like, go together. Like, they're inseparable. And I always knew that about them. Send Nerdette and Mecha Random the link. Oh, there's some more Nerdette stuff coming up. Midnight Muck says, we ain't showing audit receipts here. We doing a forensic audit at this point. Yeah. Hey, Flash, doesn't DA hate Tug, you stupid piece of shit? Wow, Queen Bee. All right, so he thinks Edwin's gone insane. He hates Mike. He likes Doug, though, I think. Let me see.
For sure, man. Anytime. I'm amazed at the watch time on Star Wars videos. Even low view videos make a lot. He says, I still haven't got my team up cover Cyberfrog. They send them all out? I said, I don't think so. No, I haven't seen any Chromium books yet. So no. He says, okay, good to know. Looking forward to getting it. Did you and Mitch reconcile? I said, yeah, I think so. Our beef was kind of unspoken. I don't want it. I want to get along with him. So I'm trying. He says, I don't trust him, but I'm not going to make a thing about it. After we talked and my own experience of him kind of disowning me after he made his money spoke volumes to me. I helped promote his campaign quite a bit. So it's like he spit in my face. Right, I gotcha. I don't trust him either, but I'm not going to give the chance to come through like a normal person. I don't know what that means. I'm not going to give. For sure. What you doing? Can you stream with me? I would, but I was sleeping. Just woke up. Oh, shit. Are you seeing the Mike S. Miller stuff? I saw he got booted from Kickstarter. I was thinking about covering it. You should get down on your knees and thank God for Comicsgate, Mike. That was a quote from YellowFlash to his face. Haha, yeah, I shouldn't have went so hard on him, but the message was true. You should be more grateful. Hut liked your book. I'm shocked. Is this a new leaf for the Hutma? I said, well, I think he liked the overall presentation and the art. People are critical of my writing, so we'll see how his review on Friday goes. He says, still waiting on mine. I'll overnight you one of each if you want. I got to go to the post office today anyhow. He says, I'll wait a few more days, hoping it comes today. Okay, I have all these packed up. You sure? You'd get one of each, even the Salamandroid. He says, I'll get a P.O. box today. Look, see, he's protecting his address from me. Because, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what his address is. I'm like, do you want me to send you these books? Yeah, man, mail them here. I don't know. I don't really want. Like, he's even then, he's just like super protective of his identity and who he was, where he was. Like, even with me. He says, also, Hut liked your book. I was shocked. He turned into a fanboy. I only watched the first 5 minutes or so because I don't want any spoilers. Yeah, Comicbook Hut got my book, and he went from hating on me to just being like, this is amazing. Like, he melted over Blood Honey. He just fucking loved it. And I remember watching that video with some satisfaction. I was very happy that, you know, even somebody who hated me and wanted me to fail. See, that's how you know, like, when somebody is like, who hates you, has to admit that your comic book is great, like, that's when you know it's great. Like, you know, that's when you know it's great. That is actually good faith criticism. Because it's like, no, if he could have taken that book apart and spit on it, like, you know, he would have, but he couldn't, you know, until people said, you're a cuck. And then he did another video where he's like, I fucking hate the book. Did you guys run into Ren at New York City Comic Con? Lol. By the way, so this was Comic Con in 2019. I was there with Jeremy Griggs. I was there with Nerdrotic. I was there with Cecil. It was fun. Now, I looked for Tim Doyle, but I couldn't find his print booth. He would have pissed himself. Lol. Damn it, if I'd known you and Cecil were going to New York City Comic Con, I would have drove out. It's only like an 8-hour drive. Last 90 minutes are the gold mine. Great live stream of entertainment. Make sure you delete that live stream, though. What live stream do I need to delete? If you do a stream laughing at that Mad Black something or other video I just sent you, delete it when done. Okay, got it. If you make a video on it, make sure it's within fair use. Ricada's law family threatened all over Big Mignona. Crazy wild man attacks. There's your $1 million title, lol. He's saying, I'm starting to think my Cyberfrog is lost. This sucks. I didn't order one with the ash can. I don't know, but I could send you some books. They just won't let me do it. It's like, I don't know. They're going in order. I had a fulfillment service. I could just send them to you myself. No. This shit is funny. Literature Devil laughing at Mike S. Miller. Oh, I wonder if this link still works. Everything's like gone. No, it doesn't work. He says, I'll go get a P.O. box finally tomorrow. I got the Chrome Sal cover. Thought I had the team up one for some reason. I don't know. Did you and John forgive Mike? He must have another Indiegogo coming. So I forgave Mike, like, okay, dude, now go away. Mike has an Indiegogo going on right now. It's not even at 5 figures. Yeah, look at this. Jeez. We got 22 days left. 7,000. After more than a week. Yikes. That's even with promotion because quite a few channels covered the Kickstarter thing. I said, yeah, that's got to feel like a slap. Have you been watching the fall of NBA? Lol, I told you that guy was crazy. Just had to wait for him to crumble. Said, I watched his video where he threatened you all. It was miserable. What a fucking psycho. He's crazy, man. You need Comicbook Hut to have a meltdown like that. I added Literature Devil to your second chat room. Should have asked first, but he's down with CG and I want his book to sell. He's been down since he came onto the scene. I said, love that dude. Thanks. His channel is great. I'll bet his book will be worth buying. Send him the link. Sorry, I was sleeping. Do you have an editor for Cyberfrog? Yup. You didn't like it? I did. Lol. I just have 2 criticisms I'll say. I did like it though. I'll be for sure getting the hardcover. Review is uploading. You should be proud of it. Great book. Is this still available? Nope. All these videos are gone. It's pointless. Very much appreciated. For sure. Lol, is Mitch really going on another retreat? Comic Hut is tearing him up. I'm just letting you know I'm moving towards making a video on Mitch. I'm going to look and see if the things Hut claims are true. Okay, now this is rough. When I said something really awkward was coming up, this is it. And the reason why this is awkward is the participant that YellowFlash brings up here with this evidence just died today. So he passed away. All right, so here's some old something or other from some old comic scene. Did you know that Butch Guy was hanging out with Dave Sim and his teenage lover? This is Butch Geis, who just passed away today. Had that sent to me. It was in this blog post. Butch is on the Futurist. Indiegogo, by the way. I said, yeah, man, I actually called Mitch and Betty to warn them about that. I think they thought I was threatening them because he was drawing on some teenagers' bare legs. Disgusting. Where's that Mitch video? So this was a weird thing where Butch Geis and Dave Sim in the like 1980s were, I don't know, there was a teenager at a convention and they were doing art on her legs. And SJWs were doing everything they could do to slime me over Dave Sim and everybody associated with me too. And so I got the word that they were going to use this article to drag Mitch and Betty down using this thing that Butch Geis was involved in. And yeah, it was in the 1980s. Cerebus is Dave Sim, right? And so I called Mitch and Betty. I said, hey, heads up. I know you're hiring this guy. Get ready because this story's out there. And I think Mitch and Betty thought that I was saying I'm going to release this story. And I was just like, because I mean, they didn't know who to trust at that point. You know, it's just craziness. Where's that Mitch video? Also, wasn't Malin on Drawn and Quartered by his own choice? He's not going on there. Lol, I haven't decided if I'm going to make one yet. Drawn and Quartered sucks without Malin. I said, tonight was great. War Campaign voted for Mike and forced his win. Malin needs to steal the Drawn and Quartered concept for himself. You should go on there yourself for the first few times and make sure to stream it against Mike's time slot. I don't know what this is. Got that comic content ready. Lol. He says, did you only stream for an hour? Damn. I said, yeah, the Jack show started. I didn't want to interfere. All right, off to bed. What is this? As a personal favor, who's Cody Bayer? Please don't promote this scumbag and just ignore him. He made it his personal mission for months to attack me, Tug, and other Stand With Vic people. He thought it would be cute. Fuck him. His Indiegogo is an absolute failure. Okay, not a problem. Thank you. He's a POS. I don't even know who he is. Know about this? I know about it. I'm not really into it. You? I'm going to check it out. I love The Shining. Okay. You better never. Okay, so here we are. You better never bring that Mike Miller scumbag back into the fold. What a fucking scumbag. You have to be a member to vote now? He milks people for all they have. Yep. He has no sense of humor. He's been trolling me all day. Mike is no man of faith. That two-faced fuck is going straight to hell. He did Green Lantern, first of all. This is about Drawn and Quartered. He did Green Lantern, first of all, as a topic. Second, he's been tweeting me videos of people eating live frog sushi. Despicable shit. So I control his vote and he shits his pants. What a dipshit. Pay to vote. It's only $2. Remember how he would shame you to promote him? You aren't promoting the Meg. That's why it's failing.
I can't wait for Lone Star 3. It's going to tank without you. Hey, don't bring Ernst back this time, I said. Ooh, no, is he a mole? You were talking about it on Jack. Sorry, I didn't know what was going on. I thought Micah and him were banning each other. Yeah, Ernst is working for them, using Kelsey's YouTube stuff to destroy the Brightwiser's company. Okay, I got Doug's side of it. I don't know, man. Doug doesn't seem like that kind of guy. See, Doug Ernst had us fooled. Yeah, it looks like Kelsey screamed "fuck Ernst" during his campaign in a live stream and wouldn't apologize. So Ernst went to Mitch and told him to rein in his dudes, and Mitch vanished Kelsey from YouTube and Twitter. So that makes sense to me. Kelsey is telling me that Ernst is an SJW because Kelsey is mad that he's being disciplined for getting buck wild on Ernst. So Doug's fine. Sounds like both of them being soft. Pulling Kelsey's social media is kind of extreme, but oh well. Yep, bought into some of Kelsey's paranoia for a minute. I'm glad Ernst isn't a traitor. I believe him. Wow, naive. Mitch is nutty and he's overreacting, but Mitch has enough grief right now. Yeah, I just can't see Doug Ernst as someone who wants to destroy anyone. I think this is so funny. He had us completely snaked. I think the most someone like Doug would do is just complain and talk some shit like everyone else in this world. He seems like a regular guy, unlike other people like Mike. Agreed. Comicbook Hut again. What goes on here? What is that? Lol, that guy just kills me. Haha, he's a faggot. Man, things are complicated in Comicsgate, YellowFlash. Because of Crazy Edwin and Crazy Edwin and Mike, use them for drama views like War Campaign. They're done. Mike made his bed. I wouldn't forgive him either, especially after all you've done for him. You saved his life and he spit in your face. Let me get you on a stream with me. I'm streaming tonight, like 10 to 12. I'll come on after if you want. Now I'm going live now to discuss the Brightwiser conspiracy. Shit, I want to watch that. I got to go to Walmart. Send me a link. I'll pop on if you're still streaming. Okay. Sorry, had to stream, talking with Tug, blah, blah, blah. Come chat with us. I missed it. Yanafui made a video making fun of Hut. Mitch hit me up, by the way, and we worked out everything. Me and him are good now. Talking about hosting the new Drawn and Quartered on my channel. If we do, would you consider coming on the first show? Good, I'm good with him too. And sure, I'd go on your drawing show. Mike will be crushed. Lol. Change your show's name. I think it should be called Drawing Fire. I like that. Wow, man. Edwin turned into a real piece of shit. Yep. Fuck Mike and Edwin. I really hope you keep both of those slimy piles of shit out of CG because Mike will be begging to come back. Both of them are backstabbing POSs. YellowFlash, I'm done with Mike. We can always move in with Edwin. I'm sure Edwin can get him a job. He can always move in with Edwin. I'm sure Edwin can get him a job on that demolition crew. Tell Cecil I said yes, and he should come on for sure. Mitch is going on about comics. He needs to silence his detractors. Yep, I didn't watch it. Andrea watched it and said he pussied out. They will just embolden his detractors. If he was going to respond to them, then you have to do it with a fist. He should have just ignored them then. Now they got a reaction from him and gave him power. I said, yep, he's in trouble. If he had been strong, he would have sold comics. All right, here we go. Drawing Fire. YellowFlash tries to do a drawing stream. I feel like it didn't go well. I stole his shit and intentionally was lazy as fuck about reusing it. Ha ha ha. I'll be there in a bit, bro. All right, so here we go. Micah Curtis blocked me from your chat room. Why do you put up with that faggot? He's dead weight and his book looks like shit. Liam Gray, are you here for this? Why do you put up with that? Okay, here we go. Micah Curtis blocked me from your chat. Why do you put up with that faggot? He's dead weight and his book looks like shit. You would rather him be in Comicsgate than me? It's Matt Barr. It's Matt Barr all over again. That fat piece of shit is going to boot me and get away with it? That's some bullshit, Ethan. He added me back and unblocked me. What a punk. Check that fat ass yes man and let him know his place. Banning me from that room is some bullshit. He should be licking your boots. Also, gay ops incoming. I banned this fucker and a few others. Holy fuck, man. It doesn't change, man. These people are all the same. Heavier lisp? Okay. It actually worked really good for this little fucking tirade here. I just woke up. What's going on? Micah Curtis booted me out of your CG room because I asked him for evidence for saying someone is racist, then proceeds to tell me he fucked my mom. He proceeds to tell me that he fucked my mom. The guy's book looks like shit, and his channel is dead as a doornail. But he sure thinks he's some hot shit. He's the yes man and an overrated one. He's trash. Just fucking block me again. I won't be sharing a stage with that fat ass. Makes me not want to be a part of Comicsgate, to be honest. Dude keeps talking about how he was some big part of Comicsgate, yet nobody knows who the fuck he is. Tells me he's gonna fuck my mom. Fuck him. I just read it all. He said he's gonna fuck my mom. Oh my God. Oh, Lord help me. Okay. I just read it all. He seems to think he's your second in command. Look, Unranked Chevron is one of the OG CGers who calls me gay and starts shit about how the pros are ruining CG all day long. That dude can fall off a cliff for all I care, but I don't know if he's a racist, anti-Semite, whatever. Mike is a good dude, but he's from Channel Awesome. He's got a bit of an ego. You, my friend, don't suffer fools and fly off the handle a bit. His ego is why his channel is dead as fuck. His ego is bigger than his worth. Channel Awesome is shit. Well, you want me to whack him? Channel Awesome is shit. Agreed. Put him in his place, please. You got it. Unranked Chevron is kind of a bitch, but I don't think he's a racist. It was more of the point. And Mike was out of line for the fuck your mom bullshit. His smug ass is only apologizing because he's afraid of losing his spot at the round table. That dude is of the same breed as Mike. I'm telling you. Watch him pull some shit down the road. Mike Miller plus 200 pounds. Lol. Okay, maybe, but he apologized to you. You should accept it. I'm keeping an eye on people. Everything shakes out in a sieve, you know? Some people stay and some people go. I'm not accepting anything from that piece of shit. His inflated ego needs popping. That was out of line. The only reason he even said it was because you told him. Right before that, he's like, I don't care. Lol. You should take him into the DMs and then check him for even blocking people, to be honest. I'm not even the biggest guy on YouTube, but unlike him, I can actually help people. I know for a fact that I made Richard at least $5,000 on God King when he was on my stream. What's that fat fuck gonna do for you? His channel is dead. He could have cost you money. Dude, that's nothing. He's a placeholder to fill static on a live stream. And he tells me he's gonna fuck my mom and he boots me? Nah, no way. Fuck him. I left the chats myself that time. I won't share rooms with him. He wants to fuck my mom. He can fuck himself. Respect. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, God. He wants to fuck my mom? Oh, shit. Oh, YellowFlash. You are too much, dude. Oh, God. Oh, fuck him. He wants to fuck my mom. Please. Let me know when you make a room without deadweight. Feel free to add me into that one. I hear you, bro. Tug reached out to me like, you need to fix this with YellowFlash. I hope there's nothing to fix with you. You know I'm your pal. I don't know. Seems like Micah Curtis is your enforcer or something. Why is he allowed to shit on people and boot them from your rooms? The way he talks about you makes it sound like he's your right-hand man now. I'm sorry, but if he's a high-status person in CG now, I don't want to associate with that. He's a disrespectful piece of shit. Man, that's not the case at all. He's just a Comicsgate guy with a campaign to promote. I don't have a right-hand man. You and Tug are closer to me than almost anyone in CG except for Zach. Why is he booting people out of your rooms then and shitting on others than myself? He talks like he is your right-hand man. Seems that way also. If someone booted anyone out of my room, I would be furious. He says things like, I'll have a talk with Ethan. Sounds like he runs the show then. It's very insulting. Hey, do you know a good manga artist? I think I'm going to do a cyberpunk manga. I'm looking for some, but I'm not cool with this Curtis thing, man. He's disrespectful. His apology was shit. You tell me what you want me to do, YellowFlash. Check his ass in private and make him realize being shitty is bad business. Because if he is the new spokesman for Comicsgate, I'm out. I don't like him because of his ego. He needs to get his ego in check because nobody gives a fuck if he was on Channel Awesome. Ethan Ralph had some choice words about him also. Lines up with everything I thought about him. He was a snake who wiggled his way in at the end of Gamergate, helped ruin it. He will ruin Comicsgate like Gamergate. You got it. Also, Kyung Lee is who should do your Cyberfrog manga. Okay, good idea. I'll go with that. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. That's YellowFlash, man. I mean, he sounds like Mark Brooks. He sounds like Gabe Al-Taib. He sounds like PTP. They're all like this. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. I'm just surrounded by these people. Bell Winters, how was that? Was that okay? Where he's at? Oh God. We're almost done with 2019. Whew. Crazy. I like Billy's She Dawn book, but the campaign is fucking confusing. Which tier is just a printed book? Never mind. I found it. Way too many options. Haha, and he did it on both platforms. You need to whip him into shape. His setup is worse than Mike's. Better product should sell better. Do you like the Beatles? What am I asking? My favorite band. Oh shit, Sean Lennon followed me. Oh, I remember this. This was great. This was a really good day. Sean Lennon messaged me. Hey, I messaged him. I said, hey, big fan. Thanks for Moonchild with Chibo Matto. I wore that song out. He says, thanks, man. Can't believe you know that stuff. Big secret between you and me. I'm totally on board with much of what you say. I feel that my old tribe, the left, has been destroyed from within by a bunch of PC babies on one side and maniacal, power-hungry warmongers on the other. The DNC is rotted to the core, and I have no political home. Yeah, well, whether we like it or not, Trump is going to win the election, and the left may as well go full retard at that. But look how cool fucking Sean Lennon is. Holy shit. Sean Lennon is the man, dude. He is the man. I like him saying full retard at that point. Who knows what'll happen? I'm not looking forward to it. Where can I see your comic stuff? And I just start showing him. So he like showed me a bunch of frog art that he did too. It's pretty cool. All right. Sean's one of us. Oh, wow. That's cool. Does John's son even have any of his talent, or did Yoko ruin him? He's got lots of talent. I'll check him out. I have tons of Beatles shit. How are you not making Star Wars videos right now? I'm mostly drawing. I don't know. Rise of Skywalker is coming. Oh, look, he just hit 100,000 subscribers. Hell yes. Congrats. Look, I'm not a yes man, so I'm just going to give you my opinion. Constantly going after Doug and them is killing CG. Just ignore them. They don't have big audiences. Any damage they can do is already done. Just ignore them, man. I'm telling you, this is hurting long-term growth. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Word up. Is what I'm hearing true? Are you going to push Nassar's new comic? Who told you that bullshit? Smaller people were talking about it. Nassar is a real shitbag. Give me names. What smaller people? Nassar says you hate him because he criticized you using pronouns to deploy from Renfamous. Deplatform Renfamous. I don't like Nassar for what he did to Tug. And recently his BS where he runs around saying I'm doing some grand conspiracy on him. You're seriously bringing him back to the fold? I'm out then, completely. There's zero loyalty to someone like Tug who's been there for you. Nassar will put a knife in your back. Well, I'm just going to let you type while you make assumptions. I'm not letting Nassar back ever. He's a retard and he's untrustworthy and arrogant. Tug was betrayed by Nassar in a despicable way. He's unforgiven. But I'm interested in what happened because I didn't see it. I just saw the response. I think Nassar is worse than someone like Mike because Nassar plans his stuff and snakes around in the grass making moves. Mike is just a complete moron who let himself get manipulated. Oh, dude, not people. Renfamous. You pissed on Tug and YellowFlash defending a full-time harasser of your friends who tried to destroy our lives? Here's Nassar. I'm about to watch a movie. I'll talk to you later. I didn't defend Ren, but using SJW tactics is wrong. Wrong is wrong. And I thought he got more than Ren booted. I said, no, it isn't. Their tactics work. It's what they're used to promote that matters. Using SJW tactics to stop SJWs from bullying normal people is justice. I got to disagree. And you're hanging out with people who use SJW tactics now, so I don't see your integrity. Enjoy your movie. Nassar is 100% one of the reasons Mike flipped. Only thing Nassar wants from you is your platform. Why do you say that about Mike? Because Mike and him were still talking before he jumped. I'm sure he was whispering stuff into his ear. He was whispering to Ben. Ben flipped his shit also, didn't he? Mike is a greedy moron. Yes, Ben flipped back and forth like a dummy. Let all those who flipped on you lay in the bed they made. Plenty of people out there deserve a shot who won't. This is like the second time you threatened to flip on me, though. You got mad about Micah and now Nassar. Where's your heart, dude? Data Racer came to me bitching about Micah also. That dude is poison. I wasn't going to flip on you over Micah, but I'm not going on streams with him. He just seems boring to me. I think he's a scumbag. Scumbag? Really? He got in that fight with you. That's all I've ever seen from him. He's a pompous, big-headed asshole. He thinks he's the shit. He's not. His book looks like dog shit also. The art is horrible. I agree. I don't know. He's loyal, though, so far. That means a lot. Loyally pissing off people you know. Tug doesn't like him either. I hear neither do some war campaign people. Hit up Ethan Ralph and ask him about Micah Curtis. Yeah, we'll do. Here's Data Razor. But I wanted to ask, what is the deal with this Micah Curtis guy in EVS's chat? He decided to be a dick over nothing, and I'm pretty pissed. Who is this clown even? You need to make your dog sit. He's not worth losing people that can actually help your channel. Oh, what the fuck? He's dead. I was mad about Data Razor. I swear, YellowFlash. The whole time I was like, YellowFlash has been right every time about these fools. From Nassar to Mike to Micah Dickwad now. Yep. What an asswipe. Comic Hut is going to hit 1,000 subs hating on us. Yeah, the stealing solo thing blew him up. Well, Jeff did kind of screw the pooch on that book. He should have went to the printer and checked that book out and proofread it. It really reflects badly on all of us now. I'm hoping that doesn't impact my book. Do me a favor and don't call your book Flash. Lol. Lol, no. My book is a mixture of Western superheroes and Japanese manga. All right, sounds great, man. You'll do better than Tug. You have more subs. I don't know. I needed deadbeats to launch against. Probably going to stream tomorrow night and shit on Rise of Skywalker if you want to come on. $10 says Richard likes it. I told him on Facebook that I'll bet he loves it. Might stream tonight. Looking for other Star Wars people to call to talk Rise of Skywalker. Do you want to come on? Maybe. I got to do my own video review first. You should have time. I'm seeing the movie at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, Richard liked it. Ha ha ha. Good to know Nassar's a great guy. I didn't say he was a great guy. I think I called him a little bitch. Are you going live? I don't know. I would if any of my haters wanted to, but nobody does. Just talk about Star Wars. Boring. Crazy fuckers taking it to a new level. I don't know who that is. Let me see. Open spot, waiting room. So we're just like streaming with each other. Mike's going to launch that book and use it to fulfill the past ones. He's posting pics. Lol, you were right. Lol, still mad. Holy shit. I don't know what that is either. Some new site called Sausage Roll, and they seem super suspect. Giving you the heads up on them. Something seems fishy about them. Don't cover their shit. I don't know what that is. What's going on with OG Comicsgate? I told them they had nothing left to do but harass the big two, which already told them to go fuck themselves. I told them, therefore, they are dead. They're pissed at me about that. Are you streaming? Just send me the link. People are saying you said if they make videos about comics, it's harassment. That doesn't sound right. No, I just finished streaming. If you want to interview me on your stream, I'll come on. I just finished streaming. I don't know what's going on. Just do you. That's what I always say. I don't care what those shitbag comic creators are doing anymore. Fuck them. That's what I'm saying. Basically, OGCG just sit there and heckle Comicsgate. They want things to stay like they were in 2017 and don't support creating comics. If I'm going to make videos about any celebrities, it would be like on Mark Ruffalo. Nobody gives a shit about Tom King or any of those nobodies. To me, continuing to try to affect change in an industry overrun by SJWs is a waste of time. And if you aren't buying their stuff anymore but continue to bother them, it's harassment. Just walk away and build a new industry. Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck them. People like Anglantine are just mad nobody gives a fuck about them anymore. He's a piece of shit. They're clawing for relevancy. All the good OGCG are with Comicsgate making comics. You're about to make a book. They're not doing anything productive. He should have just adapted. There's no views in comics anymore. I've been trying to tell Richard that. Told him he should just review TV and movies. Mainstream comics are dead. I don't even bother reviewing them anymore. I'm just going to start doing a car and motorcycle vlog on my comic channel. I wish he would do that. It's funny.
Okay, so we're January now. I think that's good. Do I have to go all the way to? I guess got to go to February as planned, as promised. Here, let me check in on you guys though. Let me see. Damn, PTP said goofball pie man. Oh, that's true. Hitler was someone's son says, Ethan, I want to DM you 20 times a day like Flash. Well, not really. I have better things to do. I'm glad. God, it's exhausting. Flash talks like PTP in the DMs. Yeah, same. I'm glad Ethan gave him a chance, though. Says, I am who you say I am. YellowFlash is up and drinking. Insane, guys. So that's 2019. Now, tomorrow, if you want, we can go on to 2020. We can go on from through 2020 to 2021. I don't know. If that's what you want to do, we can do that. Do you want to do that? Yes or no? If you enjoyed the show today, put a 1 in the chat. If you had a good time, if you like this. All right, so here why do I get the gay voice? Just pointing out. Wait, just pointing it out every now and then. You guys ready for this? To me, trying to continue to affect change in an industry overrun by SJWs is a waste of time. And if you aren't buying their stuff anymore, but continue to bother them, it's harassment. Just walk away. Build a new industry. Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck them. People like Eglantine are just made nobody gives a fuck about them anymore. He's a piece of shit. They're calling for relevancy. All the good OG CG are with Comicsgate making comics. You're about to make a book. It's 2020. They're not doing anything productive. 2020, January 12th of 2020, I was under the impression that YellowFlash was about to make a book. It's about to make a book back then. He should have adapted. There is no views in comics anymore. Been trying to tell Richard that. Told him he should just review TV and movies. Mainstream comics are dead. I don't even bother reviewing them anymore. I'm going to start doing car and motorcycle vlogs on my comic channel. See, here's the difference between YellowFlash and your boy Zach. Your boy Zach, his channel is devoted to comic books, not because it's the thing to talk about, not because it's really popular, but because he actually does love comic books. YellowFlash talked about comic books for a little bit because he saw that Richard C. Meyer's channel was blowing up because he was talking about comic books and he wanted to get in on that grift. So once that grift seems to have ended in 2020, fewer and fewer people are caring to check in with comic book related videos. This stinks. Read YellowFlash's Eeyore, you bum, says Wilberforce Wooster. I don't think he sounds like Eeyore. I think he sounds gay. Then YellowFlash is like, I'm going to do something else instead. Just follow the trends. Just follow the trends. Stand for nothing. You represent nothing. Whatever's popular at any given moment, that's the shit that you're going to do content about. Comicsgate Drama is alive and well, though. Where are you, Comicsgate Drama? Are you okay? Honestly, people who are entertaining are going to find talking about whatever they want to talk about. I'm up and drinking. If you stream with Cecil, Anna, or Malin, tell them to invite me. I'll come on and talk about this stuff. Okay, so once again, YellowFlash begging to be on our streams. Okay, so if I'm streaming with Cecil, Anna, or Malin, hey guys, could you invite YellowFlash? He wants to talk about this stuff with you. After just 1 second ago telling me that like nobody cares about comics, now he's ready to talk to you guys about comics because that's what we talk about. I'll ask Flash. It sounds like you really do want to be there. So let me ask. Cecil might go live, but I'm worn out talking for the day. I want to do a one-on-one stream tomorrow. I just don't want to get involved with the Doug drama. He's too involved with Stand With Vic. I can't tomorrow. I have to do in real life work. Woo, woo, woo. Pull over. Put your hands up. Put them where I can see them right now. Get out of the car. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. We can do a one-on-one sometime this week, though, for sure. Excellent. Yeah, it'd be best with just you and me. When is your omnibus launching? I think next week. And it did. By the way, when I said like it's launching next week, I think it's like it launched next week. It's pretty good. All right. She said invite her on the stream. Nice. Where is her Twitter? I don't even know who this is. She's not on Twitter. I'll look to see if she has an email. Nerdettes Newsstand. Woo! Nerdettes Newsstand would like to come on the show. She asked to be on my show. In that video, she said, invite me on. You should have her on because somebody said Doug is already trying. Pardon me? Doug is already trying to court Nerdettes Newsstand. Fat married trailer trash woman? What does he mean by that? Court her. Oh, fuck. Hi, everybody. It's Nerdettes Newsstand. I go, so gay. Lol, the way you worded your OGCG harassment thing was all wrong. Lol, I rewatched it. I get what you're saying, but people are going to take it the wrong way. Well, I didn't phrase it to comfort them. They're in the way. Here's a definition. I could take that same logic, though, and say that's what you and Doug do to each other. Okay. Most of OGCG is gone or moved on. I barely even talk about the mainstream comics anymore. The only ones still around, like Angle and Teen, have super small platforms. They can't really bother anyone, but they could join up with people like Doug. My point, though, is people who weren't your enemy, like Nerdette, who really just review comics and doesn't make videos about pros, are going to flip on you and become one. So what do you want me to do about that? Nerdette and Nerd Wonder are always doing this. I take all of this seriously. They don't. This is a hobby to them. They're welcome to join Doug and become as irrelevant as Nerkish did. Nerkish, lol, the idiot who turned down $100,000 over Discord Jew jokes. That's right. Doug is collecting zeros. Nerkish is a zero. Oh, this is where zeros started. Nerkish is a zero. So is Tim Lim. So is Nassar. All of them. I get what you're saying. Just don't create more comic huts. That guy floods the algorithm with videos about you. He's relentless. Look, that's really what I'm saying. Eventually, those will pop up before your own channel in a search. If enough people start doing them. Okay, so the next day, January 13th. Look at that Todd Ace Crawford guy. Admitted he flagged that Nerdette chick. You should call him out, retweet him, and shame him for being SJW. Here's Todd Ace Crawford. Whether or not the tweets are public domain, I don't give Nerdette permission to monetize my personal info. There is a timestamp available. I thought I had posted the URL in the spot, so not sure why she is acting like. I said, oh, word? That's some mundane match shit. Dude is rocking CG in his bio. He's a citizen. He's not a YouTuber or a pro. People are running in and defending the behavior. I'm just making sure people know, and I don't find it acceptable. Are you worried that you'll look like you're white knighting for Nerdette? No, because I just don't like false flagging. Because that's kind of what it looks like. Some little dude reported her video, not a big name like Mundane Matt was. And it was a privacy complaint, which is valid. YouTube will kick it. Nerdette is screeching and trying to get attention. It's stupid. It's not privacy if it's on Twitter. If he's worried about that, he should take his name out of the handle. That's what Mars Girl did to Memology. She struck two of his videos claiming it was privacy. I don't defend that. Mars Girl knew better. This guy evidently has some personal beef with her. He's posting that he has her nudes on my YouTube. Okay, somebody has Nerdette Newsstand's nudes. What? Help me, Jesus! I forgot about this. Here he is. This is Todd Ace. I know what Nerdette's chunky legs look like in the bathtub. He says, "What a ridiculously childish comment." These were in my comments, like. These were in my comments on YouTube. Oh my God. I don't know what else this could mean. Like, I'm assuming it means he has her nudes. I know what Nerdette's chunky legs look like in the bathtub. Well, I mean, I can imagine. AK probably looks like meat. Big. What a thing to say. Oh my God, I'm dying. Oh, geez. Okay, so what a ridiculously childish comment. Quentin Daniels says, just stating a fact. Oh, no. Todd says, just stating a fact. So this is just factual, guys. It's not childish if it's a fact, okay? That is for sure. You guys just have to understand. Amazing. Here in the steadfast says, do you think when YellowFlash threatened Jon with a good time, he meant dressed up as a cop and suck his cock? Jesus, I don't know. Speculation. It's all just speculation. How would I know? Here in the steadfast says, getting some serious single white female energy from YellowFlash. Yeah, a little bit. Where is Todd Sigma Centurion still here? Like, where is he? I think I've seen him a couple of times before, like recently. Anyway, so he knows what Nerdette's chunky legs look like. Chunky. Just say chunky. Her legs look chunky in the bathtub. YellowFlash says, I don't care about her nudes. I don't only care about the flagging. He can post wherever he wants. He can put dildos all over her pic. Also, that stuff is fine. I said, you better not. But get out there and bust his balls over the false flagging. I'm not interested. She could twist in the wind for all I care. Flagging like an SJW bitch. Is soy. And then here's a picture of Mundane Matt. What is this? Sure, but 99% of Twitter is soy. He's giving me this for thumbnails. YellowFlash really wanted me to make a lot of videos about Mundane Matt. Mundane Matt, like, I don't have that much to say about you, pal. Wherever you are. I never really had that much to say about Mundane Matt. I mean, I don't know. He just seemed like his YouTube generation was one or two before mine. So we bumped heads a couple of times, but like, who cares? I said, haha, I hate Jarbo. Why? So we got, what is this video here? What is this? 458. Oh, this is an Indiegogo campaign. Who made this? Megawatt versus the Vampires of the Sun. Matthew somebody, and it's only raised 458. Is it over? Closed. Yeah, it was over. Going live at 10 p.m. Sending links out to people. Join up if you want. Plan on talking Comicsgate for sure. So this is January 18th of 2020. La happy pretty comics is coming. I'm going to make an LLC through a lawyer this week. I'm like, nice. Here's a link. I'll be on when I get back. I'm at a CPR refresh course. CPR. More clues about YellowFlash. See, once again, everything's a constellation in the sky. YellowFlash. CP doesn't stand for like child porn. Some does it. It stands for like, what does it stand for? What does it stand for? CPR. Does anybody remember? I know what it is. Oh, he's a male nurse. Margaret Miracle says, I took CPR many times. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Thank you. I knew it was cardio something. Okay. I'll be on when I get back. I'm at a CPR refresh course. Looks like you're finished. I missed it. I told Tug. He's always on the phone with Umbrella Guy. Next day. I'm going to have Cecil on Saturday night. You want to come on also? Probably invite Malin also. It'll be a constructive stream. Last time was all fucking around. But next day. But drinks are a must. How did 24 hours elapse between this and this? It'll be a constructive stream. Last time I was fucking, it was all fucking around the next day. But drinks are a must. Because it's Saturday night. I'm doing a convention in Jersey Saturday, but I should be home at night. Send the link. I'll try to be there. Also, thinking about bringing back Drawing Fire, but only if Malin is on board. That show would be shit without him. Comicsgate's where it's at, YellowFlash. I don't blame you. And honestly, I need firebrands like you out there blasting the fuck out of traitors. We need YellowFlash blasting the fuck out of traitors. Okay? And we still need him to do that. We still need YellowFlash to be blasting traitors. All right. I bury those cockroaches. Lol. I have about 10 clips of Edwin ready for Saturday's stream. Get out. What is this? Get out. Was that like an Edwin quote? Get out. Are you coming on tonight? Tell your convention stories. Yep. Awesome. What the fuck? You passed out. Ha ha ha. So I must have like fallen asleep on his stream. I don't remember. Here's Edwin Boyette, who has finally blocked YellowFlash. Edwin Boyette's original account there. And I think it's gone because, you know, I would really like to read Edwin Boyette's DMs, but I think he killed that account, you know. And that's the thing. Like, once you kill your account, the DMs go too. There's so many accounts that were like fake, kind of like sock puppet accounts that would DM me. And because those accounts got killed, like, I don't have any of that information. I would love to find that one. I think Comicsgate. What was this guy's name? I can't remember. Comicsgate Spy or something like that. And he used to hit me up all the time, and I never knew who he was, but he would give me all this creepy information about people. And let me see. Box for it defendant says, were you and YellowFlash gay dating without your knowledge and consent? Because that's what this stream of nonstop DMs sounds like. Yeah, I never said yes to a date with YellowFlash. You know, if he thought I was his boyfriend, I never had the chance to like tell him I wasn't. In the description, it says 1943. Where's editorial? Says Raj Matara. I think that like it was meant to be 1945, and then everybody made fun of him for being, an ahistorical retard, and so he probably changed it in the description, but he can't change it in the video. Johnny Rocket says, very weird. YellowFlash gently tried to command you. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are examining these DMs and coming up with psychological analysis of YellowFlash through this. And it's great. I mean, this is all on the record. I mean, feel free to do whatever you want. I said, yep, he blocked me too. Holy shit. I don't know. I wish I knew what any of this stuff was. Every one of these links is like broken now. Let me see what this, does this go anywhere? Oh.
Promotional video for the new Indiegogo campaign. I'm very excited.
There it is. So actually one of these links actually still works. It goes to the announcement of your boy Zach's Expendables Go to Hell campaign with Chuck Dixon. Okay. So YellowFlash is actually excited about that. Richard C. Meyer is working with Sylvester Stallone. So he goes, holy shit. I knew about that like 6 months ahead of time. But I was like sworn to super secrecy, and I didn't tell a soul. So I was like, yep. Streaming in like 30 minutes. Do you want to come on and talk about this crazy shit for a bit? Adam Friended is coming on also. I'm pumped. Now I got to do it on my own channel. When are you going live? An hour or so. I'm out getting dinner. So I must have like, it's like, no, I'm going to talk about, Sylvester Stallone on my own. I'm not going to go on your channel and talk about that. I'm going to talk about it on mine. I'm going live at 9, probably for 90 minutes. Send me a link. Comicsgate is streaming and Butthurt. It's all in the same day, all this. February 4th. Are you raising money for people to attend the con? I don't have an extra $1,000 to travel for this. You just bought a fucking motorcycle. I don't have an extra what the hell? Earn some money. Well, could be. All right. Okay, so I don't have an extra 1,000 to travel for this. I mean, it's, look, you have time to save up. We're talking about doing a convention, making a convention. And it's something that we talked about for a long time, and I just never did it because everybody just sort of expects me to do everything. It's amazing. It's like, is there going to be like a Comicsgate Comic-Con? I'd like there to be for the Fans Fest. Yes. Great. Okay, so anybody, I need help. Like, I don't know how to put on a convention, so people should reach out to me and, let's get a committee together to put on this convention. Nothing. It's just one more thing that, like, I've got to handle all by myself. And guess what? I'm very busy. I'm just very, very, very busy. YellowFlash is like, look, I don't have $1,000, so are you going to raise money? In other words, among the funds, we're going to crowdfund this convention. Among the funds that we raise, can we pay, like, YellowFlash's expenses? So that he can go to the convention as what? And do what? What would you do? He says, I'll promote it if that's the case. I said, YellowFlash, the con is going to start small. trying to raise 20K, and it'll be Comicsgate Con. The bigger it gets, the more guests we'll invite, with full travel, hotel expenses paid. You'd be a guest. He says, sounds good. How do you avoid paying taxes out the ass? This guy's how old are you? How old is YellowFlash my age, or is he like much younger than me? I get the feeling YellowFlash might still be in his 30s. Does anybody know? So he spent like 10 grand on a new motorcycle. And now he's like, I can't afford anything. Can't afford $1,000 to go to a convention. You could come up with $1,000 over the course of 6 to 8 months. Anybody can to go to a convention. You think he's late 30s? And so in your late 30s, you're asking another adult how to avoid paying taxes? Jesus Christ. How do you avoid paying taxes out the ass? Between me and the old lady, we were damn close to bumping up a tax bracket. You know what? The best person to ask is me. Not an accountant, not a CPA. Just ask me. I'm going to tell you how to stay in deductions and things like that, how to stay out of a larger tax. Perfect. You should ask me these questions. I already get fucked with that 30% small business tax. I don't want to pay more. Taxation is theft. If I put out comics on top of YouTube, they will rape me. You can't avoid taxes, bro. Just make more money. My advice to him is great. I'm an actual conservative Republican. I'm not a fucking libertarian. You can't avoid taxes. Just make more money. Okay? Your comic will cost lots to make. Spend all you can. That's all tax deductible. So if you have like a big wad of money, a big pile of money for your business, spend as much of it as you can, because that's all tax deductible. That's all business expenses. Jesus. House of Osborne says, Heil the gay Kaiser. Thank you. House Gay Job says, solid legal advice. Yeah, just make more money. That's like the best way to handle a lot of taxes. You just make more money. What is that LLC and hire yourself thing? People tell me the tax cuts to 22% with LLC. I said, yes, you put yourself on the payroll, but that's if you're going to do a lot of comics. If you're just going to do one, don't bother. I'll be doing one a year, he said back in 2020. This guy busts my balls about like how late I am with Rainbow the Brute. When I'm still putting out 4 or 5 comic books a year. Maybe you haven't noticed. Let me see. Just Delightful. Wow, thanks for $20. First episode of my new docu-series is up for free on the PBS website, The Last Independent Automaker, The Story of American Motors. I've been working on it the past 2 years with Trashcast on in the background. Thanks. Wow, okay. Good luck to you, Just Delightful. Thanks for $20. Well, Right Comics says, I'd like my entire paycheck to be considered a tip. Oh, are Super Chats tips, Mr. President? You know what? Super Chats should be considered tips. Jasper Plan 9 says, why is he asking you this shit? Jasper Plan 9, I don't know. It's really uncomfortable when somebody wants to talk like of tax avoidance with you in private. Really uncomfortable. You just say, you're going to pay some taxes, dude. You think I have like, do you know how much we pay in taxes here? Do you have any fucking idea? You tell me how to like legally avoid paying taxes. I think Super Chats are tips, but get a pro opinion on it. Yeah, I don't think they are, because they're not like service oriented, but they are technically tips, It's not like there's a salary on top of this. Like my YouTube is entirely funded through Super Chats. So it doesn't seem like they would count as tips. But I will look into it. I will definitely look into it. Trashcast is a service. That is true. Yeah. YellowFlash also admitted on a drunk stream he uses a phony address to vote. I don't think he cares about sticking to the law, says Wilforce Wooster. See, that's what I mean. Like, what the hell is this dude hiding from? what the hell is, like, when somebody said YellowFlash, like, it's possible, like, you ever think, like, maybe he, like, has some shit in his closet that he's, like, hiding from? And that's why, because I mean, there's no reason to be this careful on the internet. There's just, I mean, you should be careful, but there's no reason to be this careful. You're just a YouTuber. Like, what is all of this? P Count says, here's your $2 tax-free tip. Wink, wink. Thanks. Yeah, I really don't get it. So YellowFlash tells me in 2020, I'll be doing one a year, maybe two. I'm going to use money from the first one to fund the second one right away. So he already has plans to do that. What YellowFlash doesn't understand is like, yeah, good luck with that. It's like, you're not going to use money from the first one to fund the second one. That's a fantasy. You're going to find that when you do you're going to find that when you do an Indiegogo campaign, it's likely that the money is going to barely cover the project, and you'll be able to keep a little bit, but you're not going to be able to fund a whole other comic book that way unless it's extraordinarily successful. We took Blood Honey money and rolled it into a bunch of other projects. Wreck Planet funded a bunch of other things as well. But most of the time, it's like, like Snowman Creed, some of the smaller Elephant, they're just going to pay for themselves, essentially, and most crowdfunds just kind of do that much. Let me see. I'm going to use money. All right, so they're pushing this optic now. Edwan's new plan. I guess he means Edwin. What is this? So Edwin's always doing these gay charts to kind of say that, trying to say that, like, even back in 2020, Comicsgate's falling apart, like, all the time. So I don't know what this is trying to prove. Expendables go to hell. Comicsgate? No, it's not Comicsgate. So it's important that Edwin have people differentiate themselves from Comicsgate. Richard C. Meyer has 1,139 backers. Cash Grab is Comicsgate. Creator Cecil Jones, 1,114 backers. Graveyard Shift 2, Andrew Huerta variant. Comicsgate, yes. John Malin, 767 backers. But I guess there's a, can I click on this? It's just a picture. So, yeah, there's nothing there. They're pushing this optic now. Edwin's new plan. I don't really know what the plan could be, except it's still stuff that he's doing now. He's obsessively graphing and charting Comicsgate and Rippaverse stuff. It's funny when other people do it. It's really weird when, like, Edwin does it. Yeah, Zach is Comicsgate, says our couples. Well, strictly speaking, no. He would say, I'm not Comicsgate. Let me see. Ethan, I just read in the chat that YellowFlash has confirmed the melting snowman, says Urashima Taro. Oh, yeah. Lord Tapman says, Edwin started the fire? Well, I have no knowledge of that, no. At all. None. So I don't know that to be true. Would just be speculation, I guess. Quick question. How do I commit tax fraud? Says Pete Callen. Wink, wink. How do I commit tax fraud? Streaming with Richard at 9 p.m. Do you want to come on? Probably keeping this one at 90 minutes. I want to be able to leave it up. Sure. All right, so there's the link. Here, this. Liam Gray, are you watching right now? Here we go. Liam, this should get you. This will make Liam mad. Here's your artist, Mangaka Odie. Mangaka Odie. He doesn't follow me. Can you DM him and tell him to follow me? He doesn't have DMs open. So YellowFlash is looking for an artist. And I'm like, naively, I go, man, Liam Gray's artist looks great. Now, Odie, this is Odie, Liam Gray's artist who did Liam's book. And he was sending me drawings. I wish I still had them. He was sending me Cyberfrog and Salamandroid drawings that were just beautiful. And so I was like, this guy's available for work. So I said, you know what? If you're going to do a manga, you should also hire Odie. Now this opened up a whole can of worms. And I was completely innocent. The idea of me saying, take Odie away from Liam was not what I was saying. I was saying, this guy has time to be doing a lot of extra work, not even paid work, just kind of like, hey, I'm drawing your characters because I like them. Okay, so he's got time to do work. So why don't you hire him? He doesn't follow me. Can you DM him and tell him to follow me? He doesn't have DMs open. So I say, he doesn't follow me either. I just followed him. Liam says he's asleep right now. I don't know how he knows that. Lol. Liam. Oh, shit. Hey, Liam, how do I get Odie to follow me so I can DM him? Odie's asleep right now. How do you know? How do you know he's asleep, Liam? He's right here. No, that's not what Liam was saying. Liam was like, look, I'm in Australia. He's in Greece. So, I mean, it's like, the guy's asleep. Like, it's, Liam, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. He says, I'll hit Liam up and ask him. I'll ask him about him. Thanks for finding him. I didn't find him. I said, you bet. You want to come on tonight talking about Sonic, Birds of Prey? So suddenly now you're talking about comics again. Interesting. Sure. Will you push my new campaign? We can promote it for sure. Malin said he's also coming. Said he's coming also. Is that new campaign the Omnibus? Are you not doing that? Omnibus is taking longer to put together. I'm doing it in June. This is just colorized old comics. Oh, so I'm doing Unforgettable Tales. I just launched like an Unforgettable Tales campaign, which was very good. How many older Cyberfrog books are on there? 15. Or are there? How many older Cyberfrog books are there? 15. Lol, I want that omnibus. You do? Okay. So I still wasn't like 100% that I was going to do the omnibus, but yeah, it was nice. People were telling me that I should do it. I love omnibus and graphic novels. I have like 2 bookshelves of comics. Well, I'll make sure you get one. You have any inside knowledge on who's replacing DiDio? I said, Jim Lee. I was hoping Jeff Johns. No, Jeff doesn't want that job. He's a Hollywood producer, but he's the only one who could really do it. Hut changed his name to Diversity in Comics and calls himself your boy Hut now. Dude is crazy. Dude, I'm in the same bar as CB Cebulski. Lol. Nice. Go introduce yourself. Lol, no. He's a big fat fucker for real. Dude has 3 necks on the back of his head. He fucking wobbles. Tim Doyle got fat. Check my Twitter feed. Nice. Jim Lee as sole publisher. Interesting. He said it several times. Excellent news. I don't think he will be a good boss. He's more of a creator. Lull at this Sean Gordon Murphy shit. I wonder what this was. It's fascinating. Oh, good. Well, no. Nothing against SJWs. Most of my friends are SJW, and I totally support everyone's unique way of engaging on all sides. This is Sean from 2017. So nothing against SJWs. Helmet Dork says, Hut hasn't posted anything in a while. What about baseball stuff? Oh, God. Jabba the Cuck says, Liam read him Dino King before tucking him in. Yeah, it sounds that way. Can I talk to Odie? He's asleep right now. Shit. Okay. Carl Starr says, stop making it gay, Ethan. How am I making this gay? It is gay. All right. Doesn't matter that he apologized. He's toast now. Oh, this is a Mike video. Oh, shit. And I never figured out what this meant. I never figured out what any of this meant, but I clipped this video of Mike and I added some dark music behind it. Let me see how it sounds.
Funny,
Oh, it's not going to work. Okay. Hold on a second here.
Funny, I'm currently in a situation where it's like I've allowed things to happen. And it's like I understand there are chastisements or repercussions. I don't expect God to get me out of certain things.
Hmm.
I pray that He will. But it's like it's like me just not learning the lessons of you know what I need to learn.
I mean, what the hell did that mean? Could you guys hear that? Could you hear that? That was crazy. Like Mike was just like, yeah, like I've done some shit. I've done some shit, some dark shit. And God, I don't know if he's gonna get me out of this. Hope that he will. But I don't know. So peculiar, man. And meanwhile, like he was like, you know, running all these campaigns that just weren't doing anything. Yeah, I'd like to know. Okay, back to YellowFlash. Sorry about this for a minute here. Narwhal is almost 30K with 11 hours to go. The quality of Earthbound was really good. Very good product to showcase Comicsgate. Guess who's streaming with Comic Hut now? How low? Who? Captain Cummings, which is messed up because I'm going to read gay again, which is messed up because I thought he was friends with Richard. Cummings is low IQ. The next day, why is Worski after you? He's saying Saturday is EVS day. Lol. Probably help your campaign blow up, to be honest. Just fuck, I don't know. God damn, dude, you killed it today. I was expecting you to make another 400K for sure, and you did half of it in a day. Lol. YellowFlash, I know. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, you expect that I'm going to make 400K for sure, and then I do 200K in the first day. Isn't that amazing? That's awesome. YellowFlash would have left his wife for you, says, possibly. Yeah, that's what high T is, Comicsgate drama. It's making 200K in a single day on just like a regular campaign. Amazing. Is 200K more than Golden Patriot? Says Wilberforce Wooster. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Right now. Lol. Thanks, YellowFlash. You're next. Lol. No way. Well, he was right. I'll get you on some streams this week for sure. I'm going to start streaming more to build up those live stream numbers. This is March 15th for those who are paying attention. March 15th, 2020. Dude, you're a six-figure campaign for sure. I'll do your cover. That would be amazing. There you go. Look at this. This is me saying I'll do your cover. That would be amazing. No, like, how much will you charge me? Just kind of like, yeah, that's great. Do the cover. And this was 2020 again. Is this me saying I'll do it for free? It's done. We need your six-figure campaign towards our $10 million year goal. Well, I said it's done. Technically, that would be amazing. It's done. But is that like saying it's free? I certainly didn't mean it's free. I just meant, yeah, it's a deal. I'll definitely do your covers. Lord Hades says, kinda. Like, would you take that to mean it's free? Nope. Nope. Let me see. To a mooch it is, says Shane Peterson. Yeah. Ethan, you have to be very specific with Spurks. It's ambiguous. Well, again, like, yeah, it's like we didn't talk about it because it's like, well, how much would you charge me? No, there's no question of that. Yeah, I wanted to make $10 million in a year for Comicsgate. Like everybody in Comicsgate. I don't even think we came close. I think we made like 6 million. That would be kick-ass. Gonna make a video throwing shade at the truce tomorrow and highlight all the big campaigns. Comic Pro videos are back in right now. Look, everything is about what's in style. Everything is about like, well, why would you make videos about comics? Because they're back in style right now. Yeah. Comicsgate drama is 50-50. He expects E to pay him. Yeah, I don't. You never know. It's weird. Okay, so that's the first time I mentioned it, like doing his cover. Jack Irons creator is a fake. So instantly, once again, Jack Irons creator is a fake fuck. He says, Jesus. Yep, but I want him to declare Comicsgate. He won't. People trying to pull me into this Warski shit. I'm burnt. Who is trying to, like, so apparently back in March of 2020, Andy Warski decided he was going to try to go to war with me with this other fucking monkey. And it didn't really work out, like, because Warski didn't know anything about me. And this other guy was like a real weird fucking angry spark. What, like, why would they go? You know what I'm talking about? Like, what? People are trying to pull you into it. Why? It's like, what the fuck, man? John Smith says, YellowFlash is a gossiping bitch, man. You just read this and you go, like, why are you involved? How do you know about it? Why are you involved? I don't know what's going on with you at all. And I sit there, apparently, like, I'm sitting there talking to somebody, the Jack Irons creator. I don't even know who that is. But I'm talking to him and trying to get him to join us. And it's like, he's a fake fuck. YellowFlash is paying attention and telling me I shouldn't. People are trying to pull me into this Warski shit. I'm burned out on internet fighting. It's all you do. And I have a lot going on in my personal life right now. I'm trying to make my videos and check out right now. Okay. Express zero opinions and don't answer questions. And this would be the best way to deal with getting pulled into drama that you don't want to get pulled into. Whew. Oh, man, it's aggravating. You want to come on tonight after Zach leaves? We're skewering Comic Pros and Marvel. This is the perfect time to come on and pitch your book. Zach's internet won't last long. LPL. LOL, I guess. I was out running errands. Damn it. Will we go on at 9:30? Oh, I'm streaming now. So it's like 4 minutes later. Wait a second. So I was out running errands. We go on at 9:30. No, I wrote that to him while I was currently streaming. So I said, no, I'm streaming right now. I'll send you the link. Come on when you're done. Nerdrotic is only staying for 2 hours, and Zach will boom her out way before that. Nerdrotic was like a newbie back then. Like, you know, he didn't have the sub count that he has now. So Nerdrotic hanging out with YellowFlash. Zach will boom her out way before that. There will be a spot open. You want to come on tonight and talk about that soy comic shop owner? Streaming about 9:30. Look at me begging him to, like, Ethan was always begging me to come on his show. Look at me begging him to. I'm sitting there constantly going, yeah, okay, well, I'm doing my own stream right now. I'm going to do that on my own channel. I'm on my own stream. Jack Irons guy is Cody Fernandez, but everyone knew him as Jack Irons. Oh, Iron Eyes Cody. I got it. Is that what it is? Yeah. Please, YellowFlash. Please let me come on your show. EVS MGTOW. Yeah. All right. Yeah, send me the link. Awesome. But look how nice I am. Dude, let's sell some frog books tonight. I want to destroy Icarus and the Sun and Earthworm Jim this time. All these dudes who said I'd never be able to do it again, too. Thanks for putting me on. I was always like, thank you for, you know what I mean? Like even though I don't need your channel, like, thank you. I always say thanks to everybody. I got a bunch of stuff pulled up that will tie into everything well. Dude, did you see what War Campaign did? Holy shit. This is April 4th of 2020. Lol. No, what are they up to now? Do we find out? What is this? April 4th. I don't know. What did they do? This is 8:42 p.m. This is 9:04. Oh, first, here's Mike reaching out to the SJWs. Okay, so before we get to War Campaign, this. Mike S. Miller writes, to my comic creator friends out there who just got told to put their hashtag pencils down to their publishers, don't do it. Don't waste your time. Take advantage of it. Get together with other creators. Create your own books. Get your own universe. And get into the crowdfunding game. Over 100 comic projects have made over $100,000 on Kickstarter. Not YellowFlash's, though. Others have done well on Indiegogo. And while there's no guarantee you're going to make that kind of money, it only takes a few hundred fans buying your book to make it worthwhile if you do it right. I'm happy to help anyone bring their fan base to crowdfunding. And I hope if you all band together, cross-promote, we can save each other during this difficult time for our industry. Comics will survive this. And no, You don't have to join with unsavory people just because they have big YouTube platforms. Those 100 plus Kickstarter success stories weren't YouTube personalities, but you do have to work together. Left, right, center. This isn't about politics. This is about keeping your careers and our industry alive while those who cut your checks have cut you off. I'm happy to help anyone. Whether you've called me an ist or a phobe in the past, this is not the time to hold grudges. What a cuck. What a slimy cuck Mike is. Be better than they are. Be above petty squabbles and hate. Save yourself and the industry we have all thought to be a part of. Mike, they kicked you out of it. Hashtag creators together can save comics. And here's Mike with like a handful of pencils. Mike is the gayest individual on the face of the earth. Mike is so goddamn gay. Mike's just sitting there trying to be like, hey, I can help you guys. Come to me. I'll help you. Diversity is our strength, guys. What a goofball. That's crazy. All right, hold on. So there's that. Find this tweet. This is War Campaign. Don't threaten Ethan Van Sciver, McCaffrow, Hail Caesar, Frog Rainbow, Blame War Campaign, Preston Smollett, pencils down. What is this? I don't know what this is. Anyway, how much did you make? A couple grand. Not bad for 2 hours work. Thank you again. Sorry about not being all in right now. Truth is, I have a lot going on. My dad's not doing too well, probably dying, going through divorce. Oh, what the hell? Just lost a pet. Can't take being involved with the drama right now. Barely holding on. Just wanted to level with you. I'm all in for CG, but just not at 100%. Jesus, YellowFlash's life's falling apart. I don't want to share this stuff in public. It's been a thing for a minute. This is why I just don't want to be in any drama. You live in drama, YellowFlash. Everything is fucking drama. Jesus Christ. I don't want to be in drama. Why are you bringing it to my doorstep? Who's the big artist? For what? By the way, we are going to roast Volume 1 of America on Saturday. If you want to join, you can come on the panel. You need to read Volume 1, though. We had 1,500 people last week. It's on Comixology for $10. I was the fake Tim Doyle. Ha ha ha. I was trying to get him to mod me. Lol. Okay. Can you tell that mangaka Odie to send me a DM? I don't want to send a public text. Can you imagine, like, YellowFlash's... It must be fucking unbearable to live with him. If YellowFlash did get divorced, like, fuck, man. Jesus Christ, I don't even know the guy. I don't even know his first name, and I want a divorce. Can you tell that mangaka Odie to send me a DM? I don't want to send a public text. He follows you. Could you please DM him? Hey, you bet, Flash. Done. Thanks, brother. Anytime. Oh, no. That's thanks, brother. Anytime. He's got the gay voice, not me. Ethan. Uh-oh. Ethan, as a friend, I hope you haven't said anything bad in DMs with Ro. Oh, fuck. Yes, I have. I agree with John and Cecil. He will eventually fuck you over privately. Never publicly turn on them, but watch your ass. The fall of Rome was a mistake. You can't tell fans what to do, but he clearly needs you as a clam to fame. Watch your ass. Don't publicly tail sides. But your true friends are with John and Cecil. Ro is a snake. I agree 100% with John. Just play it cool. Stay out of drama. But watch what you say in DMs. I feel like shit is going to pop off. This is like there's an hour of this. And I'm not responding or anything. I'm just kind of like letting him just sort of fucking clam to fame. He's just going off, like sitting there drunk watching TV or something and just texting me. I feel like shit is going to pop off. It's the internet. Hopefully I am wrong. 10-cent story. This is Captain Cummings. First, I don't know this person. Is this the account that creates fake tweets? Second, yes, I like comic books and tweet at people in comic books. Gail Simone followed me. People treat me with respect. I try to treat them with respect. It's called life. Captain Cummings, a true traitor. Captain Cummings. So this is me talking to Odie. Hey, dude, and I'm showing him that I'm like, dude, I asked him. Here's what I said. Hey, dude, could you DM YellowFlash guy about an opportunity? He asked me to ask you. Hello, Mr. Ethan. Okay, I will. Perfect, thanks. Odie says, Mr. YellowFlash hasn't responded. He was on your stream once, I think. Do you believe maybe me and Liam could come to your show before our campaign closes? I asked Liam if we will, but he hasn't really given me a clear answer. Haha. So I guess it's a good opportunity to ask you, Mr. Ethan, directly. I just responded to him. So I'm sitting there going, dude, you asked me twice to reach out to Liam's artist. I did. And you didn't answer him. So now he's sitting there calling me Mr. Ethan and Mr. YellowFlash. This is the poaching of Odie. The poaching of Odie. Oh my God. Do Greeks sound Chinese? Says Comicsgate John. I don't know what Greeks sound like except for I only know Vasilis. Flash, you scumbag. Pay your artist, moron, says EMS. Yeah, this is the poaching. This is a famous moment. And this is how it happened. YellowFlash. It's pretty funny. Nostalgic says, but you're their dad. Huh. All right, it's now April 20th, 2020. I just responded to him. He's in an exclusive contract with Liam. Lol. I said, for fuck's sake. And then here's Bleeding Cool, an article about Preston Poulter acquiring the exclusive contract for the trademark for Comicsgate. Bleeding Cool immediately wrote that gay op up. Yo, are you not going to promote any new campaigns anymore? Now, by the way, look at this gap. April 22nd, May 7th. Yo, are you not going to promote any new campaigns anymore? I'm launching in July, and it will be my first campaign. It's your platform, but I've been around for a while and always promoted you, bro. I hope this is just directed at the shit starters. So I must have said, that's it. I'm not promoting anybody. I always say that. Haha, you don't need my platform. Trust me, but I'll still throw you some promo. Hey, I want to go on everyone's platform. Just wondering what was going on. I'm guessing this has to do with all of the Liam shenanigans, costing Richard money. I saw a super chat on his stream saying they just refunded him because of Liam. What happened there? Richard C. Meyer? Liam? I have no memory of this. None at all. Do you guys know? Like, what did Liam do to Richard? I wish Liam was watching now. Preston Poulter is going on Nick's show. Nick Rekieta. Should be good. Nick won't let him run you down, and not to defend yourself. So if Preston goes on a big anti-CG rant, he might send you an invite. I said, when is this? I'm not sure. He just said he was willing to come on. Tug wants him, I guess. Thanks for having me on. It was fun. Hey, go back and listen to last night's shitty webcomic stream. This guy Sumo Boxu at Outlook.com, occasionally he texts me or he sends me emails, and he's really mysterious. Like, he's been doing it the entire time Comicsgate's a thing. And I don't know who he is. Like, I think he's like a Kiwi farm guy. But he says, lol, never mind. You said almost the same thing on your own. I like the vampire sunlight analogy. Also, just watching him at the start of the shitty webcomics, he's fucked, man. He doxes T. Royalup's real name at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. He calls him Rolland. Lol, he sounds like a Rolland. Fat guy named Rolland, your arch nemesis. Lol, what a bundle of fun you are, Ethan, bringing these people into my world. Can't thank you enough. Like, all of these people sound like crazy comic book characters to me. What a bundle of fun you are, Ethan, bringing these people into my world. Can't thank you enough. So Tom Royaloop's real name is Rolland, I guess. Interesting. Oh, I can't stand those guys. Is there anything good? The stream's not up. Seems like they took it down. I don't see it. Incel brothers are real scum. Yeah, but apparently Thomas Royaloop's real name is Rolland. I'm sure he lives in filth. He will destroy himself. It doesn't matter who he is. Shitty webcomic incels are trash. Nobody will ever follow those losers. You're a winner, Ethan. Fuck them. Hail YF. Hail EVS. And hail Comicsgate. Same day. 3 hours later. Ethan, that DA Talks guy is a complete loser. He used to have a channel with his brother, who's a good guy, who has the channel Crow of Judgment. Crow would come on and tell you all about his crazy-ass brother. DA Talks burnt his own brother over internet beef. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. A lot of people burning their own families around anti-Comicsgate. A lot of people burning their own families. It's crazy. I don't understand. Man, what the fuck? Comicsgate is going crazy today. So many clowns in the anti-CG bin to make fun of. All this infighting is dumb. We're now, by the way, that was May 24th. This is May 26th. Just whatever. Not commenting. May 27th. Just watch the Liam stream. What the fuck? Frega doesn't deserve that. Neither do Cecil, John, or Anna. Yeah, I'm starting to see what Ro and Pan are doing. Causing a lot of shit. Trying to isolate you to themselves. That's what it looks like to me. How ironic. Cecil is right. Seems like anyone who doesn't go through them gets the memes. Sweetcast, Cecil, Malin, Anna, Frega. Remember they were calling him Sweet Cuck? Lol. Okay. That was at 12:26 p.m. It's now 9:22 p.m. of May 27th, 2020. Lol, Micah, I've been here before all of you. I hate to pull rank. Do you remember him from anything? No, not really. He grates on my nerves sometimes. Talking about Micah Curtis. Here we go. Chris, are you here? Are you in the chat? Let's go. You're about to get talk shit on. I hope he didn't leave yet. Okay, here we go. I think Chris Archella has some issues going on. I wouldn't hold too much against him. Up to you, but I don't think he's all there. I said correct. So here's Chris Archella in something called Gay Chat, which I think is like a war campaign Discord. Chris, where are you? There he goes. I'm here. Are you ready? Chris, what was Gay Chat? Was that war campaign? Somebody sent this to me at the time, and I was like, yeah, I know. What's going on here? The simps for EVS make me laugh. They all talk like this, too. The simps for EVS. I met and ate dinner with EVS twice and even gave him a fucking statue. However, I think EVS went way over the line. I'm not getting involved with Twitter battle, though. Getting a few items in the mail soon, and we'll post this on Twitter soon. Somebody named David Smith says, that was the stream that truly broke my heart. Which one, says Chris? Too many to count now. The one this morning on John's channel, which EVS appeared on. No, not surprised, says Chris Archella. From meeting him in person, he normally mellow, but there are signs of his ego. Are there, Chris? Are there signs of my ego? There's some evidence that I have a little bit of ego. Yeah, that was the war campaign Discord. Okay. That's funny. People just sent me this. I was like, oh, no, not Chris. Because, like, yeah, we did have dinner together, just like, or lunch with some Geeks and Gamers guys and everything. He says, as and hearing impaired, I can detect that shit from a mile away through body language and tone of voice. Dude, no denial. I am very egomaniacal. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason people in comic pro industry hated him because of the behavior he's showing right now. He has done before over there. So this is all the, this is the rhetoric of anti-Comicsgate. Like, he wasn't canceled for voting for Trump, even though, and being called a Nazi and a white supremacist, even though that's what everybody saw. That's what was happening, like live and right in your face. He's probably canceled for being an egomaniacal jerk. Here's the thing. I'm one of the most humble. When I say humble, I don't mean humble compared to you guys. I mean humble compared to the comic book industry. I'm one of the kindest and most humble, nicest people in mainstream comics. Those people are egomaniacal monsters, okay? They literally ass fuck each other. Like, they're like, forcibly. Look at Neil Gaiman right now. Those people are egomaniacal monsters. I am a human sunbeam, literally. Now, comparatively, I come to Earth and, I walk among mere mortals and they say, wow, he shines so bright. Like, he's a real egotist. But I'm just saying, like, in the heavens with the other creative bodies, I am,
even though I'm still bright, I'm kind of a warm, loving hue of light. So anyway, YellowFlash says, yeah, it's not a good look for him. And that's it, Chris. I'm afraid I think that's all we said about you. But it was like, I was very disappointed with that. I was like, oh man, not Chris. Like they get so many people. Like War Campaign just gets people and just turn them. If you see a good artist, can you send them my way? I'll pay good page rates. Somebody can clip that if you want to. Wilford Wooster says, I 100% agree with Chris. EVS admits he's a demigod. Clip. Yeah, what do you mean admits? Use Guys says, on a different topic, EVS, thanks for the years of very entertaining broadcasting. In an alternate universe, you are the second coming of Rush Limbaugh and Howard Stern. Hey, man, thank you. I appreciate that. Termination Booth says, shut up, Ethan. No, you shut up. Sick of these people telling me to shut up. Oh, look at me. I'm the most just humble guy. I'm the meekest guy, says Urash Mataru. Yeah, of course, I am. Christopher was Chris Stanley before Chris. No, Chris Stanley is off his fucking... Like, that guy's absolutely insane. But yeah, Chris Archell was disappointed. When Chris came back to the fold, I was really happy. I was like, yes. And he's been cool ever since. And that's been 5 years. So it's all good. But I love YellowFlash saying, I will pay a good page rate to a good artist. They can use a pen name. I can't believe it's been so hard finding one. I said, craziness. Let me think about it. It's now June the 3rd, 2020. All the good ones have been busy. Let me see. He talks about you around, again, man. He talks about you around 14 minutes and refuses to denounce you. Oh, that's good. Who's this? Let me see if this works.
We talked about a lot here.
Dan,
I've still got quite a bit here. Well, okay. But we're gonna mix it up a little bit. We're gonna try to make it a little bit fun.
Want to ask me some
questions? Yeah, we're gonna play at CBN at danshaheen.com and send me some comics. You can mail them to me and I'll read them and I'll show them on the show. It's gonna be fantastic. All right, well, let's get back to the game. We've only got a couple more names.
Wow. I didn't know I was going to do all the names. I thought this was a spinning wheel. This really wasn't a spinning wheel. This was the line.
The they disappear one at a time. It's great. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what? I worked a lot with Ethan in the past, so I'm going to have to take a pass.
Too close to make a call, huh? Okay, Dan. I know a lot.
You know what? Hey, listen, if it's not about the comics, I don't want to get into it, to be honest with you. Everything that goes around it, my focus, my interest has always been about how do we tell stories? What are the best stories? What are the things we challenge ourselves in comics and stories? That's what I care the most about. And my fear is always that we're losing that message. And it's part of our own fault. We have to make better stories that are intriguing and exciting that people want to get excited about. You talk about the days when we led into Infinite Crisis, when Jeff is on Teen Titans and all these other things going on.
It was great.
People are talking to me about every day. What's comic? What's going on? I want to know what's happening.
Dan's just basically saying, look, I like everything that the reason why you're asking me about Ethan Van Sciver is because of politics and, cancel culture and the drama surrounding him. So I don't want to talk about that. I worked with him for too long and I don't want to get into that. So that was kind of him. I appreciated that. Like he was meant to do. I think the idea was he was supposed to denounce me there. Chokes me up a little bit. I love Dan Didio. Okay, here we go. He talks about you around 14 minutes and refuses to denounce you. Got some respect for me considering today's climate. I bet it bites him in the ass, though, if he gets another job. Yeah, but he started his own company, so good for him. Urash Matar says, this is so old. Shaheen's a juggler now. Limafau. Dan Shaheen wrote to me today. It's funny. I haven't talked to Dan in the longest time, but today I got a message from him. I got a little message from Dan Shaheen. Let me see here. Is this safe to share? Okay, here we go. It's now June 15th, 2020. I finally got an artist, man. Picked up Joe Ball. I said, smart. He's pretty good. Get a cover artist, though. Look at this. Be nice to Kelsey Shannon and offer him money.
Wow, dude. See, everybody listens to me. Ultimately, you should just kind of listen to me. Be nice to Kelsey Shannon. Kelsey does good stuff. I was going to hit up Malin also. What? I thought Malin just drew cable. What do you mean? I thought he was Liefeld Light. What do you mean you're going to hit up John Malin? Margaret Marigold goes, what? Money? Money? What do you mean? Can you still do one? It's fine if you're too busy and can't, but I know it would sell. And I was like, did DC ask you to contribute for the Green Lantern 80th anniversary book at all? Of course not. That's some bullshit right there. It doesn't matter at all. I would have said no. Well, they could have at least asked. You did a lot of work for Green. This is true. They brought Chuck Dixon back for the Robin book. That's BS. They didn't even ask. Did you just see like how Dan DiDio reacted to having to talk about me? Did you just see that? You know, it's unbelievable. Of course. That DM where I was talking to Nassar when I was mad and we talked about it in a private Google Hangout to Tug, remember? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? There's a certain type of person that wants me to go to a private hangout to talk about somebody else, and it's two people, 2-on-1. Okay, so let me get those. I'm noticing patterns in Comicsgate, like, you know, the fact that it's like Student of God equals SJW Spider-Man, same fucking anonymous, weird, obsessed creep who propagandizes against me or Comicsgate or whatever. Right here, this idea of two people asking me to meet in private to denounce somebody else started with Edwin Boyette and Mike S. Miller, because they were so concerned about Georgie Alexopoulos, Pussianopoulos, and they wanted me to condemn and denounce war campaign. That was one time. Second time, apparently, YellowFlash and Tug asked to meet with me in private to talk about Nassar. And then the third time, PTP and Phone Tap Phil Diaz asked me to meet and talk in private about condemning Mandy. That is so weird how that continues to happen. Holy shit. Oh my God. Chris Arcelli, you didn't need to do this. That's amazing. Let's do a classic. Okay. So, I mean, it's just peculiar. You remember talking about Nassar with Tug? I told you about that also when he flipped because he was going to drop it. Remember, me, you, and Tug talked in a Google Hangout 2 years ago, shortly after that happened. I said ancient history. In other words, I don't remember it. I was upset and I was going to leave CG. Oh, this is so gay. I was upset and I was going to leave Comicsgate, but I was going to do it quietly. I was never going to publicly fuck you over. Not like that scumbag. I was largely over it with him. But then he just goes digging new holes. He's such an idiot. Hey, please don't say I run gay ops. I'm not trying to take anyone down. That's what those are. I was into blood sports, not gay ops. I asked Peter, and this is what he told. Peter who? The only time your name ever came up between me and him was when he started spurging at you and Tug. And this was, who is this? Peter, anyway, and I told him to stop it, and that pissing off two of the biggest guys in CG was a dumb idea. His response was that he didn't need you and Tug for anything, because he could get on EVS's or Anna's show anytime to promote. That worked well for him, lol. Lol, Nassar needs to learn to work with people, though I will admit, Donald does owe him that money for sure. And I'm just like, what? Like what? Like what? Oh, Pete Sametti? You think that was Peter Sametti? I don't think it was Peter Sametti. I think it was a different Peter. It might be Pete Gilmore. That's who I immediately pictured. In the industry, we call that foreshadowing, said Hiroshima Taro. Yeah. It's true. All this is just kind of like interesting. You know where it's going to lead. D. Robinson, thanks for $14. Any new art to show from any of your projects? Could use a small respite from the madness of your DM world, and you should sell something. Yeah, I mean, today we're lettering Heather Swain 1994. I don't know how well it's going. Let me take a look.
Eric Weathers is working on it, but I don't want to put him on the spot. Did he finish it? He finished it already. All right. That's cool. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at, all right, escape full screen. Oh, no, I can just do this. Share this tab instead. Smacking Comic Hose. They're gonna sue, he says. Get your ass in here. Nick is on. Thanks for coming on last night. It was a great stream. Lol, Mike. So now he's laughing at Mike S. Miller. I didn't respond to any of this. The dude has to be a victim. I'm being shadow banned. Give me a news article. Hey, bro, do you know who Zombienomicon is? Oh, wow. Oh, that was interesting. Somebody from Discord was trying to tell me about him. Some Comicsgate Aussie guy or something like that. I don't know any details or anything. I said, yep. Do you know who Zombie N is? He goes, no, I have no idea who he is. I just know the Aussie guy wanted my attention. He's going to roll on them. I said, no, someone else exposed Zombienomicon as a famous con artist from Australia named Jonathan Nolan. Look up his name with quote unquote Starwalker. Read all about this crackhead. So there was this guy named Zombienomicon who was hanging out with like Vicky and Dean and like Preston Poulter and all these guys. His name was Zombienomicon, and he kept the camera off just like YellowFlash did. And he was basically leading this campaign to like overtake Comicsgate or something like that. It was part of the Comicsgate trademark thing. And one day he accidentally turned his camera on. And when he did, you could see his face. And his face got ID'd as somebody who, oh shit, I'm going to look this up. This is way too interesting. And it's kind of obscure lore that deserves, because it's like actual, it's actual media stuff. Jonathan Nolan Starwalker. Yeah, this is this was him on A Current Affair. Here we go. He did a whole thing about him.
It promised to be the richest prize, not just in the history of television, but the modern world. A reality TV show where the winning contestants would space mission, except it was all a sham.
Good luck and Godspeed.
A new reality TV show promises to turn 2 winners into astronauts.
6.
This guy had balls.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's a red hot scandal, and the launch pad
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
is national TV.
The global search for contestants on Starwalker begins this weekend.
We want every human being to really get on board.
What all my haters look like.
See you on the terrible, over.
It was out of this world.
2 lucky people who enter this competition can actually go up to space.
Too good to be true.
Will I be the host? I don't know. Will I?
That's one small step for man,
Unbelievable.
one giant leap for mankind.
Where did this idea come from?
We've had this as a general plan for a few years.
Jonathan Nolan pitched Starwalker as the ultimate space reality show that would pit Joe Public against each other in a sequence of space challenges for the chance to win one of 2 tickets into space as a fully fledged trained astronaut.
So who is Jonathan Nolan? Well, we know from his own videos posted on the internet, he loves a conspiracy theory.
This one's dealing with the Black Knights and also the alien perimeter around the planet Earth and the Moon.
We can see from court records he was banned from practicing law in 2002 after pleading guilty to serious misconduct. And according to this TV interview broadcast nationwide in December last year, he's planning a mission to space.
The global search for contestants on Starwalker begins this weekend. For more, we're joined by the show's executive producer, Jonathan Nolan. Good morning to you.
Jonathan Nolan was getting a free plug for something that was never going to get off the ground.
And I want to emphasise that the finalists will become part of the international community of people committed to space exploration and colonisation, and the 2 winners will become fully fledged astronauts.
Sounds very sexy. All right, mate. Thank you for that. Good luck with that. Keep us up to date. Now, details on how to be a contestant on Starwalker are on our website.
Hi, I'm I'm Amy Roth, and I'm 12 years old, and I'm auditioning for the host on Star Walker.
With stars in their eyes, hopefuls filmed video entries.
Do you like space, my friend?
Oh, I don't mind it, yeah.
Diana. Diana.
And a worldwide search was underway for contestants.
Anastasia. Anastasia.
There was a catch. Of course there was a catch. For the best chance to win, contestants were invited to make multiple entries via premium SMS.
I think each SMS cost around $10, and I'm not sure where that money's ended up.
We're not trying to make this in any way for elite or, sort of make it exclusive. We want every human being to really get on board with this.
Jonathan Nolan was on another planet. For starters, he said the project would cost up to $100 million, but he couldn't say who was going to be paying for it. As for the space agency he claimed was involved, well, the only thing they send into the sky are satellites, and they've never even heard of Jonathan Nolan. Professor Stephen Hawking was apparently going to be a judge on the reality show, according to Nolan, but the professor knew nothing about it. The question marks surrounding Jonathan Nolan just keep on stacking up. Instead of answering them, he's gone into hiding. The Star Walker website has now been shut down. Same goes for Jonathan Nolan's phone numbers.
We regret that the number you have dialed is disconnected.
Okay, and you actually want to start up an Aussie space program out of this. Is that really possible?
It's absolutely possible. Part of the budget for the show, we've allowed for the construction of a real space base. Not a huge one, but a real space base. And we'll also be breaking ground on Australia's first spaceport.
At least some of the contestants are getting even. This Facebook group seems to sum it up. Star Walker, it's all a bad
Thank you so much for watching my video. I hope I get selected for the position on Star Walker.
I'd be pretty gutted if I was a space fanatic, sort of really excited by this opportunity, and if I'd put all this work in, I'd be pretty disappointed.
And the two winners will become fully fledged astronauts.
Sounds very sexy. All right, mate, thank you for that.
This is Amy Roth. Reporting from the moon.
I don't think so. And Jonathan Nolan says he is currently consulting defamation lawyers.
Okay, so this guy rebranded himself Zombienomicon, and he joined up with Anti-Comics Gate, and he decided that he was working to destroy me. Why me? What did I do? Who am I? Who the fuck am I? But this guy decided he was going to try to destroy me. And part of that was helping the trademark Comicsgate and then create a whole, he was going to ask people to give characters over to Comicsgate trademark. And nobody knew who he was. It was the weirdest thing. And then he left his camera on and he was recognized as Jonathan Nolan, like this guy who was famously part of the Star Walker scam. And then he disappeared. So this is me telling YellowFlash that he just got discovered. Like a famous con artist from Australia named Jonathan Nolan. Look up his name with Star Walker. Read all about this crackhead. Who is Zombienomicon? I might have them blocked. How long has he been around? That Star Walker shit is a big scam. Lol. I looked up Zombie account and it was blocked. I had no idea who this even was. Is this dude a big player in anti-CG? I said, yep, among the biggest. This guy was leading Anti-Comicsgate at one point. It was insane. Absolutely. This is this shit that I went through, man. I completely forgot about him. And the reason why I completely forgot about him is because he's not even the weirdest. Like, that's fucking weird, right? That's weird. Why me? He's not even close to being the weirdest. You want to come on my stream tonight and make fun of all these losers bitching about Cecil's cover? I'm going to ask him also. I'm not streaming. Then we just move on. That's all we like. That is the most interesting thing that could have happened that entire day of July 17th. But we don't even talk about it. YellowFlash has no questions beyond that. We just move on. He wants to sit there and talk about Cecil's cover. I'm not streaming until 9:30. I said I can't do it. Auction tonight. All right, want to stream? Here's me begging to stream with Flash. Well, never mind. Going live in about 10 minutes. You want on? Sorry, I just saw this. I was drinking yesterday. Lol. By the way, look at this. A whole month. August 22nd, August 23rd. So me and YellowFlash aren't talking as much. It's all good. Another time. August 29th. You want to come on tonight? Young Rippa might be as well, talking about Call of Duty red pills, angry e-thoughts, and likely some comic news. For sure, talking leftist city meltdowns also. Come sell some books. Evidently not. You want to come on the stream tonight? You might want to watch the stream tonight. I guess he has some dirt that Preston Poulter is paying people to keep tabs on you. I don't know who. I said, what is this shit? Preston is paying people to run gay ups on you. I'm like, lol. Dude is obsessed with you. Okay. You want to come on the stream? No answer. Okay. You want to come on the stream tonight? Come push the mailing list. Warts and all is an easy sell. Dude, I'd love to, but I'm still working on the campaign. It's big. So this was September 26, 2020. Come on next Saturday. Going to be a big campaign. Should have came on tonight. We had 1,700 people at the peak of the stream. Wow, that's a lot. This is October 4th. I guess like he invited me. I didn't come on. And then suddenly we're in 2021. Okay. So look at this gap. October 4th. No talking to YellowFlash until March. And I guess that was like a good thing for my mental health. All right, I'm just going to quit there. Because this is the Ripley, the rewriting Ripley incident, which was also pretty fucking weird. And I guess that's what kicked off 2021. So we'll stop right there with the just to keep the show kind of easy to catalog. That was my 2020 with YellowFlash, 2020 hindsight, as it were. Yeah. And by the way, like when big gaps like that happen, it's probably because YellowFlash kind of dipped out of Comicsgate. You know what I mean? And then he would kind of come back to Comicsgate a little bit later when he was bored doing whatever he was doing. I think Weeb Wars was happening back then as well. He was mostly involved with I Stand with Vic. But Ethan Van Begg, yeah, constantly begging. Take a clue, Ethan, says Wilberforce Wooster. Why don't you read the room, Ethan? Stop begging. Get in YellowFlash's stream, Ethan. A lot of begging you were doing there, Ethan Van Cyber. Thank you, Mind and Body. Dude, that Zombienomicon thing is hilarious. What do you guys think of that? And I don't even think I did much about it at the time because it was just everyone was so crazy that it just seemed like talking about it with people. Like, I'm not somebody who wants to sit there, or I wasn't running a drama channel. So that just seemed like poking the bear. Like, I'm going to poke literal crazy people, somebody who would conduct a scam, an alleged scam, I don't know where this guy is, of that nature, that like that size and scale on the media, you know, with the all that, whatever, how much money he got, I have no idea. I got to do a little bit of reading about that. Insane. Who wants to get involved in all that? Just everybody stay away from me. Let me see here. Notorious. Wherever they are, go watch that show. And I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be doing 2021 to maybe till the end, because I don't think I was talking to YellowFlash very much for those 2 years. So I think we might be able to cram 2021 and 2022 to 2023. That's 2023 was like the betrayal. I think we can do it all. Just so far, I mean, the first 3 years of Flash's DMs with me, Flash begging me constantly to come on his show, be a part of his show. I'm trying to stream on my own show. And of course, I mean, you know, this is all typical stuff like, hey, let me just hit you up with all of this nonsense about people that I've heard hate you and are talking about you. And then at nighttime, you want to come on my show? You want to be on my show? And my show was bigger than his at the time. I was getting much more sort of traction. My channel was moving faster. I was still doing Star Wars videos, so of course it was. And so, yeah, like he was begging to come on my show or for me to come on his show all the time, which was just kind of typical. Micah Curtis asked to mouth YellowFlash's mom, says Chris Carter. I don't think he even said that. I think, you know, to be fair to Micah, because I don't want to get Micah Curtis in any more trouble than he was already in. I don't know if he's still in trouble, but all he said was that he fucked YellowFlash's mom, or that he wanted to. One of the two things. But that really bothered YellowFlash. Really did. Like he told me I couldn't be Micah Curtis's friend anymore. Yeah, Nick Rekieta. He might get called out of retirement from trash to do his thing. He might have to. Okay. Let me see here. This is Nick Rekieta. Flashcast wasn't profitable for me.
Yeah, I don't care why Flash went off on me. It was highly personal. It was
Thank you.
Incorrect, and it was something he could have, if he had a concern about, he could have talked to me in private. He did not. Well, and it started in semi-private, then moved to private. He could have talked to me about it rather than being a spurg, but it's YellowFlash. I mean, that's what he does. I just don't have time for it. Being on Flashcast wasn't profitable for me in a direct way. I mean, it was nice to hang out with people, but you know, it was hours and hours of time, mostly leading to Flash being too intoxicated to read chats at a 3rd grade level. And
wow.
And like,
that was the worst.
Like, dude, if you don't want me to be there, I won't be there. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Nick's 100% right about this. Now, even like when I wasn't on the show, but I would tune in and Nick would be there, YellowFlash would be completely and totally sauced and just fucked out of his mind. And he'd have a ton of super chats to read. And he would read them like he had like Down syndrome. I mean, it would just be like, you know what? It's 3 a.m. And some of us aren't getting paid to be here. Like, we're not getting paid to be here. So can you zip through these fucking super chats? I know. Anyway, and then he'd like go backwards. He was so fucked up. And I would just watch this and be like, this asshole is like almost psychotic in his sociopathy. Don't you understand that like other people exist? You've got people sitting here as a favor to you, and there's no participation when someone's reading super chats. It's not like the other 7 people have something to say, really. It's just you getting paid for doing the show. And he would spend 3 hours. That's what Nick's referring to here. It wasn't profitable for me to do Flashcast. I did it for him because I was a friend. I thought I was his friend. How could you be friends with this guy? It's ridiculous. That's where beating the brakes came from. I know, beating the brakes off of somebody. So I just feel like, yeah, Nick's 100% correct here. Can we zoom in on the female cop? Oh, yeah, right there. She looks good. Nick thinks that, like, Flash's wife is a female cop, but yesterday we discovered Flash is divorced. I had no idea. So Flash was talking about, like, oh, yeah, I got to go home on Friday nights and spend time with the old lady, saying weird shit like that. Like he's, you know, Flash is probably like 39 years old. That's my guess. That's my guess. I just guessed that, Flash. It's not like I already know who you are. That's just a guess. So Flash is already, you know, Flash is like 39 years old. He's already sitting there talking about like the old lady and shit like that. He's divorced. Asking John Malin about like John Malin's wife. And by the way, like, you know, sitting there going, hey, John Malin, how's your wife? Doing research on John Malin's private life. And John Malin keeps that personal, even though John Malin shows his face and his name. Asking John Malin about his wife. And John said, I don't know, how's yours? It's just something to think about. He has a new girl. And John's fake wife. He has a new girl, EVS, says little Hecklu. Mm-hmm. What's his name? All right, hold on a second.
It's me spending 3 to 5 hours of my time.
Yes.
Doing on a Saturday, usually doing Flashcasts. I had other things to do.
Phillies won.
YellowFlash Super Tips voice win. Probably very
That's
soon.
why I'm going to play
that
cards tonight. Phillies
I mean, I'll
won.
let you guys
It's just saying, look, I'll let you guys make fun of YellowFlash. Thanks, Nick. Don't mind if I do. Tonight we're going to be reading his super chats to me, not super chats, DMs to me from the year 2021 to 2022. Fascinating stuff. All right. Looks like Katie did clipped an appearance that I had. Was this on Jack's show?
Ethan, what oh, were you doing Trash Cast? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was reading let me see. A year's worth of DMs from YellowFlash.
Oh, yeah. How's that going?
Record.
Went okay. There wasn't really a mention of you yet. It was mostly obsessing on Mike S. Miller, who he hated, and Micah Curtis, who he was angry because Micah Curtis said that he was going to fuck YellowFlash's mom. So I made a meme about that. He was very angry. He was fuck him. He's going to fuck my mom. And Edwin Boyette.
Micah Curtis is gonna fuck YellowFlash's mom.
It was the funniest thing.
How much did you tweet him? We could read. You and I could read every tweet DM we've ever sent to each other in 3 minutes.
You think so? I feel like I've DM'd you more than that, but
I mean,
not me. It's YellowFlash for the past 5-6 years. DM'd me obsessively, letting me know about like gay ops and I shouldn't trust this guy and blah, blah. So that's what we're reading. Basically, it's like, going.
Yeah, I tuned in for a minute, and you read. Who was it? That one chick.
Mindy Wheeler.
Mindy Wheeler. Yeah. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
And just kept reading and reading and reading. I mean, it went from like reading YellowFlash to like reading this chick. Just like, holy shit.
YellowFlash wanted to make a video about Mindy Wheeler being like a real pest. And she was when she was here, just asking for shit. And just like, she couldn't just say, you know what, like, hey, I want to make an app with my husband. I need your promotion. Like, would you be willing to talk to us about that? She, like, I read it, John. You said it took 5 minutes to read real fast. Like her messages to me about it, about her life, blah blah blah, just bullshit. And it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Like she would send me pages and pages of writing before I even responded to go, oh yeah, like that. I would just be like, oh okay, and then there'd be another fucking fleet of
like a contract. Like the conversation is like here's a step by step. Here's everything we want to do. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it was crazy. Shit. Absolutely crazy. I don't know how I put up with this, but I feel like we've DM'd each other more, Cecil. I don't know.
No, I would not mad 3 minutes, but I don't know if you can do a show.
Let me see. Let me just look real quick. But yeah, it's pretty entertaining to just read DMs because it's like a trip. There's a lot of stuff that people forgot, about Comicsgate, things that happen.
Yeah,
kind of refreshing our memory. Yeah, you're right, Cecil. There's not much here.
I'm saying. Yeah,
there's not much here.
Drama. YellowFlash, all about that drama.
Dude, endlessly like, hey, man, do you like this guy? Because I don't know if you saw this. Maybe you should get on with Ethan Ralph and discuss this. I was like, what? What on earth? Cecil, there's tons of stuff. We DM each other like every day.
Yeah, he was telling you like who you should like, who you shouldn't like.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Holy cow, man!
I can't
Wait,
remember.
are you making this up? I haven't watched. This is a real thing? Like what you're
me or who are me, Cecil, or either? What do you? Who?
No, YellowFlash. I mean, is that a
real?
real
So
thing?
Trashcast right now. YellowFlash said I can't prove it, but like Ethan begged me to get on my show. Ethan's always begged me for shit. He was sucking my dick to get on the show. I don't have any proof of that, but like take my word for it. So I said, all right, I'm going to read all your DMs out to people. And we're going to see who was sucking whose dick. And in the first day, when we went to 2018, YellowFlash said, your image among people is of a high T alpha male. And you should know that. Like,
badass.
Like, badass. High T badass. And so that made it everywhere. High T badass from YellowFlash. Today's highlight, I really think, is Micah Curtis wanted to fuck my mom. Like that's like funny.
So
I couldn't stop laughing when I was reading that shit. Yeah, it was terrific. I love that. He hated Micah Curtis. I think in 2019. We're about to go right into the Flash DMs. 2021, guys, and I'm gonna read until like I just get tired. Like I don't know how long 2021 is. I don't know how many DMs we exchanged in 2021. The thing that I do remember is that Flash kind of faded away from Comicsgate when he was Weeb Wars because he was on a new grift. He went to Weeb Wars. He's talking about Vic Mignogna. He's trying to get me into it. I'm not into it. You could see that like early on, like 6 months prior in DMs. He's trying to get me to make these Vic Mignogna videos. So I made one for him, but it's like I just wasn't into it, wasn't interested.
I knew Vic Mignogna. I used to see him at conventions all the time, and he always kind of like, hate to say it, but I was like, he's an overdressed kind of like, he wears too much cologne. He pays too much attention to the way he looks. He's kind of gay. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not really like interested in, you know, like Vic Mignogna is a great guy. I don't like, maybe he is. I just, I never, I always got a weird vibe from him. So I don't want to, I didn't want to defend Vic Mignogna. At the same time, you know, the SJWs that were coming after him were disgusting pieces of shit and bitches. Metrosexual is the right word. Yeah, like I'd be in an elevator with him and I'd be like, you lace up your pants, do you? You know, it's like he had like laces up the side of his pants. It's fucking weird, man. Like he was a rock star. I'm like, you do voiceovers. I don't fucking, you do voiceovers for Japanese cartoons. Why are you a rock star? I don't understand. To me, that just seems like a blue collar acting job, if anything. But no, I guess like, you know, doing the voiceovers for cartoons is a big deal. I don't know. I'm not into it. So metrosexual is just bisexual, I'll bet, says Edgelord. I don't know. But anyway, the point of all this is I just wasn't interested in, I'm sure he's a great guy. What was happening to him was absolutely, I'm sure, wrong, but like I wasn't into it. So I didn't get into it. And I didn't follow YellowFlash over to I Stand with Vic or anything like that. I think I kind of like paid homage to it a little bit, like, good, I hope this guy wins. But Flash kind of disappeared from my scene for a little while. Umbrella Guy too. And these guys would come back, the two of them, when they had a book to sell. I haven't seen Umbrella Guy around very much. When Umbrella Guy has a book to promote, he'll come back to Comicsgate. But the good thing is like Umbrella Guy has never said, I'm not Comicsgate, to my memory. He's never said that. He's just said, oh no, I'm Comicsgate, but I'm making my money talking about Johnny Depp right now. And that was cool. YellowFlash couldn't just go away temporarily without going, fuck Comicsgate. It's not what I thought it was. Like, YellowFlash would have a nervous breakdown every single time. And really all he needed to do was go, yeah, I'm going to go over here for a while. No, I'm still Comicsgate. Like, everybody, hey, fans, hey, I'm still Comicsgate. But I'm making my money over here talking about this. First and foremost, I'm a YouTuber. I'm making my money over here. Tug knows how to do that. YellowFlash never did know how to do that. Even up till this last kind of extreme, hyper tense breakdown of his. So anyway, it's now March 19th of 2021. We didn't speak between October 4th, 2020, and then here it is. That's like 6 months. So this is probably like I Stand with Vic shit. And then suddenly something catches his interest. Did you get a warning or a strike? That Ripley account is for sure backed by Lucasfilm. So what happened was, it was all over the place, that a group called Rewriting Ripley, they were allegedly two fat girls who were Star Wars fans. They were Raylos, they were just fucking gross lesbian Star Wars fans, leftist SJWs. They decided they were going to go after some of the big Star Wars right-wing accounts, and they chose me. And by the way, they were focused on me. These weird women of Star Wars were hyper-focused on me, not Jeremy, not Nerdrotic, none of these guys. They wanted to destroy me. And they chose something that I did. Let's see. Is the timeline right on this? Am I right about this? They wrote a bunch of articles about me, and they found something that I said. I said, you know what? I'm like Asian. I said, line them all up. Give me a Tommy gun. So I can't remember what it was, but I was making a joke about how Zack Snyder said that these Star Wars groups, these Star Wars, fans, geeks and gamers, et cetera, were helping. They were part of the reason why there was violence incited against Asian people. And Zack Snyder said, my movies, I want my movies to be something that stills the violence in the world. And essentially it was a really retarded kind of lofty thing for this guy to be saying. And so I said, Zack Snyder, He seems to want us to stop killing Asian people. Well, I'm never going to stop killing Asian people. Line them up and give me a Tommy gun. I was joking. It was ridiculous. But because I said that, it sounded like I was inciting racial violence. And these girls took that clip, retweeted it to the team YouTube, and YouTube handed me a fucking strike and took that video down. And it was a big deal. People knew, they were celebrating. They got notified that the video got taken down. And they were like, okay, 1 down, 2 to go. Now, the way it works is if they officially get you 1 strike. Oh, wait, I'm wrong about that. If they officially get you 1 strike, 2 more strikes and your channel's gone. In fact, I didn't have a strike. I had a warning. This new YouTube system gives you a warning first, and the warning disappears over time. But you have that warning, like, don't do it again. And if you do it 3 more times, that'll be the next time you do it, it's strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. So I just had a warning, but they thought I had a strike. So they were sitting there reporting the video over and over again where I was clipping Rose Tico's head off and calling that Asian violence. Okay. That was all happening and they were celebrating it. They're like, now we got to remove his whole channel. So of course, because there was some interesting drama around me, here comes YellowFlash for the first time in 6 months. What's going on, man? How can I get in on this? All right, so they were called the Rewriting Ripley's, and you know, there was some investigation done, and as it turns out, one of the former execs at Lucasfilm, was behind them, was using these 2 lesbians as a front, as a face, while she did all the work behind the scenes doing this, trying to get me taken down. There were some weird green-toothed, short-haired, creepy, pair-bodied lesbians trying to take me down back then, writing weird things, saying that like my YouTube videos are what got Chuck Wendig fired, you know, and all this stuff. Bizarre. So me, like, I'm not me. Go watch my videos. They're so naive and they're so innocent. But no, they hated me. They wanted me. They want me dead. So I said, warning. I got a warning, so not a strike. And yeah, Data Racer says he knows who she is. So Data Racer, who was just so cool, man, a really, really good guy, said, I know who the Lucasfilm woman is. I'm going to tell you. He goes, such bullshit. I said, they're coming for you too. Watch out. It's kind of fun, though. He says, we just have to be careful. I said, the Ripley account isn't a YouTuber or even an individual. They're a good-sized PR firm. So this is what we'd worked out there. There was a time when what we were doing was really scary to elements within Lucasfilm that were political activists, not Disney. Disney didn't even know we existed. But there were elements within, you know, Disney who were political activists, who saw or thought that we were effective spokespeople against what they were doing. And they were doing a Firebell style, you know, crisis management attempt to destroy us and get us to go away, specifically me. So Richard Devil says, I think they started a podcast. It all sounds crazy and paranoid, but it was really happening. It was kind of scary because, you know, YouTube's kind of important to me. It's how I generate a lot of my family's income. So I didn't want it to go away. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to be scared. You know, I'm not going to go into hiding or anything like that. He says the theory being kicked around is that Lucasfilm is backing them. I believe it. That Ripley account is after your Tico toy videos now. Team YouTube is already talking to them. So here it is right here. Team YouTube, thanks for bringing this to our attention. We've passed your report along to the team for a closer look. Appreciate your sending this our way. So all those videos of me like cutting up Rose Tico dolls, that was supposed to be hate. That was hate speech. You know, speaking of which, can we get more Star Wars vids, eh? Oh my God, guys. Yeah, we can get more Star Wars videos. You want a Star Wars video now regarding this kind of a thing? This is mean. Should I do this? I'm going to do it. I don't give a fuck. All right. And we're staying on track. Don't worry about it. So yesterday, I am just minding my own business, doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I blow this up a little bit. And I get a message in my message requests from, and this is interesting, like a message request from somebody who is, oh shit, I just jumped to the end of this. I'm gonna have to go back and find the beginning of that again. Now I spoiled the end of the YellowFlash DM thread. I get this message from somebody named the Lore Master and Jeremy Prime, that's Jeremy Griggs, and also this guy, Ryan Cannell. 3 of us. This guy, Lore Master, who's a big YouTuber. I looked at his channel. He's got 1.5 million subscribers. And he needs to talk to me. He's the master of lore. He needs to talk to me and Jeremy Griggs. He needs to talk to me and Jeremy Griggs and Ryan Cannell. Oh my God. He says, I need you all to come to an understanding among each other that your current war will not lead to complete annihilation of either side or cause irreparable damage among your core relationships that you had prior to the split. Only release the worst ammunition you got stored for one another on the retards that you 3 give no fucks about, but don't destroy whatever core group you all formed from the early Star Wars YouTube days. What do you think of that? That's nice, right? Oh, it goes on. You need to understand the very same demonic monsters that were destroying your lives with their insane nonstop disinformation campaigns were also terrorizing and pushing literally everyone out across the entire Star Wars fandom. Every political view and identity was targeted to protect those that have neither. It was just done in a very different manner on the left. It's insanely complex and very academic in how they were literally able to divide and conquer the entire Star Wars fandom, but done in a manner where it's so precise with how they attack each different group that you never truly understand why and how it's effective unless you directly go over it with the specific targets of each one. It's designed to be impossible to uncover and connect unless everyone across the Star Wars fandom is able to piece all of their respective shit together while also understanding how it was designed to fuck with them specifically. Why it was effective within your own communities, but would not be effective with other communities. And he goes on. The way they got rid of the real online Star Wars activist accounts on Twitter that were gaining followers, those who would call out Disney Lucasfilm's actual racism, was fucking insane. They know they can't delete their accounts or defend against them bringing attention to said issues, so they have to get rid of them one way or another, or discredit them among the rest in some complex scheme so that no one would take them seriously regardless of what they said. They literally will use precise psychological tricks to get these people into losing their minds with how they were able to influence the perception of the fandom to make it come across as hostile, but only to them specifically, so they would organically leave the fandom as a result. In some cases, they will drive people into committing suicide if they can't pressure them out of it. They will do this to children as well. They have no mercy or even the ability to consider the damage they do. No souls in any of them. I don't know this for a fact, but approach this fight between yourselves from now on as if it's been intentionally engineered to wipe both of your communities out with complex manipulation. That is how it was done regularly on the left-leaning side of the Star Wars fandom, and I see similarities in your war from my brief skimming of it. You will not believe the amount of effort and time all of this has taken, or the amount of collaboration required among these monsters across the entire internet for them to have maintained this for so long. I'm still dealing with the insanity of going over the initial shit I've been shared with and figuring out which of the people were the collaborators and who weren't among the few I had some regular interactions with. I'm getting my in real time friends together all to work on this. It's that much shit that we have to cover. Example over example of deception that is all designed to be unique to various types of fans and communities. I was on Star Wars YouTube before Star Wars Explained, and I remember feeling a shift in the environment occur after he fully established himself, which ultimately reached a point where there was a permanent state of distrust among everyone. There's a reason I maintained my distance from every community and kept my neutral status among everyone, since I literally could not tell what was true or who was honest, despite having a foot within every corner of the fandom. It has reached a point where it organically reinforces itself because everyone is convinced the others are out to get them in one manner or another, preventing any communication whatsoever. I will reach out again
maybe in a few weeks or at most 2 months from now, because fuck, this is now a full-time effort on my end. Just keep this shit in mind, because these people who reached out were fans of some of these monsters and not creators themselves. I am uncovering and connecting things of even the first few bits of evidence they have shared that they would never have realized, because us YouTubers understand the internet far deeper than the audience does. They themselves have no idea how complex it is, and they already got their notes attached to it. One piece of their evidence, from my perspective, has uncovered shit they never could have considered to think. I am looking back at everything in the past in this new perspective, remembering behavior from individuals that was irrational in isolation, but is not rational in context. But the context that makes it rational is going to be different for everyone. I want to have this be done where we eliminate all of them permanently after we release this super weapon. That will only become a reality if we attack from every angle at once with greater viciousness than they have been towards all of us. I want half of them hanging from their ceilings before the video stream revealing all of this is over. That is possible because it is literally a war between those who have souls and those who don't. The outrage is going to be universal. We just now need to make sure all of them are caught once we do so. Do not tell anyone or show my message, even the fact I've reached out to any of you on your streams while we're trying to destroy each other. While you're trying to destroy each other, I am still trying to convince the far leftists that reached out to me that working with you is for everyone's benefit. But they are so paranoid that alone is requiring more effort than half the shit I've dealt with anything else on my time on the internet. I cannot risk losing what they are sharing and continuing to share with me until I am able to convince them that you guys are also victims, just in a different manner. But I also cannot have you guys destroy yourselves in the time that it's taking me to do that. That would be horrific when we finally got to the fucking Death Star plans and now finally need every motherfucker to focus up on the real enemy, Disney, Lucasfilm, and all of their collaborators. The only war of annihilation that matters right now. So can you guys be the first ones I've reached out in this effort that will reduce my stress in this and not add to it? It'll help a lot from each of you whenever you have the time to establish everything that has occurred within your Star Wars fandom or related fandoms from your personal perspectives. Basically, everything as you remember it happening, also why you thought those things were happening at the time too. Even if you understand, even if your understanding as to the why has changed over time, you still have to remember the exact moments and why what you believed at those times. Then what happened that changed that view. However each of you want to do this, video or whatever, doesn't matter. Putting it together for people who have zero context to everything will be super helpful, since all of my friends helping me are completely unfamiliar with the entire Star Wars online environment and all of its various characters. And I myself have only a surface level understanding of all the stuff from your side, so it will be helpful for me as well. I need to familiarize them with all this shit before we can really start breaking each piece of evidence down and connecting it effectively. I will be doing the same and asking everyone else I have identified across my time here as being honest and honorable to do so too. Then we can share that among ourselves together and figure out if we can identify the monsters hiding, while also reaching out to those we know are not monsters and expanding it further with their help. I've yet to properly sleep for over a week following this stuff, and I'm currently panic writing this to you three because I just today became aware of how ruthless you guys are going after each other, and I don't want this moment to be lost for any reason whatsoever. If I'm rambling or writing shit that barely makes sense halfway through this message, that's why. So that's it. I'm going to bed. Lore Master. Wow, guys. So I answered him. I can't speak for those other two fags, but I'm in. So there you go. Can't speak for the other two fags, but you can count on me. I'm with it. And God only knows. Boy, it's terrifying, isn't it? I hope Jeremy and Ryan Cannell take it as seriously as I do. I'm taking this very seriously indeed. This is terrifying. Stop these monsters in the Star Wars community. They're destroying the Star Wars fandoms one by one. How can I help? I'm just one single man. Anyway, Team YouTube coming after me because of my Roastico videos. Mecha Random says, here she showed up here May 28th, 2021. The more people who DM me,
the more people I learn about who were canceled from Comicsgate and the Fandom Menace. The clout-chasing Hollywood shilling boys club are terrified of conflict. Let me see this thing here. Terrified of conflict. That's why they ignore us when we go to them with issues. They won't speak up. So Mecha Random canceled from Comicsgate for some reason. And also people are talking to her about being canceled from Comicsgate. At least it's getting closer to the end. Give me 1 second here. Okay. December of 2000. Oh, this is actually getting good. I mean, we're becoming good friends here. Me and YellowFlash becoming good pals. Every day. Okay, there it is. All right, there's where we left off. Sorry about this, guys. I should be way more professional. It's just that, you know, it's not easy. Okay, I said she blocked me. And then here, I didn't have to do this. He's got a screenshot for me. I said, I don't even know what she's talking about. Lol, she's crazy. So Mecha Random's crazy. I share a link. He can come to a StreamYards chat with me. He says, I'm way too high for a stream, but thank you. So we got YellowFlash using drugs. Do you want to come on the stream next Saturday? He said. By the way, look at this. That was July 13th, and now it's July 31st. Nothing. Hell yeah. Awesome. There you go. There's a link. Hey, Flash. Oh, here we go. We got a problem now. Now it's November 19th, and YellowFlash is mad at me. I have heard from several people that YellowFlash is angry with me. And ordinarily when this happens, I kind of laugh. But I'm interested in fixing things with Flash. So I said, hey, Flash, can we fix things? Your chats in Word Nerd last night made me laugh. So I don't know what that is. Okay, here we go. It just seemed like you were like taking a shot at me by streaming on me with Malin that night after he said he was coming on. If Malin would have just said that he wanted to go over there to make more money, I wouldn't have cared. Just seemed like a slap in the face. Also, there were times when you wouldn't stream all week, but you would fire up a stream right when I was streaming. So I was taking it as you were messing with me or something. All right. So here's what happened. John Malin was going to launch the new Graveyard Shift book. And he would do that on my channel normally. But YellowFlash reached out to him first and said, launch your book on my channel. And John Malin said, okay. So when I found out that like YellowFlash was like, John Malin was going to launch with Flash, I reached out to John. I said, do you want to launch there? Or do you want to launch with me? He said, I want to launch with you. I said, then come fucking launch with me. So he did. And then YellowFlash took that really personally. And he, then I hear this other thing. And I hear this a lot from people. I heard this from like Dan Fraga's friend Will Perdomo, a few other people who would be like, every time we started to get some traction with our live streams, you would deliberately launch a live stream against us and take our audience away. And I have never done that until now with Trashcast. Trashcast is a deliberate attempt to peel off some of YellowFlash's audience. That is true. But before that, I don't look at YouTube. I don't go, who's streaming right now? Let me see if I can double dutch my way in. I go, I have time to stream. I'm going to stream now. And I really don't pay any attention at all. But almost all of these people have this one thing in common. And this is like definitely a mental disorder. They go, Ethan is streaming at the same time that I am. And he's doing it on purpose to mess with me. Which is like, again, I say that these people are a lot alike. Like we have similar archetypes of individual with the same kind of birth defects, the same kind of like mental disorders. But the idea that like, and I've heard this quite a few times from the people who've decided they hate me, I was streaming and then you started streaming, and I know you did that just to fuck with me. So yeah. I never happened. I'd be like, what? No, seriously, like it's when I can stream. I have to sit there and apologize to these guys and just be like, no, I'm sorry about that, but no, I don't pay any attention to who's streaming. And maybe I should, I don't know, but you know, I sit there and I go, okay, it's 7:00 p.m. I have to start thinking about live streaming soon because you know, I have an obligation to keep my YouTube going. So soon, when can I do it? And it's 8:00, 9:00, 9:00. I got to do it by 9 or 10. And then I'll stream as soon as I possibly can when all of my other obligations are done. It has nothing to do with anything else, but all of these people share that one thing in common. He's doing it to fuck with us, which is weird. So there's YellowFlash. And I left the chats twice. Micah Curtis and somebody else blocked me out of the chats other times. YellowFlash, let me reassure you, I never knew you were streaming when I started a stream. I am the dad of a special needs kid. My life is so chaotic and busy that I stream whenever I get the chance. And I didn't mean to make you feel disrespected. I just didn't. I got to talk to him like he's a woman who's like whimpering. Like, no, I didn't mean to make you feel disrespected. I feel like we are or were pals, so I didn't realize you were mad at me or harboring those thoughts. What kind of man? Like, they're YouTubers. They're just fucking YouTubers. You know what I mean? Like you go, when it comes to like Tom Connors, remember when I was talking to him and I was just like, listen, what are you mad at me for? Well, you're dragging me into all this shit. And I'm like, no, I'm not dragging you in there at all. Like I'm discussing a fat melted snowman who sexually abuses his employees or underlings, and you're getting mad at me, and I'm not even talking about you. And that's weird that you're mad at me about that. And then like before too long, you talk to him about it and you go, I don't know what, it has nothing to do with you. He goes, you never made time for me before. You don't make time for me. And it's like, shit, man. Like this is all daddy stuff. This is all daddy behavior. So it's like, you never made time for me. Tom actually said that to me. I was like, that is the gayest thing. No, I never made time for you. You're right. Ever. I never will. I will never make time for you. Ever. We could be good friends. I'm not going to make time for you. It's retarded. I mean, John, fuck. He goes, I got to tell him, like, I thought we were pals. I didn't realize that you're seething inside. When I say mad at me or harboring those thoughts, you know, it's like, what do I mean by that? I mean, I didn't know you were coping and seething this entire time. That's seething. Why were you guys protecting Flash's feelings? Gay, says J Bomba. It's just volatile like this. And I don't know. I really don't know. I go, oh man, people really do have feelings. I don't have feelings like this. And the thing about it is that he's very clearly a sociopath. You know what I mean? Like he's a sociopath, but he does have feelings of, his feelings all revolve around, I'm not getting the respect that I deserve. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like this guy, and you're not doing what I need you to do to get rid of this person. Mercedes Benz over. Sorry, I was late. I'm busy, says Busted Knuckle. I wonder if Ripaverse has a Fireball PR firm, says CJ Matz. Could be. Could be. That could explain a lot, right? The mail-in thing is different. I'd heard you were launching his campaign, but he told me he was going to launch with me, and my audience was expecting it. So I was ready to live stream and asked when he wanted to launch, and he was just like, let's go. I think this is why YellowFlash is still angry at John Malin. Right here. YellowFlash is still angry that John Malin disrespected him by not launching his campaign on YellowFlash's live stream. Right here. This is the origin of it. And it's in 2021. This was 4 years ago. Get John on, says White Guy. He said he'd never come on Trashcast. I respect John Malin. I'm not going to ask him. He can watch this and he'll comment upon it on his own stream. Yeah. All right. I think he didn't want to bother me. Like, please do another launch stream for me. Yeah, John's like that. Like, John has said to me before, like, because I've complained in private that, like, when other people want to launch, I get messages like, hey, Ethan, I'm going to be launching or closing my campaign out on Wednesday, on Friday, on Sunday. Will you do it? Can I do it on your channel? And basically, it does kind of eat up my day. Like, one, I can't do a trash cast. Trash casts are profitable. I make money doing trash casts. I don't really make money doing Comicsgate Live. Not as much anyway, right? So when I'm closing out somebody's campaign, and I got to be careful what I say, and I can't be that entertaining. Really, we do a lot of mummy news style things. I just don't make as much money. But the other thing is, like, yeah, like I'm sitting here opening and closing people's campaigns constantly, and it's just like John is aware of that. And John's like, I don't want to be one of those guys. So I don't want to ask. And I'm like, well, see, the thing is, the difference is when it comes to John and Shane and Cecil, like, I'm good. I want to open their campaigns. I want to close out their campaigns. Like there are other people, like everybody else, I want to help them too, but no, especially John, Shane, like those are the guys who I do that for. So the fact that John was like hesitant to ask me and went to YellowFlash, or YellowFlash went to him, whatever it was, is kind of like disturbing. It's like, no. Like you and I, like, we do good radio together. So, and we're friends. So like, I'll be happy to close and open your campaigns. Let me see. Ethan, you're leaving out that John had tech issues with Indiegogo. I don't remember that. Is that relevant? Like, is that really relevant to this story? Yeah. Ron Martin says, then just stop being CG. Say you're done, says Ron Martin. No, it doesn't. Just because it's hard and occasionally annoying doesn't mean you quit if it's the thing that you do. It's work. It's work. Okay? Work is not always fun. It's not always pleasant. No, I will never stop being Comicsgate. But again, I never meant to offend you. Listen to me. I never meant to offend you. I really consider you a pal from way back. So can this be fixed? I'm sitting there like this is a big problem. He's fucking got sand in his vagina over the fact that John Malin, and it's been months, John Malin went on my channel instead of his to launch his book. And I'm going, do you want an apology? Will an apology do it? Can our friendship be fixed? Just fucking sand in his pussy over this. It is unbelievable. I know the sand gets everywhere. I mean, really think about that. He says, I was just trying to help Malin. It was early, and I thought he was going to launch that day anyway. The idea was just to help him get new eyes on his book and do his official launch on your channel. He should have said, hey, EVS wants to launch. Can I take a rain check? I would have said, gotcha, man. It's cool. But he said nothing. Oh, so now we're mad at John. Now we've taken the, and now it's like, okay, well, you're here. So now I'm still mad. Who am I mad at? I'm mad at John now. Yo, it wasn't personal at you. You got to know that. I'm sure not from Malin, and definitely not from me. It isn't about you, you asshole. It's his comic book. Jesus Christ. You know, it's not like it was YellowFlash's comic book, and it's like, see, it'd be one thing if it were YellowFlash's launch, and it's like here's what happened. Like, I agreed to launch his book, but John Malin instead, like, he had a book, and I said, you know what, I'm going to launch John's book, and we're not going to launch Flash's book. Then he'd have every reason to be angry at both of us. But no, it has nothing to do with him. It's about his platform being the one in which John Malin launches his comic book. It has nothing to do with him, and he's been angry for months about it, and he's still angry about it. These are the people that we're dealing with. And people say to me, like, I don't know, Ethan, it just seems like there are a lot of people who are mad at you And the one common denominator is you. So do you think it's you? Is it you? You have a personality problem? No, I don't. You know what my personality problem is? I attract people with personality problems. I attract people with honest to God personality disorders into my orbit. And then there's something about me where I try to make them happy and take care of them and everything and save them from themselves. It isn't me. That's just crazy. It is crazy. I mean, we could go over all these people. They have a list of people who I have disenchanted. And we could go over that entire list. And I could show you this all day long. Me sitting there going, Flash, it wasn't, whatever you're crying about here, it wasn't personal. Nobody meant to offend you, okay? Not me, not John. It wasn't about you. It was about John's book, John's future. John would have preferred to launch his book on my channel. And apparently we had a little bit of an agreement beforehand, but John just didn't want to bother me. And that's all it was. It wasn't like, fuck YellowFlash. And even if it was, what do you care? Take the night off. Oh, my God. Hey, the lore master seemed like a normal guy, EVS, as you guys, you know. Oh, I'm tired. I'm very tired of this. You're so fat, you generate a gravity well that sucks them in, says Eric Huffles, I guess. And Cowboy says, you attract drifters. Yes, that's also true. Do not give up, says F in the chat. No, I'm not going to give up at all. Blast Radio says, Flash is extremely bitch-made and petty, just like Matt Barr, like a scorned woman whining. Matt Barr is exactly like YellowFlash. Exactly this kind of thing. Where they've got sandy vaginas. There's nothing you can do about it. 2 more months, says Eric Wimberg. Yeah, we'll see how much longer I want to go with this particular year or this particular reading here. I don't know if I want to keep going. But Jesus Christ. All right. By the way, and here we go. Also, Nassar likes to frame me as some shit talker, but he never shows you this DM that I sent him after I talked to you and cooled off. So now it's about... Wait, what? Also, Nassar likes to frame me as some shit talker. What? But he never shows you this DM that I sent him after I talked to you and cooled off. What in God's green earth? From YellowFlash, I'm not fighting with anyone, just leaving CG. The name only exists as a hollow sales advertisement now. Gee, thanks, Flash. I'll add you to my live stream link room. I'll get live streams back in November. Don't boot anyone. It's just for my live streams. I should have that back November 11th. Lol-ite, says Nassar. Spoke with Ethan. I think things are better now. Good to hear, says Nassar. Oh, my God. So he has a temper tantrum and decides that everything he believes in with regards to Comicsgate means nothing. It's just a quote-unquote hollow sales advertisement. Is it? You think Comicsgate is a sales advertisement, Flash? You think Comicsgate is something that you say to get sales? I mean, maybe it is for you. Usually it's something that you say that you have to overcome to get sales. Everything is better now. I talked to Ethan. I feel better. Jesus. When was this? November 19th. So this was the same day that we're fighting over. Yeah. Same day. Nassar never showed me that. Someone showed me an old thing where you were mad that I didn't stick up for Tug over his channel getting a strike. I don't know who showed me that. But everyone shit talks in private, me included. We just man up and apologize. It's old shit. We talked about it in the voice chat and we were good, remember? Oh, maybe, yeah. It's water under the bridge. I forget it as soon as I can. And that's what I'm asking for from you. You can't do it like these people. Like, I don't even remember half of this stuff. I don't remember any of it. Like, as soon as I'm done with a fight, I forget about it, man. I forgive and I forget. And when I'm reminded of it, it's like, oh, fuck, these people are all crazy. God gave me the ability to forget and forgive. which is a good thing because most of these people are unforgivable. I mean, they don't deserve grace. They don't deserve mercy. Hey, I'm really mad at you that you didn't stand up for Tug. Oh, really? I didn't. Did I fail Tug by not making a video about him? Well, I'm so sorry. You know, I mean, I've done basically everything that I possibly can for Tug. Did I blow it one time? Well, I deserve to be ignored then. You know what? If I am not 100% consistent, consistently making videos, YouTube videos, whenever somebody gets a strike on YouTube or somebody's mean to them on, you know, if I'm not 100% on it and making videos in support of my friends all the time, you should probably just shun me. You should probably just call Comicsgate a hollow sales exercise now, or whatever you called it. And then just walk away from Comicsgate and then just make a new room and invite Nassar into it. Lol, says Nassar. Somebody who you hate, like you endlessly shit talk Nassar, but the minute that you're mad at me and you've got a sandy vagina over John Malin, then you team up with Nassar. I mean, you just got done. Like, it was literally 8 months ago that you were talking about how Nassar was the devil and you wanted him dead. And it's like now 8 months later, you're mad at me because I hosted John Malin. And you are now teaming up with Nassar in private, shit-talking me. And then all it takes is a conversation, flash, and a look. Hey, whatever. And we're good now. Everything's okay, guys. I'm not mad at Ethan anymore. Wait, what happened to Nassar? I don't know. Nassar left. It's a good thing that he did because, man, Nassar caused all kinds of problems for a kid. He's just a kid. Like, he's 24. He had autism, severe autism. And he drove people nuts. Honest to God, he drove people crazy. I showed Cecil all my DMs with that artist he worked with also. I never told him to do anything. That was Tug's artist. Why the hell would I have anything to do with that? Hey, everything you're saying, I don't know about it or I forgot about it. I'm not involved in any of this bullshit. Nassar keeps telling people I gay up this stupid satin book. I never talked to that guy about his book. What, he's telling people that now? He was. It's just annoying. I'm launching a book soon. By the way, 2021. Launching a book soon, he said, in November of 2021. I'm launching a book soon. I'm sure he told that to fucking John Dillard every day. I don't mess with people's books like that. Even while we haven't been talking, I never crossed your money or disrespected you. I don't do that. We're cool, man. Thanks for hitting me up. That's all I wanted, man. I don't like airing drama out in public. I fucking love it, YellowFlash. I do like it. I love airing out this shit in public. It needs to be made public. You know what? Because it mildews in private. It needs to be out in the sun. It needs a nice warm breeze blowing through it to dry it out. This stuff festers in private, man. It is insane. It is absolutely fucking crazy. People's emotions, people's deliberate sabotage, misunderstanding each other, trying to get people in line. This is what Eric July to me. When Eric July did this to me, I finally just broke. I said, that's it. I can't take anymore. I know how this works. This is how all these people operate in private, and I can't take it anymore. Trash cast. It's a headache. It's just a fucking headache, man. I never did it to you either. Somebody asked if we were beefing, and I said no. I'll follow you. But he unfollowed me on Twitter. And I miss both of you guys. Let's get the family back together. Our fandom shouldn't be divided, and I want to help you with your comic if you'll let me. Cool. I'm going to unfollow you on Twitter. Jesus Christ. That would be cool. I'd appreciate it. Really hoping it does well. So here he is showing me more pages, Joe Ball pages here. These were pages of his comic book before, like he was working on this with Joe Ball before John Dillard. Yeah. Grand Theft Watto says you attract people with daddy issues, dudes. Weirdly enough, you become their surrogate father. Has happened over and over. Actually, that's other people's analysis of this, and I've taken it on sometimes, and I just kind of go, yeah, maybe that's the case. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is, but I do feel like I'm always trying to fix people's feelings. Like people are having feelings that are based on vibes and not my actions. They're based on assumptions that people are making, hurt feelings that are based on just like, yeah, like I feel like this is what you're doing. Jennifer Grover says, hi, Uncle Lee. Hi, chat. These messages are crazy. Jennifer Grover. Yeah. Thank you. Royston S. Bailey says, hell hath no fury like yellow soy scorned. That's the shit. If you need a cover, I'll do it. Really? Yes. Blood oath. And if you have some trouble in the future with me, please tell me. Do you care if I add you back to the green room? There you go. If you need a cover, I'll do it. Really? Yeah, blood oath. And by the way, we established before that, like, and I meant that. I would absolutely do a cover for him. But we established before that he was paying this artist. He was paying Joe Ball. Now, whether or not that's actually true, I don't know. But he did say that he was going to, well, I would. Yeah, blood oath, you got to do it. Absolutely would do it for $4,000. Which is enough. Like other people might come to me and say, I have $4,000. Will you do a cover for me? And the answer is no. But YellowFlash, yes, I will. But you do have to pay me, you child. Free cover, I guess. Yeah, free cover. Do you care if I add you back to the green room? Sure, add me back. And sorry, man, I just get frustrated and can be a hothead sometimes. Stop saying hothead. You're not a hothead. You're a woman. Would you call a woman a hothead? Like a hothead would just go off and be like, start yelling and swinging and stuff. Like you're passive aggressive and stuff. Man. I said, me too. Look how kind I am. Nerdrotic's whole crew is pissed at me, and I'm going to go ahead and eat some crow there. Here we go. Let's get the Friday Night Tight stuff. Thanks again. Yeah, I saw that. Anna told me about it, about all of it in Nashville. I said, that Zack Snyder thing really pissed me off. So this is right after Zack Snyder. All right, let's figure out when this is. Well, fuck Zack Snyder. I agree with you there. I was like, stand up for yourselves, cucks. But I went too far and I called them all zeros. To be fair, I was high as fuck at the time, but still, I owe some apologies. Look how nice. Owe some apologies to them. Oh my God. Called them all zeros. I guess that is what happened. So I gotta eat some crow. I gotta apologize to them. You can probably fix it somehow if you can get a hold of Az and talk to him. I'm gonna try once I get up the nerve. For now, though, comics. How far along are you on your book? Script is mostly done, except whatever dialogue I actually insert into the book. What is that? I have 5 pages finished and some promo art. Working on getting some covers. That's kind of the last part. Joe worked up some concepts. Books will be 48 pages. Do you have character designs? Yes. Can I see? Let me get them from Joe. Give me a sec. Character designs from Joe. Okay. Cool design. Joe draws like a manga Stephen Platt. Yeah, kind of. Joe Ball. Joe needs a better ranker. Like, it gets messy. You know? It's like, what is the, like, the clouds are a little bit too much here. And it's like, yeah, the hair is a little bit haggard. You know, it's a little bit ratchet. I like the rocks. Yeah, the building back here looks okay. His face, it's poorly inked. Damn, that looks great. Yeah, you're gonna do fine. And then you got this. John Malin saw this, and at first sight, he was like, "Oh wow!" And then like you look at it, and you're like, "Oh my god." It's a little bit of a mess too. I need you to destroy Vestige #1 just for my own amusement. This, by the way, this whole conversation is the same day, November 19th. He says, that is the evil I would like to defeat. It will happen. That would be about what I need to turn a profit, to be honest. Wait a second. How much did Vestige #1 make? Does anybody know? Let me take a look. Yeah, I got high and I ate a nerd rope. That's why I called them all zeros. All right, let me see. Vestige #1, Indiegogo. Let's see. Vestige #1 made $107,000 with my help. So Vestige #1, you know, again, $107,000. You guys have that? Yeah, okay, so 107,546, which is what YellowFlash says that he's going to need to turn a profit. Sensational Shout says, during the Flashcast, Flash said that Dillard couldn't draw his book because it would be a 200, 300-page comic. I believe that's when he got Literature Devil to edit the book. Yeah, that's good. EVS had to drag Vestige 1 to over 100K. That was a tough move. Yeah, I remember that. I remember being like, let's go. Let's get it to 6 figures. Okay. The only reason John Malin didn't launch on Flashcast is because he had tech issues with Indiegogo and couldn't go live until after Flashcast started. He even told Flash this. That's a whole other wrinkle there. Very interesting. Anyway, that would be about what I need to turn a profit. The art is expensive, is it? And the printing won't be cheap either. Gonna have to do 2 print runs because I want to have a black and white manga version and color. And then I go, my entire career in comics has led to this point. Let me show you. Wow. Yeah, I just gotten Dale Keown's cover for Cyberfrog 3. All right, so here's YellowFlash. That looks dope. I says, you might outfund RG, Raging Golden Eagle. That would be life-changing money. Throughout this whole thing, you really get the sense that YellowFlash is broke. It's 2021. He made a little bit of money during Weeb Wars. He spent it on a motorcycle. He's worried about his taxes. He went through a divorce, went through all kinds of shit during Weeb Wars. He doesn't want to pay anything. He doesn't want to pay bills. He just wants things and he wants to complain. He says, I'd be doing a lot better if they would stop throttling me. Everyone is getting hit right now, except Nick, lol. So Nick Ricada not getting hit. Here we have a sketch of a cover. Here's a cover concept, by the way. All Nick ever needs is a popular court case. He's a great YouTuber, but it's feast or famine for him, which is true. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's good for Nick when he's got like Johnny Depp or when he's got Kyle Rittenhouse. But like, if he doesn't have a big trial, reality throttles his YouTube channel, you know. He says Nick will take off from this, which is good. If YouTube counted live streams like they do videos, he would have been at 1 million subs already. Probably the same with you. Having trouble thinking of a name for the book. I was thinking of just going with Tribulation. The book takes place during Revelations. The book takes place during Revelation. All the monsters he fights are demon jinn. Lets me use relics and lore. I'm redrawing Joe's layout, which I think I did do. If you've ever read Berserk, I took a lot of influence from that. 30 Days of Night and Trigun. Yeah, I've read 30 Days of Night, but not the other two. That's the only one that's worth a fuck is the first one. What do you think about that name? Tribulation is simple, but I'm not so sure it sounds cool. I said, there's a book called Tribulation Force out there already. I wasn't aware of that. There it is, Tribulation Task Force. I'll go with something else then. I said, do a little Googling about the subject and you'll get a title. I just started reading. 7 trumpets. In the Bible, demons come after each trumpet. So I just gave him a fucking kick-ass title for his book. Call it 7 trumpets. Because in the Bible, after each trumpet, each one of 7 trumpets, a demon comes. It's a fucking awesome title for a comic book. Does he like it? Well, I'd like to use End of Days. But that horrible Arnold movie used it. All right, I'm going to stop helping you. Just a thought. Keep it original. How long do you think it will take you to make the cover? That would be awesome to launch with that. And then here I go. Join later if you want. You want to come on as next week's guest? Sure, thanks. I appreciate it, man. Once again, sucking Flash's dick, begging to be on his show. Doug35 says he doesn't like you, so won't take advice. Yeah, I guess it's like kind of like the same thing as like Eric July. Like I'm advising Eric as well, but like about things that really matter, he's not listening. He wants practical advice. Like YellowFlash wants to know how to like, you know, how can he get by on his taxes? Eric July wants to know like, what kind of van do I drive? You know what I mean? And it's like, well, what about like creative? No, I got that. Like that's people. They're like 15-year-olds that know everything already. John Kruk. Awesome. Should be fun. And there it is. There's a link. If you want to join tonight's StreamYards, it's December 18th. Thanks, brother. I took the family to a Christmas lights exhibit, came home and passed out. Please keep inviting me, though. The show was fun. See, I mean, that's me begging to be on his show right here. Please keep inviting me, though. The show is fun. So in other words, what I'm saying to him is, just because I didn't make it this time because I have family obligations, doesn't mean I'm not going to make it. I would like you to continue inviting me to your show, and I will be there when I can. Beggar. Right. So there you go. Oh, thanks, brother. Can you make it? I'll put your name in the channel description. Sure, I'll come. Updated. Every time you stream with me, Nerdrotic streams on me. Lol. I go, huh? Just saying. Thanks for coming on, man. This is the day after Christmas. Flash, do you really think that, like, he thinks people are deliberately streaming over him? Like Gary Nerdrotic is going, oh, fuck, Flash is streaming right now with Ethan Van Sciver. I'm going to stream too. I'm going to stream over him. Hold on a second. Ethan, John's latest tweet is fire. Really? Let me see. That's the second time. Like, there's this assumption that people are deliberately streaming over each other to kind of fuck people over. It's interesting. This is his latest stream from 13 minutes ago. Latest tweet. Let me see. Put this away. At this point, I see no significant financial advantage in partnering with a company like Rippaverse to publish your work. Bruh, show me the money. Golden Shower Patriot, in my and many others' opinion, should have been $1 million plus with Rippaverse and Flash's audience. YellowFlash could have made less than $200K on his own and saved any publishing fees Rippaverse has. Factor in any delays the publisher may have put on him, costing launch times and possibly a lot of money. Then launching or closing projects around YellowFlash's campaign launch probably didn't help his first time and probably last time companies launch. Yes, this effort might have not just cost time and money, but it may have straight up killed YellowFlash's comic company. YellowFlash can recover a bit perhaps by crowdfunding the book he did with Joe Ball, he or Ball fulfilling. Using Ripasend for fulfillment might be a good idea if you're selling over 10,000 books. Otherwise, you can do it yourself and save some money there. If YellowFlash would have stayed on good terms with CG, 300,000 plus easy. But I believe YellowFlash thought Rippaverse was the road to having it all. With CG in his corner, YellowFlash would have had no launch delays with crowdfunding other than by his own choice, and no fees from CG to market and walk Flash through on how to self-publish. Keep in mind that Flash individually reached out to myself, Shane Davis, and EVS for covers, and then rejected our offers. My cost was so low because I wanted to help Dillard and Flash out. The YellowFlash expressed concern to me on it if I was making any actual money. He nixed my generous offer too. Lol. Tragedy. Wow, dude. Damn. John Malin just fucking spitting fire right now. You're exactly right, Rashima Taro. Amazing. Amazing. Mail-in is based. Well, I mean, you know, seems like two divorces from the DM, says Yarashi Matar. You see another divorce in there somewhere? I saw the mention of one, and when I saw it, I didn't notice it before, and I don't even think I noticed it at the time because we weren't really that tight. So some dude from the internet telling me he's going through a divorce was just like, I don't care, you know, so I didn't really care. Now, like, I saw it and it was like, oh shit, like that's personal information. But then again, you know what? It's not personal information. YellowFlash is quite happy to sit there and investigate. John Malin has never volunteered any information, personal information about his family, ever. He doesn't do it. Not even to me. I've never asked. I don't want to know. If John wanted me to know anything about his family, he would tell me. I know his name. I know where he lives. I know a little bit about his career and his past career. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know anything else. And I know he's a good guy. YellowFlash keeps everything secret, and yet he dared to like expose John and then ask John about any problems he was having, family problems with his wife a few years ago. YellowFlash deserves no. When I saw that, I skipped past it real quick, like, oh shit, YellowFlash is talking about having divorced his Arabic wife that he describes at the beginning. I didn't know he did that. That must mean he's single now. And then I was like, oh, I'm sorry that I revealed it. No, I'm not sorry at all. I'm not sorry at all about that. Divorced. What a loser. Just kidding. I'm divorced too. But I got Andrew upstairs. What a loser. Divorced. What is Flash's real name, though? Says Damage Case 138. I'm not going to say. I don't want to have to say. You know, I don't want to have to dox YellowFlash, but I will. I don't want to have to, but I will if I have to. He has a Latina chick. They had a baby. Okay. Yeah, I don't want it. No. Angie Lambert says, say it. No. I don't know if I need to yet. I'm just saying. I don't want YellowFlash to make any more threats about visiting people when he's drunk and wanting to fight them. I don't want him to make any more threats like that. No, Ethan, dox is bad, says Mr. Yanafui. Not to the FBI. You know what? The FBI, when they find out that somebody's making terrorist threats, doxing is good. Like, doxing can be good. And I consider myself kind of like the FBI a little bit. You know, FBI. I might have Facebook informants out there. FBI. I might. Nice anonymity you got there. Be a shame if something happened to it. Yeah, it would. Be a shame. All right, let me just get back. We're almost done with the year. I think this was because we talked so much on November 19th, this was at least kind of substantial. Just saying. Thanks for coming on, man. You bet. Thanks for inviting me. Come back on again soon. Look at me begging and sucking dick to get on YellowFlash's show. Yeah, man, I'd like to. I don't want to cause drama with Nerdrotic. Dude's got problems. But anytime you invite me, if I'm awake, I'll be there to make jokes. There you go. And that was my promise to him. And that I offer for free. That's a freebie right there. You don't have to pay me to do that. Nerdrotic definitely has problems. I don't want to cause issues with him. But anytime you invite me, if I'm awake and available, I will be there and I will make jokes. I'll make jokes. Hopefully. I think this drama is dumb. Everyone should be able to get along. We're not high schoolers. Oh, is that right, YellowFlash? You think this drama is dumb? We should be able to get along? We're not high schoolers? Well, then what happened? If this drama is so dumb, what happened? Ethan, you look like a baby with how much you've been begging and crying. I know. YellowFlash, like, this was you not too long ago. And then what happened? And by the way, it really doesn't seem like you hate me and think I'm an asshole and all this stuff like you've been saying. Like, where do you see me being an asshole here? Like, where? Everybody should be able to get along. Yeah, I apologized like 5 times. I was high as fuck on edibles and then called a bunch of Friday Night Tights co-hosts zeros. I can't believe Gary can't relate to making a mistake while under the influence. Oof. But they haven't accepted my apology, and I think they want to be in some kind of a passive-aggressive conflict with me. So I'm just not mentioning them, and I'm moving along with my own thing now. I don't want to fight with anyone. I'm trying to mend fences and get Comicsgate to be a bigger combined force, except without war campaign. Bro, holy shit, I said on January 2nd. What is this? Lol, I'm going to go on if he sent me the link. That'd be huge. This guy's delusional. He really needs to just settle down and stop fighting with trolls and get back to CG. Uh-oh, Liam. Tell Liam to make peace with me. Exhausting. Send me the link. And we're going to cut it right there. That is a fan-fucking-tastic cliffhanger. Liam Gray back in the scene. Here's Liam Gray now. I wonder if the divorce from his police wife was because he was always getting high. I wonder just how drunk he was. Regated 2? Flash do 2? Maybe, Liam. Liam, are you excited? You're going to be the subject of a conversation in the next episode. To be continued. Hold on, let me just back it up here. Let's go through it again, knowing it's Liam. Bro, holy shit. Lol, I'm going to go on if you send me the link. That'd be huge. This guy's delusional. He really needs to settle down, stop fighting with trolls, and get back to CG. Tell Liam to make peace with me. Exhausting. Send me the link. And then, boom, he sends the link. I don't remember what this was, but damn, does it sound interesting. All right, so that's going to be our cliffhanger. Hello, everybody. It's Trashcast. I'm your friend, Ethan Van Sky. We're humans. Sunbeam, world's most charming, disarming, elegant, eloquent, and yet humble man. Great big Sopranos fan. Trusted member of the media. And it's my privilege and pleasure to be with you this evening to conduct the conclusion of the YellowFlash files, which we've all been enjoying. I think a lot of people have been commenting to me that this is the golden age of Trashcast. People thoroughly enjoying this content. I hope that you are too. I hope that you're among those who have been enjoying this show. Tonight, like I said, is the conclusion of the Flash files. We will be reading the DMs of YellowFlash to me, myself, between the years 2022, January of 2022 to present, which was when YellowFlash suddenly, without forewarning and without any good honorable reason, decided to cast me and Comicsgate aside for, I don't know what, the anticipation of perhaps a successful partnership with Ripascend, Eric July's company, Ripaverse, which back then we weren't sure that there even was something called Ripascend. That was brand new. That came later. But I'm sure that at the time, YellowFlash knew what was going on. Great to see you all. 950 people here at the outset of Trashcast, the YellowFlash Files Part 5. And I do hope that it entertains you all. We'll see. We left off with Liam Gray. Discussing Liam Gray. Let me see where this was here. Let me get back for some context here. I think this drama is dumb. Everybody should be able to get along. We're not high schoolers. Oh, this is involving Friday Night Tights. All right, so this is December 26, 2021. Just to back up a little bit and show you where we were. I'm sitting there trying to explain that, I'm not looking for conflict with these guys. Like, I'd like to make things right with Friday Night Tights, but they're not accepting my apologies. Meanwhile, January 2nd, so the day after New Year's, Flash says, lol, I'm going to go on if you send me the link. Now, I don't know what he's referring to here. That'd be huge. This guy's delusional. Oh, so we must have both been watching Liam Gray. So we're watching. Liam Gray used to do these gigantic streams where he would just show up and he would make he would be angry and he would do these condemnation live streams where he'd be like, you know what? I'm fucking sick of all. And they were so entertaining. Like, Liam is such a good broadcaster, but also he was calling us out like a lot in ways that probably were not fair. So I said, that'd be huge. This guy's delusional. He really needs to just settle down, stop fighting with trolls, and get back to Comicsgate. So I guess he went on. YellowFlash went on. I said, tell Liam to make peace with me. Exhausting. Send me the link. So there you go. This is the link to Liam's show. I guess YellowFlash got permission, or he just sent it to me without Liam's permission. And I'm saying I'm in his back room. So this is 4:35 a.m. that this is happening. Damn, what am I doing up? And then I must have come on the show and had a little bit of conflict with Liam. YellowFlash says, I think he will come around. I talked with him after the stream also. My question is, like, were YellowFlash and Liam friends at the time? Friendly at the time? Probably. I think that's probably the way it is, the way it was back then. Dr. Metalblood says, I remember the vodka incident. That was crazy, man. That was one of his best videos, and that's gone forever. Liam, if you're watching, could you bring back some of your good videos and make them public again? Liam was in the back of a taxi cab riding around like Sydney, Australia. He gets out of the taxi, walks into a bar. I mean, not walks into a bar, walks into a liquor store. Walks into a liquor store, opens a bottle of vodka, and just upends it into his own mouth. Right there, just upends a bottle of vodka straight and just starts like drinking this bottle of vodka while the guy who owns the shop is like, you're supposed to be paying for that first before you drink it. And Zedekiah the Watt says that was 100% fake. It had to have been, but it looked great. Like, and Liam never confessed that it was fake. People all thought that it was fake. They were pretty sure that it was, but Liam never explained exactly how he did that or why. It was weird. But yeah, and it's gone now. Like, it's gone to history, and I kind of resent that. There are a few videos that are very much like Comicsgate history that are gone, and I wish that they weren't. Most of Captain Cummings videos are all gone. All of his Comicsgate videos are gone. I wish we had those preserved somewhere. I don't think anybody preserved any of those. That's history. Diversity in Comics. Your boy Zach went through and curated all of his content. He got rid of some of his more like sort of angry videos, or more videos where he felt like he was being cruel to trans people. It's like all that stuff's gone. All his stuff about, being attacked by Heather Rantos and the weirdos and the Whisper Network, all the like real provocative, interesting stuff is gone. It's gone to history. Nobody saved it. Matt Cisco says, Cummings sucked. I tried to listen to him. Yeah, he's like, because he's not very smart. He was kind of dumb, but he always had good thumbnails, and the titles to his videos were interesting. I always clicked on them because I was like, oh, maybe this is going to be funny. Maybe he's going to roast the fuck out of these people. This might be worth listening to. It rarely was. It rarely was interesting or good. Yeah, so it was kind of lame. It might be on Bit or Odyssey, says Angela Schmalky. I don't think so, because it was like, I think all these videos predated Odyssey. They were out like 2017, early 2018. So look at this. He says, I think he'll come around. I talked with him after the stream also. Good man. So here's Vito. YellowFlash is sharing. I must have spoken to Vito for the first time in 2022, not really knowing who he is or who he was. JDA introduced me to Vito, and Mike S. Miller. Mike S. Miller and JDA both loved Vito. And I got to be on a stream with him, and I thought he was okay. I think that's how I felt. Maybe not. I don't remember how this all happened, but I remember JDA and Mike S. Miller liking Vito. So YellowFlash did not like Vito and never has. And he sent me over this picture here that has Vito saying, having basic empathy for non-offending pedophiles will ultimately lead to less child abuse. The fact that this take is controversial is a sad reminder that we still live in an intellectual dark age. I Need Ethereum says, what does non-offending mean? Never touched a kid? Never looked at CP? If you're into kids, there's only one solution. Vito says, Non-offending means that we understand breaking the existing laws is a no-no. All right, now this was one of those things that maybe Vito should not have posted. This tweet has haunted him because first of all, nobody wants to talk about having empathy for pedophiles, whether they offend or not. It's just the idea of just being like, well, have you touched a kid? Well, then you're okay. It's like, hey, has this great white shark actually eaten a person? Well, then they haven't yet. They are like, they are predisposed to bite human beings, right? Well, they haven't yet. This one hasn't. So maybe we should just, understand and swim with them in our oceans. Like we should just swim with them, at the shore. We go to the beach because they have it. It's the same kind of thing where people go, I'd just rather not coexist with, in close proximity to a pedophile, whether they have offended or whether they have not. It's kind of like vampires that, are trying not to drink human blood. Well, they want to. They're dangerous. Maybe get them out of here. So Vito is asking for empathy. Empathy for pedophiles. Oh, my God. Vito's here. He says, everyone is just mad that I'm right. Vito's asking for empathy for pedophiles, which is one thing. I mean, like Dick Masterson, had like a better way of phrasing this, which was, I can't even remember what he said, but it was like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Vito then saying non-offending means that we placing Liam, placing Vito in the context of being a non-offending pedophile himself. Now, Vito has explained many times that when he said we, he meant like we as in society. We understand. Like this is the thing. Non-offending means that we as a society understand that breaking the existing laws is a no-no. But what it really looks like is that Vito is saying that he himself is a non-offending pedophile. And this was the first time I had seen this series of tweets, and I didn't take it well. I saw that. Jesus Christ, everyone's a fucking kid fucker. Vito is dangerous. Vito. I saw that. Jesus Christ, everyone is a fucking kid fucker. Vito is dangerous. Now, this is how Vito's tweet made me feel when I first saw it. I just felt like especially after a couple of other kind of pedophiles were unmasked in our space, I felt like I was surrounded by pedophiles. So here's YellowFlash trying to stoke those embers. He's been lurking around Comicsgate. Dude is shady. Let me read this with the list. He's been lurking around CG. Dude is shady. He is the huge supporter of Cuties. By the way, Cuties is the title of a film. So when you say supporter of Cuties, you might want to like capitalize it. YellowFlash is so retarded. Supporter of Cuties, lowercase. That just means cuties. I mean, when it comes to, that could mean attractive adult women, cuties. Yeah, I'm a supporter of those too. No, you put a capital letter on that C, that means Cuties, the Netflix film, which was about a bunch of pre-teen little girls who were in a dance troupe, and they danced like hip-hop exotic dances together. And these girls, like, I don't know how 8-year-olds talk amongst each other. Jeez, I really don't want to know. In the year 2025, after being exposed and indoctrinated by the internet to all manner of disgusting, diseased filth, I don't really know how like 3rd graders, 4th graders, 5th graders speak to each other. I have some memory of being a 5th grader and a 6th grader myself. And I do remember we were a little raunchy, but from a naive kind of a standpoint, like we didn't really know what we were talking about. But there were some references in Cuties to like the little girls were talking about their vaginas and stuff. So even if the subject matter was, hey, there's a bunch of 8 to 10-year-olds and they're doing hip hop dancing in tight clothes and stuff. The poster, which was pretty much all I saw of it, and then I read a little article about it to see what it was definitely aimed at the interest of pedophiles, without question. Supporter of Cuties. Now, people were angry about Cuties. I don't know if the movie was banned. I don't know where, like, if it's still on Netflix or anything like that. But it really seemed in 2022 that if you were fighting for the right of Cuties to exist on Netflix, you might have some prurient interest in children. Ethan, please don't use the P word to describe the private areas of little girls. Yurash Matar says, Ethan, you are explaining something everyone knows about Cuties. You can't take that for granted. Okay, this was 3 years ago. Time moves quick. You got it. See, here's the thing that you guys don't understand. I'm a storyteller. I have to tell a story. I provide context to stuff like this, because otherwise it is of no value to somebody who hasn't always been here or is unfamiliar. So you have to actually provide context. Wodenshot says, that's it. I'm leaving. Are you a supporter of Cuties? You liked it? You're offended? Yeah, I appreciate the heads up. I didn't see this pedo shit. I thought he was just fucking around with Friday Night Tights. So my only like reference to Vito was Vito calling YouTube about and like informing YouTube, because Alex Jones was banned from the internet, from pretty much from life and existence, but he was definitely banned on YouTube. And then the Friday Night Tights guys paid an exorbitant amount of money to have him be a guest on their show. And then Vito reported them to YouTube, like, you're platforming Alex Jones when Alex Jones is supposed to be blacklisted or something like that. So for me, that was like the reason why people hated Vito. I didn't know this other stuff. I said, I'll keep away from him. So there you go. And I've kept far away from Vito since then. Launching mail-in at noon. If you can pop in at some point and say hello, here's the link. So here I am launching John Malin's campaign. Now, yesterday we saw that YellowFlash was very angry that I had launched either this or another John Malin campaign. It must have been another one, because I had launched John Malin's prior campaign. This might be Godlike that we're talking about here, or maybe another Graveyard Shift campaign. And at this point, here I am saying I am launching John Malin. Here's the link if you want to come in there and join us. Jose M says, this reminds me of the hilarious getup that you had Memology on, and he said he wouldn't stop laughing. His laugh was so ridiculous yet contagious. Hail Memology. That was a good moment. Goody Two Shoes says, Edwin Van Skyver won't read this because he only cares about money and fat stuff. I should have just ignored that one. Monster Mania is here. He says, looking quite dapper, E. Burgess Meredith would be proud. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me see. Let me get a closer look at that necklace. I read that. Shiloh W. Evening, Uncle E. I read this one. Looks like you have the consumption, and I don't mean TB, tuberculosis, says P. Callan. Update on the Lore Masters DM, says Jose M. Any response from the Friday Night Tights crew? Lamau. Also, you missed some super chats, I think. May the 4th be with you. All except for Yellow Fag. No other response. He put fire next to my response that I would definitely participate, but I couldn't answer for the other two guys. But nobody else like responded at all. YellowFlash did not want to. He did not want to join John Malin. He said, I just woke up. Sunday is kind of my lazy day. I sleep and watch movies all day. You want to come this Saturday and talk about the lawsuit you won? Sure, I said, for tonight. You bet. So there's another link. So once again, I'm being invited to join YellowFlash on a live stream. And I am quite happy to just say, sure. Yeah, no problem. 200 watt studio. Oh, what am I saying? 200 watt studio. I mean, Brandon May says Braves pulled it out of their ass tonight and finally beat the Dodgers. That's good. Thank you for doing that. Hail CG back Cyberfrog 3. Thanks, Brandon May. Yeah, Phillies like blew it tonight. They had every opportunity to win and they blew it. So, it is what it is. Yeah, YellowFlash's lazy day. YellowFlash is a house husband. From what I understand, like he remarried. This is what I heard. He remarried, and his wife has a job, and he doesn't have a job. and he sits at home and watches the kid or kids all day, and then he makes his YouTube videos. And that's YellowFlash's life. I don't know if I could do that. I really don't know if I could send Andrea to work while I sat home and made YouTube videos. I mean, as it is, I sit home anyway, which is really nice. It's a nice advantage of working as a comic book professional. You get to stay home. You stay home and you get to be with your kids unless you're going out on conventions for the weekends. But what a life, says 4 Flats. Yeah, this guy he's a house husband. He's a kept man. What a fucking piece of shit. What a bum. Shill before you leave, lol. Oh, so here, by the way, this is the thing. YellowFlash, talking a lot about how, like, oh, he'd want to come on to my show to sell his books. I rarely did. Like, I mean, here he is saying, why don't you, I was about to leave his show. He's like, shill before you leave, like, promote your stuff. And for me, like, the entertainment, even now, like, I don't really like to, I'm supposed to be selling things. I'm supposed to be promoting campaigns. I'm supposed to be selling eBay stuff. I mean, really, this is like an opportunity to sell product, right? But like, it's not comfortable. When I'm doing a show, when I'm doing a radio show, I'd rather just do the radio show and not interrupt the flow. Switbird goes begging. Yeah, kind of. It doesn't. It's, you know what? No, it's not even that it's begging. It's promotion. That's not. I don't dislike it because it feels like begging. I just like it because I like to stay focused on what I'm talking about. And you have to go, now hang on a minute, let's promote these campaigns. So I don't like to do it on his show. I don't really like to do it on my show. But we do have to do this. So anyway, but I said to him, I said, no, I don't want to interrupt your flow. I hate when people do that on my show. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I got a haircut tomorrow at 9 a.m. I had to get some sleep. So he says, about to talk with Nick about your case. If you want to come back, feel free to come on next weekend if you want. So this was the Comicsgate trademark case. Every time you invite me, I will listen. Okay. Every time you invite me, I will be there. I do my best to make the show better. And thank you. My attitude about, getting invited on YellowFlash's show. Because at this point in 2022, YellowFlash had Flashcast. His show was getting pretty big. And here he is, like, just inviting me to be on the show, inviting me to be like a participant on his show with a big audience. And I'm trying to extend my hand in friendship to him. Hey, listen, every time you invite me, I'm not going to invite myself. I'm not going to ask if I can come on your show. But if you invite me, I will be there. Okay. I will do my best to make the show better. Those are 2 promises. And thank you. Gratitude. Why are you always begging? Just begging. Begging all the, please, Flash, please let me come on your show. And he's asking me to come on the show. And by the way, the thing about being on the show that YellowFlash doesn't understand is YellowFlash is a volatile, inconsistent fucking woman. So, I like to just assume here, I'm a guy. I don't like to check in on my friends very much. I just like to assume they're still there. Like Dan Fraga, for example, was somebody who I've been friends with for 30 years, but I don't talk to him very often. But when I see him, we just pick up like the way, if he called me, we would just pick up like, there was no time since the last time we spoke. And I would just like to assume that would be the case. My friendship with Shane Davis, with John Malin, I don't see them. You know what I mean? I don't have to talk to them every single day. I just assume that unless I do something egregious to them to cause them harm, I just like to assume that my friendship with them is in stasis. It's just, it continues whether or not I talk to them every day or not. But YellowFlash isn't like that. Like, YellowFlash will disappear because of something he heard somebody else say, and you don't talk to him for a little while. And the next time you talk to him, like he'll like leave the room or something like that. The next time you go, what's the matter? What's wrong? Well, you did this or you didn't do that or blah, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, like, you're sitting there having to console another man and try to restore your friendship with them. I fucking hate that about YellowFlash. Like, it used to drive me nuts all the time. Like, he's either actively, like, sending me messages and driving me crazy, or he's like off somewhere crying and angry. And he would do that, but he would do it quietly. I'm just quietly going to go away over here. I'm mad that you didn't promote Tug as much as you should have. So I'm going to go over here. Super like high maintenance. That's a good way to put it. Like, but I mean, also, like, I don't know. Like, I just assume like men don't have feelings. Like, I don't have feelings like that. Not really. I mean, my feelings can be hurt, by betrayal and things like that. But like, I don't sit around going, YellowFlash isn't paying enough attention to me. It's like Dan Fraga isn't giving me enough attention. I don't really do that. Like that doesn't really cross my mind. I just assume that my friendships, I could not talk to Shane Davis just accidentally and go through my life for the next 2 years and then be like, hey, Shane, what's up 2 years later? And he'd be like, oh, hey, Ethan. And it would just pick up like no time. One reason for that is because we're adults and time is going much quicker. 2 years goes by like this now. But also because like there's no reason to have feelings that like fluctuate, that crazily over time. There's no reason for that. Not for men. Mr. Cage Gaming goes, well, he is a house husband, lol. So this is what I say to him. And I'm, it's like, I don't need to say this. I shouldn't need to say this to a man. But like, just, okay, so you're going to have me on your show. I'm going to acknowledge that it's a privilege to be on your show because I have access to a large audience. And if I wanted to, I could really like promote myself on your show, maybe get some more subscribers from my channel, maybe possibly sell some comic books or some toys. So that is a privilege. So I'm going to, like, if you invite me, I'm going to be there if I can. Okay, I can't always do that, but I'm saying here, every time you invite me, I will be there. I'm making a commitment to do that. Can't always do that, as it turned out. Life got in the way. But the other thing is I will do my best to make the show better, which is a goddamn nice thing to say, considering that most people that are on that show don't do shit. They just sit there. They make the show worse. They make it more ponderous, more tiresome. Me and Nick Ricada, Cecil, a few others will go on there and actually inject a little bit of energy into it, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of fun. But not everybody does that. Johnny Rocket says, does YellowFlash have no self-awareness because of alcoholism or mental retardation? Maybe both. But I mean, he just fits an archetype. Like I was talking about how like everybody's basically, like all of these enemies of mine are basically the same. They all kind of have the same personality quirks. If you gave me an angry message from YellowFlash or from any of these guys and said, who is this? Is this YellowFlash? Is this PTP? Is this Gabe El Tayyib? You know what I mean? Is this trying to think of another one, but I mean, is it one of these people? I wouldn't know. Honestly, I'd be confused. I would be guessing because they all sound very much the same. I mean, even Dan Fraga was talking like this eventually. Tiki the Mighty says, so-called men that are insecure seem to lash out at you because you make them feel insecure, or more accurately, you remind them of their inadequacies. Today, PTP put out a big Twitter post where like he posted 4 photographs of like things that made him feel that he was better than me. He did like an Eric July and kind of like referenced me in a way because it was like licking urinals, like a reference to licking urinals. He's like, at least I don't lick urinals. This is what I have. And he showed a picture of his daughter, Stormy, which is, by the way, don't do that. Like, I'll show a picture of Ava now when she was a baby, and I might do that. Like, I might just for fun retaliate against PTP's like 4 images of what makes him a very wealthy man indeed, with 4 images of my own to counter his retarded images. He put a picture of his tattooed wife in lingerie as one of those things. I'm like, maybe when you're talking about how good your life is, you could say my wife is beautiful and show a picture of your wife. And that's what I would do. When the picture of your wife looks like it, when she's in her underwear and you're displaying it to other men, you don't respect your wife. Let me repeat that. when you're sharing images of your wife in provocative underpants and bra sexy poses for other men to show people how good you got it, you don't respect your wife. You don't. You want me to leer at that photo and be like, oh yeah, fuck that. That's what you're doing when you do that, PTP. And she's the mother of your child. You know what I mean? It's not even that she's your new girlfriend. Like if she were your new girlfriend, that would be one thing. This is who I'm dating right now. It's very, internet kind of thing to do, internet culture thing to do. This is my new girlfriend and she's some hot bitch in a bikini. But this is the mother of your child that you're putting on the internet and displaying her body for other men so that you can feel like you're less of a toad to other men. You need to rethink your fucking life. I'll just post a picture of Andrea in a sweater with me holding baby Ava, and you can imagine what she might look like, but I ain't putting it out there on Front Street. That belongs to me. You can just say, wow, what a lovely family you have. You putting your wife's body out there on Twitter? What are you, nuts? Absolutely disgusting behavior. I mean, I can't even tell you like how, like when I say the PTP is a disgusting fucking like a trailer trash individual, he is. He named his daughter, his wife, by the way, I get a nice message from her today on Twitter. And it's just like, I'll show you this. I don't care. Yeah. All right. She says, why are, let me see, make sure that nobody else is, okay. I'll show you this. I don't care. Why are people telling me that you're talking shit about my 2-month-old daughter? Is that really who you are? I say, shut up. I'm making fun of you two pieces of shit, not your infant. I'm like, look at that infant. Haha. No, I'm making fun of you two hillbillies that would, you two exist in a constant state of bullshit gossip, and it destroyed your goodwill around here. Nobody cares about your hurt feelings. Making fun of you guys who would actually name your daughter after an infamous porno star. I don't know who would do that. I really do not understand. Like who would fucking do that? Stormy? You name your kid Stormy? Like what the fuck is the matter with you? Disgusting people. Absolutely disgusting people. Yeah, shut up. No, you shut up. Retarded. You're making fun of my, I'm not, I don't know. Your baby's innocent. Your baby is innocent. How do you make fun of a baby? I'm making fun of the parents of that baby who 2 seconds into its existence have already given it a disadvantage. Why wouldn't you just name it Lolita? That's a cool name. This is my child, Lolita. Why don't you just name it Monica Lewinsky? It's just dumb. Yeah, maybe Stormy's a family name like Isom. That's right, Terrell. I have to be vicious with these people now. I'm not fucking playing around anymore. I will tell you right now, like, this is a new day. I'm not going to sympathize. I'm not going to be kind. These people have shown their true faces to me. They've shown their true colors. Ordinarily, I'd be like, yeah, I think you misunderstood. Like what I was saying was that you're a retard, not the baby. Like you're somebody who would name. I'm not going to do that anymore because I know who these guys are. I know what they're about. It's like, but I see Laser Pants says, did someone say PTP? That's Laser Pants there, who is another person who was affected by PTP. All right. Well, I don't know why we're talking about PTP. We got off on a tangent here. This is Trashcast. Obviously, we do talk shit here, and that's what it's about. So anyway, YellowFlash, every time you invite me, I will be there. I do my best to make the show better, and thank you. Suddenly, here is YellowFlash sending me this, a tweet from Eric the Guapo. Eric the Guano. Eric the Guapo, I guess, used to be kind of cool to me. He says, I found these panels with 2 N's in Rick and Morty Corporate Assets issue 1. So he's reading Rick and Morty comics. and he sends over this. YellowFlash is like, I don't know if you saw it, but like, they put you in a comic book or somebody who might be you. I don't think so. I really think this is meant to be Jeremy Griggs, but because he's got a gamer hat on. If you look at his hat, okay, it says, today you're the stars, whether you got your followers by being a child of a celebrity, a video game streamer, or a guy who turned fandom into a hate group. So, you know, it could be me because I like to think that I did that. But that is not me. Like, that's entirely too, is that me? He looks way too thin to be me. Like, you would make me, I think you would make me fatter than this. I think that's meant to be Jeremy Griggs. I don't want to like take credit. And then a werewolf grabs him by the foot and drags him away. Ugh, you cuck. Did Kathleen Kennedy send you? Hashtag release me. Hashtag werewolfgate. That could be me. I don't know. Calling people cucks. Complaining about Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, not you. No beard, says Lasher325. Is it like, I think it's meant to be Jeremy, but it could be me. It's a composite of all of us, maybe. It's Jeremy. People think it's Jeremy. It's John Malin. Oh, that's John Malin, the werewolf there. Ethan Van Griggs. It's a composite, says Taliesin. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, it's funny. It's funny that, like, you know, our archetype worked its way into mainstream comics. So I don't even respond. Start a stream. Okay, there's a stream. And then he starts a stream. Link for tonight. It kind of sounds like Testify is going to die. Now, Testify HD was a ridiculous troll and a bully who really got on my nerves. I really completely got on my nerves. He was one of the first guys that I noticed had that supervillain thing when he talked to me. Hey, Ethan. Like he immediately became a supervillain, like a retard. YellowFlash is letting me know that it sounds like he's going to die. He says, I've been getting updates from someone. Have you? You getting updates? YellowFlash is getting updates? You don't say. You're plugged in? YellowFlash, you're plugged into the scene? You're getting updates, huh? Unbelievable. Yeah. These guys are just like unrepentant gossips, you know? And I said, yeah, that's what I'm understanding as well. COVID is no fucking joke. Andrea's father's in the same spot. Sucks to hear. This shit's crazy. My brother has it right now also. But he says it feels more like the flu. By the way, I think it's what Kyle Ritter had way back when. Kyle Ritter was kind of taken out by something before COVID really hit. COVID hit in like March. But in January of 2020, I think it was 2020, Kyle was telling me that like he had something like pneumonia, but it was like weirder than pneumonia, and it really took him out. And I was like, oh man, that's terrible. He must have been like one of the first patients to have COVID, looking back, because yeah, like really fucked him up. I said it hits fat, old, and disabled people differently. As uncool as it is for guys like us in our crowd, the vaccine, oh, look at this. The vaccine is important, and so is masking up. We've got people in our crowd saying it's no big deal, but it is. It permanently fucks with your lungs. They're never right again, even after you're clear of COVID. We were going into the hospital all the time to see Andrea's father, and he died about a week later after I posted that from COVID. It's become too political. People go crazy if you even talk about it now. I said the left made it political, but the vaccine was Trump's in the first place. None of this makes sense. The left made it political. Trump didn't. The deaths are really on them for making it such a big deal. I said agree. So there's the COVID, real-time COVID anyway. War campaign is growing thanks to the trucker protest. Roe is in real life live streaming there at the trucker protest. I said, yeah, I saw on Kiwi Farms. Well, they better hope it goes on forever. There we go. Pedo got bodied. So YellowFlash is, what is this? Is that, can I click on that? And will I'm afraid to click a link because I'm afraid it's going to get me off of this, my spot on the page. Pedo, again, at this point, YellowFlash is 100% interested in Vito, calling him Pedo, et cetera, et cetera.
Let me see. Spoilers. I'm watching it from the beginning. You going on the JDA Testify stream? Was Testify dead yet? I said, when is it? I just woke up. Lol, you have strange sleeping hours. It's 3:44 in the morning. I said, dude, for real. I'm trolling the fuck out of Vicky and her crew. Hey, guys, you want to see what Vickyverse looks like? How many of you in the chat want to see a photograph of Vickyverse? Hit 1 if you want to see what Vickyverse actually looks like. Let's go. Yeah, Testify is dead now. You're going to see Vickyverse. Let's dox Vickyverse here. Please, no. Let me see. 000. No, you guys don't want to see her? You've seen this already? You guys have already seen this? Okay. Sorry, Vicky. Dude, for real, I'm trolling the fuck out of Vicky and her crew. They think I'm going back to DC Comics. If you want to pitch in, pretend that you know about it. Oh, Vicky and these guys were all like spreading rumors that I was leaving Comicsgate because DC Comics asked me to come back. I don't even know where this shit comes from. I mean, DC Comics never asked me to come back and never would. So he says, lol, okay. Flash overheard a strange rumor that EVS and Jeff Johns might be returning to DC. Have you heard anything, or is this bogus? He says, my inbox. So Flash, overheard a strange rumor that EVS. So he's already hearing about this too. That Cherry guy made a list of CG people that deserve to die. So Midnight Cherry, we're talking about this. Midnight Cherry is kind of like, again, the archetype, a primitive version of Student of God. Is that the way it was? No, not Student of God. Who would he be? Let's see. Midnight Cherry is Midnight Cherry TV. Oh, Lord Raptor Jesus. That's who he is. I won. If you're like, please, no, too scary. Get ready, guys. Vicky's coming up. Vicky, now, please, says Papalock. It's in here. We're going to run right across it. So Midnight Cherry made a list of Comicsgate people that deserve to die. Very much like, you know, Lord Raptor Jesus might do. Lol. I said, what is sped? Link for tonight. Thanks again, being invited on the show. Can you call Indiegogo about this bullshit that Liam is doing? That fat faggot brought JDA's comic down again. I said, well, I'll certainly try. Lol, I still had a contact back then at Indiegogo. And I like did something maybe I shouldn't have done. Like I actually used my contact at Indiegogo and said, hey man, you brought down Jon Del Arroz's campaign. Like maybe you could put that up. Like I don't believe the accusations against him are correct. So you know, just for what it's worth, like it'd be great if you guys could fix that. I wish I make some wrong moves. I mean, I really do. I look back on that. It's like, I wish I hadn't have done that. I wish I had not helped out Jon Del Arroz, or at least tried to at the time. I'll certainly try. Lol, Comicbook Hut is putting a book out. I can't wait to see how much that makes. What a loser. Hey, YellowFlash is putting a book out. I can't wait to see how much that makes. What a loser. Here's something from JDA. Said, yes, I'm following all of this. So the new trust and safety team comes in, and now this. And I said, this is why we're building our own platform. Now we were building comicsgate.com or .org. Robert Romano's doing that. He still is. Like he's still working on it, I think. So I said, you know, yeah, like the idea of getting kicked off of Indiegogo, the way that JDA did, is a real reason why we need to do that. And as it turned out, like, you know, Luke Stone ended up making fun of my comics. So it kind of made doing comicsgate.com a little bit redundant. He says, you must have has hundreds of losers on Twitter report you. But now one little fat bitch from Australia can take down a platform. Well, I mean, people who are reporting me are, you know, they don't have valid complaints. But Liam seemed to have a valid complaint. Liam complained about him over and over again with accusations that he was using his image. Indiegogo kept sending JDA these notifications. Please stop referencing Liam in your campaign. But John just adjusted his references to Liam.
Finally, JDA showed a YouTube DMCA complaint from Liam, complete with Liam's address on his YouTube live stream. Now, this is why Liam was able to take out JDA. That right there was enough for Liam to go to Indiegogo and complain that JDA doxed him and didn't protect his information as a customer. But Liam is not JDA's customer. The whole thing's stupid, but doxing is the reason that Indiegogo kicked JDA out. So did you show off any new crowdfund site? When will it be ready? It's pretty close to being ready, but I'm sure it'll be buggy at first. We'll do a few practice campaigns. So here's the link for it, comicsgate.com right there. And you can go there and see it. I don't know, what it looks like now. At the time, it looked like it looked kind of new. It looked kind of primitive, Liam put his knee on JDA's neck, says Cool Breeze. Yeah, 100%. I watched all this happen. JDA is a snake. Liam did nothing wrong. Yeah. All right. Yeah, but he did, here's the thing. JDA did a bunch of things wrong, but it's technically speaking, from JDA's perspective, he had Liam's information, but JDA wasn't a customer of Liam's. Or no, the other way around. Liam wasn't a customer of JDA's. So doxing him had nothing to do with the platform, But then again, it is what it is. Very interested in it. Okay, here's Liam Gray. This is when Liam Gray and I were fighting. SJW Jubilee. By the way, what am I wearing here? I look great. I can barely see it. It's a little picture, but I look fucking awesome. I'm wearing a leopard skin scarf and mink hat and sunglasses. My beard is freshly dyed. Some kind of black sweater. God, I look great. Every now and then I would just I have a bunch of weird clothes and I would just throw them together in a way that, man, it was just very stylish. It would, I would hit the right note every now and then. SJW Jubilee. Etherman Skyver documents in video his plans to replace at Indiegogo, the site that platforms his frog books, with comicsgate.org, a platform he claims to control in order to continue his harassment campaigns against other Indiegogo creators. SJWs are funny, man. It's the whole thing that I'm doing here, my whole point of Comicsgate is to harass other campaigners or other creators or something like that. And in order to do that, I really need to build my own battleship so that I can, from a safe base of operations, continue my campaigns of harassment against other Indiegogo creators. Everybody's a victim all the time. I'm just sitting here doing my own thing. Liam Gray says, it's time for you to all wake up, Comicsgate. Ethan Van Sciver, the golden boy of independent comics, is going to be in charge of your credit card information. He reveals this while sitting across from a known doxer and condemning my right to privacy and free enterprise. Hashtag comics. Hashtag comics. Why? I'm just trying to create my own platform so that we it's we're not subject to people like SJW Jubilee, who's claiming that Comicsgate exists to harass people. If we have our own platform, we don't have to worry that somebody's going to believe SJW Jubilee. And then Liam joins in. I'm going to get your credit card information, which, by the way, you don't get a credit card. You don't get people's credit card information on any platform at all. Oh, Liam. So this is when Liam and I had some trouble. He and I. Liam was saying things like this, and this pissed me off. This motherfucker, says YellowFlash. Nobody cares. I really hope you're not sleeping. JDA and Liam are debating. Now, this right here was the greatest stream of all time. The JDA versus Liam Gray stream, debate stream, hosted by that Umbrella Guy, was the single funniest live stream. I must have watched it 5 times. The guy, not a bad accent. Was that good? Thank you. Appreciate that. Absolutely amazing. The funniest thing in the world. And maybe we'll EFAB it. It was so great, man. When Liam finally threatened to fight JDA, this whole day was so funny, man. Oh my God. Yeah, it was good. Very, very good. And so many memes came from it, so many like music videos. A lot of like re-edits and things. Let me see. See if I can find it real quick. Is this it? This is a chickens are trusting you. So you're an egg farmer. What is this? All right, here we go. This is the fight here. He says, "You want to get nuts?" Oh, I want to see you want to get nuts again.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
This is nuts, John. All right, here we go.
What you're talking about? Typed it. No, you didn't. You're a piece of shit, Jon Del Arroz. You're going to get your fucking day. And I'll tell you. I'll give you 1 hour.
Tug, this is nuts.
Yeah, this is nuts. No, this is nuts. You want nuts? This is fucking nuts.
These nuts.
And back, you want me to write you a fucking letter?
Yes.
Fight me, John.
Fight you?
Set up in a ring. I'm sorry. There you go.
Look at his dance. Yes. Oh, there's so much here, dude. Oh, Sinatra. You've got a nice.
Told you this is magic.
Oh my God.
We've got it scheduled now. Here's the card for it, the advertising card for it.
Oh wow.
That's right.
That would have been a great fight.
I said I'd only do it on the condition that Cecil referees it. So.
Absolutely. He looks like.
All right. So, greatest thing, probably the greatest live stream of all time. I don't know if it's still up. I don't know if you could still find it, but yeah, it really was great. It's worth watching if you can find it. It's 2 hours or so. Very, very entertaining. No matter whose side you're on, it's really good. Holy fuck, dude, you are missing a shit show, says Flash. Oh man, it's already privated. Did anyone grab it? It says I'm blocked. Let me see. StreamYards, you're blocked from entering this. There it is again. It keeps telling me I'm blocked, says YellowFlash. By the way, this is now March 10th of 2022. He says, you up? Tug says something about a live stream. Was going to join with him. I said, let's do it tomorrow. I wanted to stream all day today, but I have a sinus infection. Comicsgate Kings was excruciating. Comicsgate Kings has been around for a while. All right, let me see. What time we streaming today? Got to let the old lady know. Got to let the old... Oh, man. Please let me never call Andrea the old lady. She'd kill me. She'd actually fucking kill me. Tomorrow would be better. TBH. I said, I'm going to stream tonight. I'm still sick, but yeah, tomorrow's fine too. You and Tug should come on the show whenever you're able to. Okay, sounds good, brother. By the way, look at this. Look how angry we are at each other. Does it seem like YellowFlash always hated me? Why do you say that? YellowFlash, the guy always fucking hated Ethan. I mean, I don't, Me, you, and Tug streaming tonight, pimp. Let's sell some books. I'll return the favor when you get your Cyberfrog Second Chance out. Oh, so I'm going to be helping Tug sell his books, I guess. Like that's Tug had a book out. Yeah, call me pimp. Pimp? Like really? Sure. Tonight at like 8. Sounds good. We can monetize Vicky. That 2-hour video of her melting down is gold. Lol. I'm hyping the stream up and destroying Vicky. Don't fall asleep. I said, lol, okay. Here's the link. There's the link. Tug and YellowFlash laughing at broke stalker bums. This is a great thumbnail. Holy shit. Apex Comics says, your thumbnail sucks, Ethan. All right. It's not that good then, I guess. Needs more AI. Okay. Yes. Is Tug going to make it? I sent him the link. Yep, he will be there. Cool. Here's Vicky. This is the photograph. This is what Vickyverse looks like. This is Vicky herself. Let's see if I can open this in a new tab. Yeah, this is Vicky. She's like an old lady. having some turkey. Her sister gave us this. Her sister gave us this picture of Vicky. Yeah. It's not like, I mean, she looks, yeah, for real, she looks kind of normal. Yeah, like when you look at this and you think about like the hateful shrew that is Vicky, it is kind of strange that this is her. Damage Case 138 says, I am disappointed. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like you think she's going to be, because there's one image of her, like just from the nose up that people share, and her hair is like balding and everything like that. I mean, she is thinning. You can see that she's thinning on top, but like, you know, thumbnail, more like a toenail, says Josiah Haynes. I was picturing a 300-pound land whale, says Use Guys. Yeah, she just looks normal, you know. That's all. I mean, she looks like a nice grandma. So it's kind of weird. Vicky, and I have a question mark there, but it was confirmed for me by her sister and everything that it was Vicky. Her sister came out of the woodwork and was just like, you know, saying some amazing things about, you know, Vicky, kind of explaining who she is. She definitely has some kind of like, you know, disordered personality in her opinion. That was interesting. That pic is from the 70s, says Ozart. Yeah, I know. No, but it is her. It is her. Lol, come back. I got to sleep. I'm exhausted. We'll catch up tomorrow. YellowFlash. Vito's the faggot. I say completely agree. He's been haunting my chat for months. So I let him come on to beat the shit out of him like we did to Spectre. He was doing that to my chat too, so I hit him. He's got a book coming out, so he's just looking for sales. By the way, this link right here, I'm not going to tell you what this is. Yeah, am I? Am I going to tell you? On a live stream, episode of what is it? Oh, the Jack Show. It wasn't Ballers, it was Jack Show. I told Anna, one of the bits that we're doing, I said, Anna, somebody made like a deep fake porno of you. And so I sent it around to the guys. YellowFlash, and Anna was like, oh my God. But I think Anna was kind of like a little bit weirded out, but flattered. YellowFlash was like, can I see it? Can I have the link? So I sent him the link. So there you go. So he was definitely interested in a deep fake porno of Anna. Yo, when you going to finish up Kryber Frog 2? Yo, when you finish up Kryber Frog 2, will you be able to crank out that cover? I'm not in a big rush, just hoping to get it by May. I said, sure. Thinking about launching late May. It's now 2022. My daughter is going to be born at the end of June, so I want to launch a little bit before that. Okay, that was 3 years ago. Takes a long time to Anna yell. Let me see. Vickyverse looks like someone featured on Cecil's Cope file, says Tiki the Mighty. Yeah, kind of. A little bit. Just looks like normal, to me. When I saw that, I said, it doesn't look like this, evil person. She looks like a nice lady, but she's a fucking evil shrew. Liam obviously won that debate. I mean, look at that suit, says Tiki the Mighty. Agreed. Thinking about launching late May. You missed this topic on the stream yesterday, but you might want to take a look at this on your own stream. See, this is useful to me. Top 750 graphic novels, and you don't see any Marvel until number 200. I don't think that they have anything else on that list. Barely any DC comics either, outside of Batman and Teen Titans. The list is dominated by manga and scholastic books. The link to the Excel file is in that link, and you can see the list for yourself. It's embarrassing for the big two. Also, Tug made $8,000 last night on his closeout. Looks like there is a Flashcast bump for books. So look, he's looking to do, like, YellowFlash is looking to be a place where people can go to get funded, which is nice. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I saw that. I can't wait to promote a frog book on Flashcast. Friendly stuff, man. StreamYard. I got to get up early for Depp. So now he's into the Johnny Depp stuff. I can stream with you Monday afternoon, though. April 18th, 2022. For tonight, only a little Huerta and Depp tonight. Is this Flashcast? Mostly pop culture topics tonight if you want to join. Yeah, I'll be there. Awesome. I'll put you in the description. Another link. I put your Cyberfrog campaign in my stream description. Thanks, Flash. I was sleeping, just exhausted. Come on my stream Saturday, keeping it small. Me, you, Raging Golden Eagle, and Anna, and Cecil if he joins. Okay. Look at me begging to be on his show. Absolutely begging. Why do you say that? It's like not even close to being true. For tonight, guessing you passed out. I'm sorry, Flash. I was stuck watching Ava. Andrea wanted a night out with her girlfriends. I couldn't make it work. So couldn't be on the show. Life happened, you know. It's okay. I figured something must have happened. I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing to YellowFlash for not being. He's going, hey man, you didn't show up on my show. Yeah, I know. I had to, watch Ava while Andrea went out with her friends. Sorry about that. Like, how is this begging, dude? Retarded. Let me see. It's okay. I figured something must have happened. You want to come on? By the way, this is August 28, 2022. Just for reference, it is, I believe, January of 2023 that YellowFlash viciously backstabbed me and betrayed me and said I never liked him. I hated him. He's an asshole. Blah, blah, blah. It was that span of time that it happened in. You want to come on the show after all the Rings of Power talk, unless you watched it. This is September 3rd. This is my birthday, so I didn't even answer him. We need to talk in private about Doug Ernst soon. He's trying to blackmail me with DMs. I will monetize him and Iconic. DMs from like years ago, like 2017. I said, what's he got? He hit me up last night trying to start some shit. I told him he's fucking with the wrong one. This is the thing. This is who Doug Ernst is. All of his drama-free, blah, blah, blah. We're putting out books on time, et cetera, et cetera. Doug Ernst is doing this to a lot of people. He did this to the Brightwisers too. Just starting trouble. Look at this, trying to blackmail me with DMs. He did this a lot. Such a fucking psycho. Let me see. YellowFlash sounds like some sort of sociopath. He doesn't seem to human very well. Yeah, I wonder what it was. Like, I don't think I got the information from YellowFlash. I'm saying, what's he got? I would love to see. When I say what's he got, it'd be great if you give me screenshots of what Doug Ernst is saying to you, because this is of interest to me. Like, Doug Ernst getting involved in this shit is interesting to me. I am interested in this. So, here are the screenshots of what Doug Ernst is saying to me. But for some reason, he didn't feel safe in showing me those, which is kind of a little bit fishy, right? It's a little bit weird. Yeah. I said, you want to talk to me about it? He says, I want to get ahead of his gay ops. I said, okay, open up a StreamYard so we can chat in private. Working on my videos right now. You going to be around tonight? Sure. All right, there we go. Streaming. Links. Join us tonight and sell some books. Links. Stream starts at 11:48. These are all different opportunities to stream with YellowFlash. Whether I took them or not, I don't know. I assume I did. That Matt guy is crazy. If you make a new... Oh, this is Matt Barr. Oh, fuck, yes. All of this stuff is great, man. All of this stuff is great. Poor Flash, says Vito. Look at Vito having sympathy for Flash. Vito has sympathy for Flash. Vito, wow, what a nice guy you are. After YellowFlash said all that stuff about you. All right, so this is that Matt guy, Matt Barr, is crazy. If you make a new room with him out, pull me in. Guy is a weirdo. Tug told me about him a while ago. Hey, Matt Barr, here's some more stuff about you, dude. Vito says Flash has some misplaced anger. No, he's just retarded. Ethan, that wasn't sympathy. He was just calling Flash poor. Well, he is. It is true. Matt guy's crazy. Matt Barr at the time was another one. Like, Matt is incredibly frustrating. he is a lot like PTP and a lot like YellowFlash and a lot like Gabe El Taib and a lot like that archetype, except that he's viciously aggressive. The other guys are passive aggressive and womanly. Matt Barr is feminine in a lot of ways. He really wants your validation, but he attacks in a way that's just like inexcusable. It's like vicious. It's like what you don't need to descend to that level, dude. And that's what he's talking about. He's like, the Matt guy's crazy. So PTP early on had some issues with Matt, said he had a head wound, all that stuff. That all came from PTP. But here's YellowFlash acknowledging it. And by the way, YellowFlash ended up hiring, this is the thing. YellowFlash ended up, all these psychopaths, he hated Smiller, he hired Smiller. He hated Matt Barr, he hired Matt Barr to do covers for his books. And the entire reason for that is those guys hate me too. Let me just hire the people who are against Ethan. That Matt guy's crazy. If you make a new room with him out, pull me in. So Matt was like, hey, I said, Matt, you have to go, man, because like you're in these back rooms and you're like super hyper aggressive, saying some real fucked up stuff, and people just are unable to do business in that room with you the way that you're behaving. You got to go. And I guess YellowFlash was another one of these guys who yeah. Okay, I said, okay, sorry, Flash, and thanks. Not your fault, he says. It's December 5th now. So, by the way, YellowFlash has left the Comicsgate room, I guess, and I had to make a new one because Matt Barr, just absolutely, Matt Barr just went nuts. And I don't think you can throw someone out at this point by just blocking them and unblocking them. I don't think that works anymore because I tried to do it with Dan Fraga in the Comicsgate Kings room. I blocked him and unblocked him, and he was still in the Comicsgate Kings room. So I had to make a new room entirely and just leave the old room where it was. So I guess it wasn't working. He says, you're going to EFAP the video Nerdette's communist stand made? She's mad about the video I made today also. Lol, I hope she makes one on me next. I will monetize her also. What video? And here it is. Words don't mean anything anymore. Joker is not pregnant. Lol, fake news. That's interesting. I mean, I guess I could have EFOP'd that. What did Jason Pearson do to get the mob after him? Oh, wow. Jason Pearson, an artist for DC Comics, who was also had a lot of anger. But he was right about this. He said that Aqua Richardson only gets work because she's pretty. Google the Bleeding Cool article. Jason Pearson is an excellent artist, fantastic artist. And he made news because he said, look, there's a whole new breed. Essentially, he picked out one individual in particular, this person, Aqua Richardson. The whole new breed of talentless female that's getting work in the comic book industry just because they're attractive. And he kind of predicted that. He kind of said that. He pointed it out. Not predicted it, but started talking about it by pointing out this one particular individual whose artwork stinks. But she's all over the place. She's getting news because she has a pretty face. And Jason Pearson was just like, look, man, I might not have a pretty face, but I can draw my ass off. And I worked hard to be in this industry. And who's letting these fucking, Twitch thoughts into the comic book industry? And you're seeing that now. You're seeing that with Eric July's doing the same thing. It's no coincidence that all of the women that Eric July has around him are, you could say they annoy me, so I don't think they're pretty. But none of them are fat pigs that spent their lives learning how to draw. That's the thing. I pointed out one in particular, this woman, Pia Guerra, who was overweight. Okay, nothing much to look at, but she's a terrific artist. And the reason why is that she devoted herself to learning how to draw. So she might be somebody that you might want to hire. However, she doesn't make a good thumbnail. You know what I mean? You can't really put her face on a thumbnail and be like, hey, look, she's not going to sell books based on what her face looks like. And nobody's going to want to hire her because they want to sleep with her. I shouldn't say nobody. I'm sure, whatever. But there seemed to be at the time, and you could see it at Marvel as well, like all of these assistant editors who were coming in were these pretty young girls that nerdy fat editors seemed to want to fuck, and that's why they had their jobs. And once they got into the comic book industry, they started eating through it like boll weevils, and just causing all kinds of trouble, calling people Nazis. Jason Pearson was just angry because he's like, why is this woman getting work? He didn't put the political thing together. So why is she getting work? She stinks. And I think the only reason why she's getting work is because her face is pretty. And then they came after him. And by the way, Jason Pearson ended up dying a year later, which was interesting. Very sad. So here's YellowFlash letting me know that I can see this. This, I believe, is this the cover? Wait a second here. What cover is this? This might be trying to figure out which cover for Wreck Planet this is. But here's YellowFlash letting me know that he got his copy of Wreck Planet that he ordered, but the corner was dinged. And I could see that this is a rare edition of Wreck Planet. So if I wanted to figure out who YellowFlash was using Indiegogo, I could, because all I would do is I would sit there and compare, who bought this book in Michigan, who might be named, Kevin. And no, I'm not going to do that. Okay. I don't need to do that. These people who are panicking about me doxing YellowFlash, that's YellowFlash's thumb. Yeah. People who are worried about me doxing YellowFlash, I don't need to dox YellowFlash, but I will. Not using Indiegogo. Would never use Indiegogo information for that. Would never do it. I would never do that. I got another bunch of data points that I could kind of put together, and people who actually know, who I could just directly ask. But I would never do it unless he threatens more people. And then I have to. Then I have to. If he's out there threatening to come to people's houses and stuff, and beat them up or suck their dicks, whatever he threatened John Mellon to. I don't know, but it was unclear. But unless he does that, then I have to. So it's just interesting. It's like, there's another data point there. If I was going to slab this, I'd be salty. Just a heads up, it won't get me a 9.8 with that Ben. Sorry I didn't catch that. I'll send you a new one. What's your P.O. box? And he doesn't tell me. He's so secretive. He doesn't tell me what his new P.O. box is. He says, you don't have to send me another one. I'm fine with it. I just wanted to show you. Thanks for showing me, I guess. I'll read it tomorrow. I would have read it today, but I had to go see that Ant-Man movie for tonight. Wait, I'm confused. It's already February 2023. When did YellowFlash betray me? It must have been 24. There's a whole other year here. I thought it was 2023 that he stabbed me in the back. Nope. 2024. I don't know why people are making the Flashcast room drama. There's only a few people in the room, and it's just people that regularly come on. You're not banned. I'll have you on the show again in the future as a guest. Oh. Hold on a second here. Oh. So YellowFlash has a Flashcast room, just like I have my green rooms. And one day he created a new room, and he left you can tell when somebody creates a new room because it says YellowFlash has left the room, and then a bunch of other people leave too. And you're like, how come I didn't get the message that everybody was leaving the room? And so suddenly Saturday comes around, and people are like, are you going on Flashcast to me? And I think they said that on like a live stream. I said, no, for some reason I'm not in the room anymore. So suddenly YellowFlash sends me this message here. Complete bullshit. Okay, we're starting to put some pieces together here where it's like, yeah, I'm not in the room anymore. I don't know why I'm not invited on Flashcast, but I'm not invited on Flashcast. He hits me with this. I don't know why people are making the Flashcast room drama. There's only a few people in the room, and it's just people that regularly come on. You're not banned. I'll have you on the show again in the future as a guest. And I said, I think people perceive that you traded me for the Friday Night Tights guys Fans are watching all this closely. If you said that to me and it seemed like a theory that made sense, you've got your show and I never want you to invite me just to be nice. If I make the show better, bring me on. If not, yeah, it makes sense to exclude me. So this is YellowFlash being like kind of skeevy because I think like suddenly I'm not in the room and then all of a sudden a bunch of Friday Night Tights guys were on the show. So it was kind of like, okay. Just seemed a little bit strange. Casey Anthony says, let's not dox anyone. I don't want to dox anyone, you child murdering bitch. Like, I don't want to dox anyone. That's not what I want to do. You know? Doxing is one thing. Doxing would be me kind of saying, here's their address and phone number. This is where they work. Unmasking them is another thing. That is not doxing someone to say this person whose code name, we have to call them by a code name. Like this is fucking He-Man or G.I. Joe. It's not He-Man or G.I. Joe. It's the internet. I would like to know if you're talking about me. I'd like to know what your real name is. I'd like to know what your face is. Since we've known each other for 8 years, and I know virtually nothing about you, and yet you have information enough to be able to say, I'm coming over to John Malin's house to show him a, quote, good time, you might need to be unmasked, not doxxed. I would never say, here's his address, here's his phone number, internet, go get him. But maybe we want to know what he looks like. Maybe we want to know what his, name is. Maybe. Doxing is like, comes from the word documents. So basically what you're doing is you're releasing all of somebody's documents. Telling somebody what, I just disagree. I'm not saying that like it's a unmasking somebody's anonymity is a good or bad thing. My thing about anonymity is you're entitled to your anonymity until you're using your anonymity as precedent and as a weapon to make other people miserable consistently, which is on the internet. At that point, people have a right to know who you are, I think, if they can. It's not about giving their information away or anything like that, but people should know who you are. And like, if your whole thing like is to like Vickyverse, is to sit there and make people miserable constantly. That's your whole goal in life, and to do it behind an anonymous name and to not put your face behind it or anything like that. People have the right to know who you are. You don't deserve anonymity. Now, if you're just using your anonymity because, hey, I'm making videos about Star Wars that could get me in trouble at work, then that's one thing. But no, if you're like a fucking scumbag, I don't know. Maybe people have the right to know who you are. That's my opinion. Here's YellowFlash. So I'm sitting here going, look, people think that you traded me for the Friday Night Tights guys. Fans are watching all of this closely. Of course they are. A few said that to me, and it seemed like a theory that made sense. In other words, YellowFlash, I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid. Okay. You have decided, they reached out to you and said, boy, we'd like to kind of bring you into the fold a little bit, but not if you're friends with Ethan Van Sciver. And this is you trying to juggle those two clicks. This is you trying to juggle those two things. So you're lying to me right now. And I'm saying to him very clearly, it's like, look, you've got your show, man. I never want you to invite me just to be nice. I got to be nice to you. I said, if I make the show better, bring me on. If not, yeah, it makes sense. If I'm like sitting there taking up space and I don't make your show better, and nobody's watching for me or anything like that, yeah, just be like, you know what? Tried you out, didn't work out. But nobody's stupid. Like, it's no coincidence that like I'm not in the green room suddenly, and then Friday Night Tights guys are on your show. That is not a coincidence. People are always looking for the drama angle. This is fucking insane, dude. This is some Eric July level hibbity jibbity bullshit and ebonics right here. This is fucking bullshit. Margaret Merkel goes, Ethan is very naive. No, I'm not. No, I'm just treating him like a person. I know what he's doing. Fully know what he's doing. But I'm expressing to him like an adult how a decent person conducts themselves. That's all. People are always looking for the drama angle. No drama here. I like the FNT guys. I've always been friendly with them and you. Plenty of DC Comics news on the horizon, and you would make those shows better. So I'll be hitting you up again soon. I'm just trying to make sure the show is more organized now instead of 70% shit show. All right, good to hear. Thanks. Just finished your book. It's good. Okay, thanks. I'm glad you thought so. I wish there was a little more action, but it reads like the next one is all out action. I like the ending of the book a lot. Good job sticking the landing, though, for this one. So the next one's brutal. So he's talking about Wreck Planet. He read Wreck Planet. And he's right. I mean, Wreck Planet is like, the front is all like, well, the very front is action. And then the middle is mostly just like establishing things, establishing relationships. And then it ends kind of, the ending is super violent. Like a good movie, in my opinion. Fantastic Four #3. He shows me. My wife would never let me buy a huge key like Amazing Fantasy 15. So YellowFlash knows Amazing Fantasy 15, but I would like to buy this one. So he'd like to buy Fantastic Four #3. That's when it all came together. I don't have that one yet. Start showing me these comics. The American Red Cross needs your support. Give generously. Stamped Forrest D. Kelly. That's crazy. Trying to win this right now. This belonged to Forrest Kelly. That's the guy who Forrest Kelly was friends with Ed Wood. Wow. Fantastic Four #1. Apparently a fine, very fine 7.0 moderate off-white pages. All right. What is this here? So he's telling me that, not today, Satan, too rich. So here's a Fantastic Four #1 that's on sale. He's like, do you want to buy that? No. It's a nice looking copy, and because it's restored, it will probably get overlooked. I'd buy it if I hadn't already picked up my Amazing Fantasy 15. So wait a second. My wife would never let me buy another huge key. Oh, so he did buy Amazing Fantasy 15. Okay, so he did get one. It really is great, and definitely. So he's buying the first appearance of Spider-Man #1 and not paying Dillard? Is that what I'm hearing here? So you're sitting there buying expensive comics and then crying poor when it comes time to either pay for a cover from me or pay your artist. I didn't even think of that. You bought a copy of Amazing Fantasy #15? So Dillard's pay went to buy rare comics, says Jose M. Amazing Fantasy 15 is really expensive. That's the first appearance of Spider-Man. How do you know he didn't pay Dillard? He says he didn't pay Dillard. Everybody knows that. It's been established. He did not pay Dillard. Dillard says he did not get paid by YellowFlash. There's the landmine in this episode. Wow, says Liam. How do you live with yourself? I'm moving forward with a different comics launching in the fall, a different comic launching in the fall, 100%. So in the fall, he's launching his new comic. By the way, this is wow. So Dillard is actively working on the book right now. Holy shit. This is March 3rd, 2023. YellowFlash bought Amazing Fantasy 15. He's shopping for World War II era Golden Age key books. I'm moving forward with a different comic launching in the fall. That would be October, November of 2023. This one is more like a Superman comic. Cool. Let me see it when you got something. Here he is showing me Captain Marvel comics. If I give you my character design, could you make a cover like this for my comic? World War II propaganda cover. The setting of my comic is World War II. Sure. Lol, they got the police footage of when that drama queen chick got arrested. Brown CBR just sent me the links. Liam! Wow. Brown CBR is the guy who basically he's like the biggest internet bully of Liam Gray. Okay, like he's the guy who collects all Liam's stuff. He's the guy. Liam thinks that Brown CBR is behind some of the IRL harassment that he receives. And Liam was telling me just yesterday that he thinks that YellowFlash is connected to Brown CBR. And I said, I don't see why you would think that. And I didn't even notice this shit. So, wow, dude. Liam is here, right? Oh, the drama queen chick. That must have been Jesse Milestone. Okay, yeah. All right, that makes sense. Wow, dude. All right, so there you go. So there's proof, concrete. He boasted that he is. Says on. Okay. So there's concrete proof of Liam's making some connections. But, it's like, I don't know. But there you go. That's evidence. I said, I watched it all last night. Died laughing. I'm watching it all on this stream and reading Nightfall. Here he is thinking about buying a Fantastic Four #1. Some good stuff this week. A few Golden Age Superman books I'm looking at. Okay. If you want to join, so there he goes. He's sending me the link. Cyberfrog #1, a 9.8 Cyberfrog #1. I said, is that yours? He says, it will be. I go, nice. Can you please send me those DMs of Dan Slott saying the N-word? Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'll send you the DMs of Dan Slott saying the N-word. That's something else. Okay. What's up with that Matt Barr guy? Why is he being such a faggot? So Matt Barr being a faggot. YellowFlash hates him. So I'm staying out of that drama. I want to stay friends with everyone involved. What drama? I never did anything to the faggot. So Matt Barr again, here's YellowFlash calling you a faggot twice while I'm saying, like, look, leave me out of it. I don't want to be, I want to be friends with Matt Barr, everybody who was in there. Let me see. Green Ninja says, EVS, the Cyberfrog is just to win you over, emotional blackmail. Well, yeah, at the same time, he's asking me for my Cyberfrog #1 Hall of Heroes, though. So it's like he bought the cheap version of, like, Cyberfrog #1, the Harris edition, fairly inexpensive, fairly common, had a print run of 80,000. So it's out there. You can get it. You could get it for $2. You might be able to get it for $1. I mean, online it goes anywhere from $1 to like $12, depending on condition. But Cyberfrog #1 Hall of Heroes is a different story. Like, that's going to be harder to find, and if you do find it, it could be $200. That's what I usually see it. So he wants one of mine. I counted them. I have 4 copies of them. 4 copies of it. He wanted me to send him one. Yeah. Matt Cisco says, I got a 9.8 Hall of Heroes, Cyberfrog 1 and 2. Yeah, I know. Matt Cisco has like a pretty good collection. Conskate Drama goes, nice Cyberfrog bus back there. Can I have it? What drama? I never did anything to the faggot. So YellowFlash calling Matt Barr a faggot. Also, what do you think of the name Golden Patriot? I'm doing a Golden Age inspired superhero in World War II book. I said, you should call him Gold Standard. He says, lol, you think that would work? Was the dollar even gold standard back then? I said, I'm not sure, but it's a good name. Check out the history of the term. He says, I'm working on the design right now. Dillard Draws is the artist. The plan is to have the book done by October. Don't say anything about the details or the artist yet. Do you think you can have the cover done by Sepp? An homage to that Captain Marvel World War II cover would be perfect. Thanks for doing this, by the way. I really appreciate it. Sure. Lol, this dumb bitch. You like monetizing haters, so enjoy. Yeah, I saw that a week ago. She's really stupid. Lol, she is. I love that her channel is dying. Without depth, she's done. Nobody gives a fuck about her comic book videos. So that's Nerdut's newsstand that he's talking about. I read all these ASM comics. I can answer your questions. Send me the link. I have like 5 minutes. I read all these amazing Spider-Man comics. I can answer your questions. Send me the link. So here he is. Okay. Let me see here. Looking for a big live stream to have Sam J. Jones, aka Flash Jordan, on this coming Saturday. Help me get in front of the big guys. Yeah, that's great. You want to come on the stream this weekend? Sure. Fire over that. Great. Are you going to Tampa? No, I don't think so. Just Jersey right now. I might do Jersey, not sure. Don't like to take too many days off from videos. I'm going to New York City Comic-Con, though, staying with Cecil. Cecil, did YellowFlash come out and stay with you? Did he come out and stay with Cecil? I have no memory of that. Yeah, money. Hello, money. Gold Standard is cool. Standard is the name for a flag. Yeah, I just a little too clever for Flash. Okay, cool. So you guys like the name. Gold Standard would have been a pretty good name. Gold Standard ended in 1971. That would have been his death, like you just say. You know. Vito says Gold Standard is a way better name. Yash Matar says 4 copies. Could you spare 2? $200 is similar to Black Riding Hood. Last time I checked, yeah, the Black Riding Hood book that we did with John Malin, the Malin cut, really incredible. Like that book is worth a lot of money, and it's worth a lot of money because there are a lot of people who want it, and there aren't very many copies of it, which is why it's worth money. That's why ISOM number 1 will never be worth anything. ISOM number 2 will never be worth anything. Because everybody who wanted it already got it, and there are way too many copies available. That's how the comic book industry collector's market works. The fact that there are 2,000 copies of Hall of Heroes Cyberfrog number 1 out there, and I have 4 of them, that's a high percentage of the copies that exist. That's why they're valuable. A lot of people want them, and there just aren't that many. And how many got destroyed back then? How many still exist and are in circulation? I think we did 1,000 copies of John Malin's Malin cut. People want them, and they don't exist. I should do another collectible book like that. Just keep the price low. Say, look, we're going to do a book, and it's going to be a desirable comic book, but we're only going to print 800 of them, and that's it. And it's not like we're not charging $100 for it. It's going to be $20-25. All right, so I'm going to Tampa. Will be fun though. You should go. So this is the infamous Tampa Con, and I've already decided I'm not going to go. But like, so many people were going, and I remember like just being like, I think I need to go to the Tampa show, and so I did ask PTP. I said, can you help me? Like PTP and I were still talking, very much so. We're still, I think I'd just seen him, or he was gonna. So I said, I might want to go to Tampa. Like, can you get me a ticket or something like that? No, he couldn't get me a ticket. Tampa will be fun. You should go. So here's the page from Mighty Golden Patriot that he's previewing to me. And I look at this with some alarm. Page 2 of my book. It's going to be legit. I'll show off the hero Saturday. It's a Power Ranger in World War II comic. I like the Sentai stuff, so I made my own. Flash, who is the artist? Dillard draws. He has that comic, The Buckler. He's legit. Okay, and here's a thing of Salamandroid. Open auction for this Salamandroid piece I drew. Inks on Bristol. Drop bids in the comments section. Shipping is $10, $50 reserve. So he did this big Salamandroid drawing. That was pretty good. And he's like auctioning it off because he's working for free. Here's him drawing some of your work. The book's going to be good. I want to put out something good. Oh, yeah, okay. YellowFlash, can I be honest with you? Just between us? Yeah. Yo, that art isn't where it needs to be. That guy can draw some things really well, but that doesn't look pro. I can find you a pro artist for whatever you're paying Dillard. Now, that is funny looking back. That is interesting. For whatever you're paying Dillard, you're not paying him anything. You're taking the money that should be going to Dillard and you're buying big key comic books. You're buying Amazing Fantasy 15. You're what a piece of shit. Does Dillard know that? Does Dillard know that like he suffered for 2 years working for YellowFlash without pay with a back-end deal while YellowFlash was buying Amazing Fantasy 15 and a bunch of World War II era Golden Age key comics? Does he understand that? And I hate to do that to him, but your book is going to have a lot of eyes on it, and it needs to look pro. You could just tell me to fuck off if you want. No hard feelings. I'm just looking out for you. I'm not telling you to F off, lol. I just think it looks good, though. So he shows me this, and this looks good, And I'm like, when I saw this, when he first showed this to me, I said, oh, fuck, is this Dillard? Like, that looks great. No, it's not Dillard. This is a Boom's Saban's Go-Go Power Rangers number 32. This is a professional artist. I mean, it's right up there with the style I want for this book. Yeah, it looks cartoony, but it looks good. Cartoony's good. There's nothing wrong with cartoony. But yeah, like he's saying, this is what I want. That's the style guide, huh? Yeah, like I want it to look like this. Well, Dillard doesn't do that. But yeah, you look at this and you go, you can't talk to somebody who doesn't know art. You just don't know. Like, this is what you want. I understand that. But that's not what Dillard does, right? No. If you want this, you can have that. I'm assuming you have money, like Eric July has money to spend, right? Because you're making a book. That's not what Dillard does, though. That's what your book should look like. Remember, Eric July got his artists from Marvel Comics. There are tons of guys like that floating around that you could grab. Your book needs to look A+++++++. Dillard is fast enough that this book can be done in the fall. The art is a step up from Joe's, in my opinion. If this does well enough, I'll get those Marvel artists after, because I'm going to scale back the videos and do more comics if I make money. Was I even sharing anything from, did I do it? No. All right, I'll support you no matter what. Thanks, Ethan. I think it will grow on you. Wait till you see the hero and the villain. They look like legit Power Rangers. The cover from you should get a lot of attention. If you want to put swastikas on the plans and tanks, the media will go crazy. It'll be fun because Nazis are the bad guys in it, but they will undoubtedly call us Nazis over it. Oh, good. Yeah, when I read this, I was kind of like, yeah, they actually do call me Nazi already, dude. They actually do that, and I got canceled for it, and it wasn't fun when the media did it because my name is out there. Like, your name isn't out there. You're just YellowFlash. So they could say YellowFlash is a Nazi, and nobody would give a fuck because you don't have any skin in the game. Wow, can't wait to draw swastikas. I'm just looking for an excuse. So here's some more of the comics that he's showing me. This is what. Oh, look at this. Doesn't this look like a little bit like the shot of? I can't remember, but doesn't it look like a little bit of the shot of the yellow Golden Ranger, whatever his name is, bending the tank cannon a little bit? Kind of does look that way, right? I don't know if it's like a copy of the tank barrel. Is it? Yeah. Maybe compare these two drawings. I don't know. I'm sure YellowFlash gave him this as reference. Something like this. I said, it's so gay how people act like you can't show swastikas anymore, which is true. Like, you can't, if you're going to do a comic about World War II, you're not allowed to show swastikas on the uniforms or the tanks or planes. It was a real thing, especially in comics during World War II and after. Marvel's The Invaders had swastikas on just about every cover, and that was like the 70s. There's another link to be on the show. Thanks, I'll be there. Here's the first drawing of Mighty Golden Patriot right here. Who did this? Fine-tuned it. Is that good enough for you to work with? Is this Dillard? I think it's Dillard because, like, I can see, like, the line work here looks like Dillard. But it's really nice. That's actually a good job. Is that good enough for you to work with? Was thinking about something like this for the cover. So I'm going to do something like this. He's just going through all these World War II covers. Something like this. Maybe something like this. You think that'll work? Oh, hell yeah. Very cool. I'm going to make yours the main cover. Amazing. I appreciate it. Watch this stream where Pedo defends pedos hard. So here's more Vito stuff. The Milady scarf. Yeah. Going after Vito. Turns out Vito becomes a problem later in our friendship. I'm going to EFAP that Campi of faggot tomorrow. You want to come on? Okay. Starting soon. Here's a message. Somebody posted this. EVS saying Flash and Vito are equal participants in cancel culture is disappointing. For real? Vito running around attacking people all the time and defending pedos brings up, didn't you attack James Gunn for comments saying nasty shit? People are DMing me saying you were gushing over Vito for 6 hours and shitting me. What the fuck? Bullshit. Troublemakers. The video's right there. You can go watch it. People are trying to create trouble. I can't watch a 6-hour live stream, so I'm just asking you about it. I hear you. There was no gushing over Vito, nor did I even come close to denigrating you. Fucking liars. Ask for clips. All right, I'll take your word for it. This is June 5th, 2023. Was kind of caught off guard with it this morning. The internet's doing its thing this week. Literature Devil is on the team. He's reading over my script right now. He will be reviewing art as it's made also. I want this book to be fire. Join us on Kings and talk about it. Maybe after I put my daughter to sleep. She's teething again. My wife works afternoons. It's just me and the baby during the week. Your fucking house husband. Okay. Oh, shit. YellowFlash is a woman, man. Well, he's acting like a woman because he is a woman. He lives the life of a woman. His wife goes to work, and he stays home with the baby and watches soap operas or creates his own fucking soap operas on the internet. This is what women do. Men go to work and women stay home with the baby and make or watch soap operas or create their own with their friends. Flash, we got to make it. So here's me finally like, okay, so we're talking about Flash. We got to make a deal for the cover. Did I tell you my rate yet? What do you want? My cover rate is $4,000 plus $1,000 for every 10,000 copies sold. I thought I'd better warn you before we go further. I'd be willing to pay the $4K, but I'd want to talk about the copies sold part. What? How many copies? So, by the way, this is evidence that YellowFlash believes that his book is going to sell way more than 10,000 copies. And when he says that I'm happy with, look, I sold 2,500 copies. That's incredible. 4K is a good, of course it is. So when he says that like 2,500 copies is amazing. No, it isn't, because a sticking point for him was pay me an extra $1,000 for every 10,000 copies of my cover sold. That's not to mention there are 4 covers on the campaign. My cover, when my cover sells 10,000 copies by itself, another $1,000 should come my way. Seems fair. It seems like a fair deal. And just my cover, not the whole series, not all the books. Just I know that if my cover takes off and you're selling 10, 20, 30,000 copies of my cover, it's clear that the reason why the book is selling is because of my cover, my artwork. Therefore, I would like a small reward, a pittance, $1,000 for every 10,000 extra copies sold. And he's like, I'd be willing to pay the 4K, but I'd want to talk about the copies sold part, which is proof positive that he thought that his book was going to sell many tens of thousands of copies. And he's coping and seething right now when he pretends that $69,000 in the first 10 days is satisfactory and impressive and all of that. Ozart says he's too stupid to understand what you were presenting, EVS. 30,000 copies for it's $3,000. So fucking cheap. I know. Like, it's just like, I when he said I need to talk about it, I was like, what? You need to talk about that part? That's like just gravy. That's just me ensuring that, like, you know, like the thing is, the other part of that is, if I'm doing a cover for your book, I'm also going to be promoting your book for my own sake. Like, everybody should buy YellowFlash's book and then like buy my cover, and then, you know, hopefully I'm going to push it to 10,000 copies sold so that I can get paid again. So I say this to him. I say, look, we could just settle at 5K flat then. Okay. Like, if you don't want to do the fucking 10, that's for, okay. So now you're basically telling me that you're going to sell 20,000 copies of my cover. So if that's the case, fine. $5,000, and we'll just stay that. We'll just stick with $5,000 flat, and we'll just take off the weird. It's weird that you're like concerned about that. Pigs don't eat it because they don't know how. Thanks for $1. Appreciate that. You were dealing with a retard. You confused him, says Dog 35. Ethan, that would be $1,000 for every $250,000. That's right. Is that right? No, 250,000, 25,000, I think. 25 times. No, you're right. 10,000. Yeah, $250,000. Every $250,000 he raises by selling my cover, I get $1,000. Thank you for pointing that out. You're retarded. I'm bad at math, but you are 100% correct. YellowFlash and EJ together might not break 100 IQ, says John Smith. Mind and Body says that's an excellent deal for a professional of your caliber. It's just me like saying, okay, $4,000, and then I'm going to hook myself in a little bit and invest myself in the success of your book and my cover on your book. But YellowFlash didn't see it that way, so he was angry. Let me talk with Dillard about it. I'll get back to you by tomorrow. Okay, so I guess Dillard is involved in the finances here somehow? Are you going to take it out of Dillard's end? Like, I didn't even know that there was like a situation with Dillard's payment here at all. I'm like, okay, so what the hell? Why would you need to talk to Dillard about this? So dumb. He probably thought the 10K copies of the, he probably thought every 10K copies of the book sold. Yeah, but my cover rate is, 1K for every 10K copies sold. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I didn't specify there. I mean, to me, it was like implicit, but I didn't specify that it was just my cover. So maybe that's fair. But even still, that's still a good deal. Even if it was for every copy of the entire series, it would still be a good deal. We could settle a 5K flat. Let me talk to Dillard about it. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Okay. We meet every Friday night to go over stuff. Do you really? Yeah, no problem. I realize I'm pricey. I'm definitely worth the investment, though. He says, Rip is making millions. I don't think I'll make anything like that, so I'm still thinking about the price. My campaign will only make 100K, he says to me. Now, looking back on this, he was very prescient. Your campaign might make $100,000, YellowFlash, but he didn't truly believe this. He was saying this as a way of crying poverty so he wouldn't have to pay my rate. It's funny. It's funny that he said this because he was right. But in no way did he believe this. In no way did he believe this, or else he would have said, oh, yeah. Okay, so 4K is okay. So I'll pay you the 4K. Yeah. Oh, so you want $1,000 for every 10,000 copies it's going to sell? That's cute. Yeah. Okay. Sure. You can have that. In fact, you can have it for every cover. You can have it for every 10,000 copies sold of my book, period. Because my book is only going to sell, according to me, 4,000 copies total. What if he has voices in his head? Ethan says Hitler was somebody's son. He might. He might. It's so funny. He's like, my book's only going to make 100. It's like, yeah. See, I mean, this is the thing. Like, none of that makes any sense. I go, well, bro, Raging Golden Eagle did 400,000. You will do 600 to 1 million. Guess what? YellowFlash was right, and I was wrong. But I will say this. I didn't need to be wrong. I was wrong because YellowFlash made me wrong. Lil Heck Lou says he totally misunderstood you. Raging Golden Eagle. Raging Golden Eagle did $400,000. He's fucking destroying YellowFlash. Yeah. I hate YellowFlash, but the cover price should have been up front, says Derek Wayne. Why? I didn't draw it. It is up front. We didn't make an agreement. I just said I will do it. This is us negotiating the price of the book, of my work, because he never asked me. See, normal people, when somebody says, when you get asked, like, I'll do your cover, will you do a cover for me? How much? Normal people say that. YellowFlash didn't ask me, which means one of two things. It means either he thought he was getting it for free, which is an incredible thing to assume, or price is no object. I roughly assume you're going to cost this much, and price is no object. One of the two things. YellowFlash is somebody who asks me for one copy of my comic book and won't even give me his name or his address. You know what I mean? It's like, this is who this guy is. YellowFlash is a guy who has Jon Dillard, working on his comic book for free on a back-end deal arrangement, while he spends all of his money on Amazing Fantasy number 15 comics, pricey Golden Age, Silver Age key books. 100% he thought it would be free, says Diffused Pelican. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Here we go. Some links. Me and Dillard Draws are working on something special. Let's bring back the golden age of comics. So here's a little trailer. Okay. Coming soon, he said back in June 13th of 2023. Well, soonish. These are the same guys, by the way, who are just like, why does it take Ethan so long to make a comic book? These guys, they know. You should know how long it takes. YellowFlash has been talking about making a comic book, talking about making one since 2018. He's just a writer. He's just a writer. Imagine writing and drawing a comic book. So 2 years ago, 2 years ago, he's like, coming soon. Here we go. Another picture. YellowFlash bought a 6.5 copy of Fantastic Four number 47. How can you hate these? Lol. I just said to him, yeah, on the live stream, I said, listen, CGC locking these books up is not a good thing. How can you hate these? I just got this back today. Look how great it looks. You can't read it anymore, but it looks nice. Nice grade, too. This is interesting. Ready for this? This is how these guys work. I want you to understand that the Zeroverse, they do not buy movies. They do not go to movies. They do not pay to see movies. These guys every week will send you a link. And I used to be in the Flashcast room so I would get the link there. Here, he's sending me the link because I'm no longer in the room. He's sending it to me direct. Free Barbie, he says. This is the link to be able to watch a shitty camcorder like some Pakistani retard, total piece of shit in a movie theater holding his iPhone up or whatever and filming Barbie off the movie screen. With the audio all like, you can hear people in the audience and stuff. And then it goes on this one like pirating site. And YellowFlash sends this link out to everybody who's going to be on his show. And your homework assignment is to watch a butchered version of the movie. This is why, like, I don't blame them for hating movies. Because it's hard to watch a movie this way. It's hard to watch a movie this way. You don't get the experience that the filmmaker wanted you to have. You get an awful experience trying to watch a movie. It's frustrating. It's very difficult. The language alters back and forth from like English to French. There are subtitles on the screen. There are weird ads placed, like pop-up ads during the movie. It's really unpleasant. And this is how these guys watch movies or pretend to watch the movies that they review. So he sends me this. I'm supposed to be on his show. Free Barbie. Watch it for tomorrow, please. Watch it for tomorrow, please. Let me see. That isn't a pirate site. That is YellowFlash or someone else's personal OneDrive. Yeah, but he downloaded the movie from one of these pirate sites and he's sending it around. I say, oh man, okay. So YellowFlash forced me to watch Barbie. I didn't watch Barbie because I wanted to. I didn't go to the movies to see Barbie. YellowFlash made it a homework assignment of mine. And I did not want to see it. It was not something that I wanted to see. Yash Matar says, Flash must not value his time. His own time or Dillard's time? And this is how all these pieces of shit work. You know what? Like, you could at least go... Here's the thing. If you're going to review a movie and you're going to badmouth it, you could at least go see it at the movie theater. You could pay for it. And you could see it the way that it's meant to be seen. Because it might alter your perception of the movie. Might alter your experience by seeing it in the movie theater. Okay? If you're going to be an honest-to-God reviewer. But sending these fucking bootlegs out to people is a bad idea. Okay. Now he's sending me the link to watch Robin Hood. But he's sending this to me because I was just on a show with Director X. I say, cool, thanks. I sent him your Twitter info as well. He is just Director X. I sent him this Twitter, not the new one. He gives me a link to Director X because I had just met him. I hopped on the stream. I was cordial with him, and I actually showed him John Malin's Black Riding Hood and said, you should be doing this. Like, you're the perfect director to do this type of thing. And he seemed really interested. I never followed up on it, though. I should have. I should have followed up on it, but I didn't. Next thing you know, so this is November 8th, 2022. December 10th, you hopped out of the Comicsgate room. Everything okay?
You can no longer send messages to this person. YellowFlash blocked me. Just suddenly, out of the blue. Maybe it was because of all the begging I was doing. And this was 2023. Maybe it was because I was begging him. Oh, please, let me come on your show and promote. The closest thing that you can see, like looking back at this stuff, the closest thing that you could kind of maybe possibly say was me begging to be on his show ever would have been, okay, not this. He's probably angry about me and Dillard there. What I said about Dillard not being 100% on board with this. But yeah, when the FNT guys showed up and I got thrown out. And me saying, hey, man, listen, you know, people are saying, this is what people are saying. You hopped out of the CG room. Everything okay? You just leave. Once again, it's nothing new. He would do this all the time. It's just like suddenly just leave the Comicsgate room, decide somebody did something that offended him, and fuck this, fuck Comicsgate, and like just leave. But it's like ordinarily he would kind of just go away with Tug and get involved in Weeb Wars or something like that, and then come back a little bit later. But this time it wasn't like that. This time he absolutely went ballistic. This is December 10th, 2023, which is shortly after the problems with Eric July popped up, me revealing his text message and all that stuff. So he gave Eric his ass. Emotional YellowFlash. I mean, there it is. So those are, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Those are the incredible YellowFlash DMs. Okay? The Flash Files. Flash Files. Umbra Sunbro says, teach BTP a lesson by tributing his wife Pick. Make sure he never posts it again. Terrible. I would never do such a thing. Oh my God. Yeah. But I see Laser Pants says, did someone say PTP?